Hey, what's going on, guys? Sithis here, back at it with another live stream. We are here to play some World of Warcraft and chat with some people. I am in the Religion and Politics Discord, so be sure to drop in if you guys want to hang out. And yeah. Which character should I play? My paladin? Warlock? I think I want to play my paladin. Hey, what's going on? Taxation is theft, my buddy old pal.
Howdy.
Also, I'm live streaming.
Oh, already?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all right.
Good to see you, man.
Won't talk about all the illegal stuff then.
Yeah. We gotta hold that off till later. You alright? Stretching?
Yeah, I'm just tired.
I'm pretty happy because today I used ChatGPT to create a new border over my webcam, which I think is way better than the other one. So.
Oh, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess I'll see it when your stream goes up, or you can just send it to me.
Yeah, I got you.
I had a job interview with the government today.
Yeah? Government job?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that go against AnCap a little bit, or no?
Nah, I don't think inherently. It depends what you're doing.
I guess you're right. All right, I sent the link. Yeah. But I made it into a box so that it's.
Oh, wait. You're not even going to ask what the government job is.
No. Well, what is it? Now I'm curious.
ATF agent. No, I'm just joking.
No!
No, school bus driver.
School bus driver? Oh, that's not so bad.
Yeah.
Right?
Driving a school bus.
Well, that's not so bad.
That basically just means like driving around and telling kids stories.
Point A to point B, drop kids off. That's it, right?
Yeah.
That don't seem too hard. Does it pay good, at least?
I don't know what the pay is.
Oh, okay. I would hope it pays good.
It was good enough in the ad that I applied to it. But that doesn't say much.
Oh, it's better than nothing, right?
You need something?
If I get it, my background check might not get me in.
Are you...
I don't know if they could. My only adult conviction.
Sorry, continue.
So the only thing that shows up in a background check for me is felon in possession of firearms and ammunition.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else shows up. And that's an annoying one to have as the only one that shows up, because it begs the question, well, wait a minute, why we don't see anything else? Why are you a felon?
Well, what happened to the felony? Was that the felony?
Oh, yeah, a bunch of felonies. When I was a juvenile, and but as an adult, I had my juvenile record expunged and sealed, and so the only thing on my adult record, the only adult conviction I've had, has been felon in possession of firearms and ammunition.
I see. Interesting.
Wait,
so you were a felon as a teenager?
Yes, I got my first felony at 15.
No way. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
Oh, I probably committed my first felony at 11, but I first got caught committing a felony at 15.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I hope some people join up.
What?
I hope people join.
Oh, yeah. I assume they will.
You sound tired.
Holy
You alright?
shit.
Had a long night?
I guess. I don't know why I am so tired. What the fuck? I'm not normally tired at 1.
Drink some hard energy drinks.
No, I don't want to stay up later. If anything, I should go to sleep earlier.
Yeah, that's probably good.
I go get my son tomorrow in the afternoon, and I gotta get some cleaning done before the weekend.
Yeah.
Pleased to meet you.
Look, why the fuck? Your live stream at this point is just like the fucking yawning show.
Yeah, pretty much.
I
You're
can't
just yawning over and over.
Yeah, I can't stop fucking yawning.
It's probably because you're tired, man. Maybe you need to take a nap.
Yeah, but I don't feel like I could just go to sleep at will right now. It's not usual for me to yawn this much.
Yeah, I get that.
Fuck.
Yeah, what can you do?
What?
What can you do? I really like this border that I made. Feels nice. It looks nice.
No, fuck borders.
You know, not that kind of border. The good kind of border.
Why don't you put it in the side shot?
What, in the side chat?
The
border?
The border.
Okay, got you.
Fuck. Oh shit, I can't put anything in the side chat. Did you do that, or is that like I don't have pick perms in this?
No, I don't think I can do that. I don't think I have pick perms either.
Oh,
No, I don't. I'll put it in the master debaters.
It looks like a license plate.
It's kind of it's supposed to be like a border you put around your camera. Hey, what's up,
Okay.
Pepega?
Yeah.
Papega.
What's going on?
Nothing much, man. Just chilling early in the morning. I want to ask what you mean by anarcho-capitalist. Do you mean like capital, like free markets without any type of regulation?
Hell yeah.
Free market without any type of government, not without any type of regulation. There are private forms of regulation.
Well, state
for example,
regulations. Yeah.
Yeah, without state regulation.
So, in what way would this be? Like, you think this is the best option? I'm guessing.
Hell
Yes.
yeah.
In what way?
By far. Do you want a moral answer, an economic answer?
Pick your poison.
Like, I think the moral answer would be there probably isn't really a lot of morals attached to it because there's a lot of people that would suffer because of it. But
We disagree with that premise.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
okay. Well,
I mean,
what's the moral premise of it? What's the moral premise?
the extent of suffering that would be created by transitioning to this would primarily be around things like,
Excuse me.
Politicians and central bankers can no longer roll in as large of piles of cash as they have or as they are accustomed to.
Is that hemlock?
Giant corporations could no longer enjoy the level of privilege that they are accustomed to. So in this sense, you have suffering like that. But
Do you think that anarcho-capitalism would be like worse for the ones who run a company?
I think it'd be better.
it depends if we're. It depends. Well, wait a minute. What kind of company? If we're talking about a small business or a medium
No, but
business,
I'm talking about
then
the
it would
big
be-
corporations. You think they'd be worse off? For
Oh, it would
that?
be Oh, it would destroy them. The giant mega
In what
corporations, it would be
way?
catastrophic for them.
In
They're
what way?
completely dependent on government. That's how they have been able to enshrine their position. Has been
Okay,
entirely
in
through
what
the
way?
state. Through an ocean of regulatory privilege, corporate welfare, they're able to overcome diseconomy of scale by externalizing the costs of their inefficiency to the hapless taxpayer. They're able to impose onerous costs on their small and medium competitors, create all kinds of barrier to entry to would-be competitors, as well as barrier to expansion to existing ones. They're able to do things like protectionism, keeping out foreign competition. They don't have to worry about the world coming in and competing with them, kind of shit. I mean,
Wow.
the list goes on. An ocean of patents
No.
where
Okay.
they're given an exclusive monopoly privilege on a given item by the state or even a process.
So I want to ask, do you think, like, if you were to go full anarcho-capitalist, then do you think the corporations would be destroyed because of, like, they'd have an increase in, like, competition?
Well, to be a bit of a nitpick here, there wouldn't be corporations anymore, strictly speaking, in the sense that a corporation is a fictitious legal entity poofed into existence by the state.
This is a regular classic anniversary edition.
Bit my tongue. Non-existent entity, this nebulous abstraction in order to shield owners from tort liability. It's a subversion of tort liability. This has no precedent within private legal systems. It's purely a figment of the state. So there would not be corporations anymore. There would just be companies that have owners that are legally liable for everything that they do, rather than being able to hide behind this imaginary fictitious corporation thing. But to more directly answer in the fashion you are going for, I think that giant mega corporations would suddenly have a massive influx of competition, and when we get to the scale of mega corporations, 9 times out of 10, if not 10 times out of 10, we're talking about firms that are well past their diseconomy of scale point, which means that they would naturally fail out to smaller and more efficient competitors that are closer to the optimum efficiency point.
More efficient? In what way are they more efficient? Because they're smaller?
They're well, I would never go so far as to say that smaller categorically equals more efficient. That would not be true. However,
Okay.
firms that are at the optimum efficiency point are generally far smaller than the largest firms in a given sector, assuming it's a large sector anyway.
Where's the evidence for this?
Well, it's diseconomy of scale in general. Are you familiar with diseconomy of scale?
What can you give me just like the rundown of what that means?
Okay. Do you know about economy of scale?
I'm sure if you explain what it means, I probably know.
Sure. Okay.
I haven't heard the term.
Up to a certain point, the costs of production per unit tend to decrease with increased scale of production. This is because firms can leverage things like bulk discounts. For example, if you are a producer of widgets that are made out of aluminum, let's say, and you are buying 1 million pounds of aluminum, then you are
you can
certainly
get it for
going to be
cheaper when you do just 1 pound. Yeah.
You can get it cheaper per unit. Yeah, that's the primary driver behind economy of scale. All right, so you get economy of scale. Good. And so that means that up to a certain point, cost of production per unit decrease with increased scale. So a medium firm, for example, very frequently a medium firm will be more efficient than a small firm of the exact same model.
So
that's
why is
true.
the big firm less efficient?
Because I did say up to a certain point you have this phenomenon.
Yeah, where's the point?
So the point is the optimum efficiency point. If they were any smaller or any larger, either they'd be about the same, or they would, if they were smaller or they were larger, they would be, at least by much, they would be less efficient. That is, their costs would increase per unit as they scale down or scale up production. What drives economy of scale, that is, efficiency increasing with scaling up, is primarily bulk discounts. But then once you've exhausted, actually sometimes it's before this point, but certainly once you have exhausted the extent to which bulk discounts can get your costs per unit lower, then you have at best a stagnation, But then, as you continue to scale up, you find bottlenecks get more pronounced. You have more moving parts bumping into each other, more personnel and machinery, figuratively and literally bumping into each other. You have increased layers of separation between upper management and lower level operations, increased layers of bureaucracy. Decisions get bogged down in red tape. Everything becomes slower. It becomes a less efficient operation. The costs get higher in a non-linear fashion as compared with the increased output. So eventually, it's more and more expensive to sell you a Big Mac. But then giant firm, I didn't mean to imply McDonald's to be a specific example. McDonald's is largely a franchise model. So now on a free market, the tendency of firms, at least most firms prevailing within a market, is to be around the optimal efficiency point, maybe a little smaller or a little bigger. But firms that are very far from the optimal efficiency point will tend to be outcompeted by firms that are at the optimal efficiency point. And of course, where exactly that point is varies not just from industry to industry, but from model to model. That's true.
Yeah.
Now, with the magic of government, on the other hand, you have this giant gun pointed at everybody. It works for the highest bidder. The highest bidder is, of course, the largest mega corporations, the largest and most concentrated of financial interests. And so what they can do is they can compensate for this effect by imposing onerous, extravagant costs onto their competitors through things like regulatory agencies, which, by the way, if you're skeptical of this premise, just look into the history of any regulatory agency of your choosing. Look who lobbied for it. Pick one and look at who lobbied for it.
I'm not like disputing what you're saying, but I also don't think that anarcho-capitalism is the solution, because you're saying like big corporations in that sense, they are like they become less efficient because they have all these hurdles they have to go through before making decisions and those kind of things. There's like
That's one of the reasons.
Yeah,
that's one of the reasons. Yes, but another reason unrelated to that is just natural things like bottlenecks becoming more pronounced. For example, let's suppose that you're producing a widget and you have step A, step B, and step C in the production process. Now, let's say that you can churn things out faster and more cheaply at step A than you can at step B, and faster at step C than you can at step B. So that means that step B is a bottleneck. You understand bottlenecks?
Yeah, but do you realize that all the small corporations would also have these 3 steps, just a smaller scale? The bottleneck would be the same.
Yes, they have that bottleneck as well. However, the more you scale up production, the more felt the effect of that bottleneck is.
Not proportionally.
Well, I'm not saying it's directly linear.
Like, yes, the bottleneck would be a larger number, sure, but proportionally it would be the same. It wouldn't change anything. In other words, it's not disproportionately negatively affecting the big corporations to the small ones. It's the exact same. So
the total cost imposed by B can be higher and higher for the larger firm.
Proportionately higher?
That kind of depends on the specifics of the model, but generally speaking, yes.
Is that Milton Friedman's kid?
Yeah, proportionately,
it is David Friedman.
Yeah. Let's say,
what's the question?
You have 3 stages, A, B, and C. A is operating at 100%, C is operating at 100%, B is operating at 50%.
Is this a percentage?
It would change nothing if you just made the numbers higher. Like, not the percentage numbers, but the numbers in production. If you have 1,000 things being produced in A, then and 10,000 in the big corporation, then it would still be 150, 100%. It wouldn't change anything. The proportionality would still be the same.
When you're saying percentages, what do the percentages represent? What percent of what?
Like I'm saying the bottleneck percentage. Like let's say for 1,000 1,000 products, like whichever product, in A, it takes 1,000 minutes to do 1,000 products, and in B, it takes 2,000 minutes to like refine the 1,000 products, and then in C, it takes 1,000 minutes to do the 1,000 products. That's the bottleneck I'm talking about.
Okay. Well, what's the percentage? You're saying there's 50%. A percentage. I don't understand.
No, I'm saying like the bottleneck here would be that B is operating at 50% speed compared to A and C. They're not as quick. But this is like proportionately the same regardless of the size of the corporation, as long as they're operating in the same with the same equipment and all those things.
Okay, the bottleneck is not necessarily still applicable for the smaller firm. Okay, so for example, imagine that we have like
applicable?
Because they haven't hit the capacity of step B.
What?
Okay, for example,
they're not gonna listen. They're not gonna have like the process I'm talking about. I'm not saying they both have the same facility. They're just producing not as much.
Right. It's the same model. Yes, it's the same model.
Because what I'm saying here, the facility of the smaller company would be instead 100 products in 100 minutes, and then not 100. Maybe a bit more. I'm not probably 100 products in 1,000 minutes, and then step B would be 100 products in 2,000 minutes, and then step C would be 100 products in 1,000 minutes again.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow what's being debated. What's the disagreement?
He's trying to argue that like
we're talking about this economy of scale.
Corporations are inefficient compared to smaller thing, or like big corporations are efficient.
Nitpicking a little bit. Corporation doesn't mean big business.
I've owned efficient than smaller companies. Is that the?
Yeah.
Well, that's not exactly what I would say. First of all, corporation doesn't mean big business. I've owned corporations. We're talking about giant mega corporations. What?
Don't you drive DoorDash?
Until recently, I was doing that for a while. Yeah. Well, Uber Eats primarily, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. Having a corporation doesn't mean giant firm. Anyway, but what we were talking about was diseconomy of scale, the phenomenon where past a certain point, costs of production per unit begin to increase with increased scale of production, an effect which is mitigated currently by the state.
Are you claiming there's a decreasing marginal utility of capital?
Oy Vejmir.
He's trying to argue that at a certain point, having a bigger company would be less efficient.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And by the way, the empirical evidence around this would be the fact that the world is not the world economy is not run by one big business. If there were no diseconomy of scale, this would inevitably be the case.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say
but it's
inevitably.
not run by small businesses either.
Dude.
That's going to be cold comfort when Google's on takes over and you could be like, whoops.
But that's never happened though. There's no
why is it the case?
Like that.
I don't know. Okay, if the economy in a capitalist society didn't tend towards monopoly, then why do antitrust laws exist?
Antitrust laws exist basically as a form of political virtue signaling. Things like the Sherman Act, they're essentially you have political hacks in DC that go, hey, look at me, I'm doing something. I'm fighting the corruption.
Also, antitrust laws don't stop monopolies. If anything, they make them, they exacerbate them or make them worse.
They are anti-competitive.
But it's empirically shown to not be the case, right? So, I mean, we don't even have to talk about like the Sherman Antitrust Act. You talk about the Federal Trade Commission Act, which I think is probably the most obvious case of how, a particular law would limit the ability for companies to monopolize, because all of the kind of deceptive acts and unfair methods of competition that were used prior were made immediately illegal by the Federal Trade Commission, right? Like, so.
Yeah.
For example?
Except for most conveniently the ones that actually do create large-scale monopolies and oligopolies. You know, the only ones that actually work to achieve that end. i.e. regulatory capture, i.e. corporate welfare, i.e. revolving door between regulation agencies and the industries that they regulate.
Sure. So the only attempts to try and hold companies accountable, and not that it's perfect, but the fraudulent claims in advertising were not illegal until the Federal Trade Commission Act was put into place, where people could legitimately just lie in their advertising, and they would historically do this, during the entirety of the Gilded Age. Advertisements would lie about what things were occurring.
Well, that's fraud.
Regarding particular products.
I would chalk. Yeah, that's fraud.
No, I agree that's fraud. I'm saying it was made illegal under the Federal Trade Commission Act, right?
Well, we wouldn't disagree with that.
Companies did. Okay, but you understand. Sure, but you're an ANCAP. You're an ANCAP, right? So,
but us ANCAPs are against fraud. We are against fraud.
Okay, but so you believe that there should be a law, okay, that the state creates in order to stop fraudulent
not the state creates.
Well, then how do you stop fraud? Then how do you stop fraud?
We'll just make fraud illegal.
Should be illegal. Fraud should be illegal, but the state should have no role in law.
Okay, guys. So how do you make it illegal?
Judges to handle each case as an individual, unique.
Wait, I didn't understand what you said.
I want to not be defrauded. You want to not be defrauded. It is therefore rational for both of us to patronize insurance companies that in the indemnification and protection of us and our property, that one of the things they advertise they will protect against is fraud. And then if you commit fraud against me, I go to my insurance firm and say, hey, this guy defrauded me. Here's the evidence.
And then what do they do? How do they enforce it?
Oh, you're going to sue him or get the mercenaries to kick his ass or something?
Yeah, so they sue you. They sue you. So the way it works, they go to your insurance firm and present the charges, and then
my insurance firm says we don't really care. That's not real. We're not.
Let me finish.
Wait, let him finish, please.
Okay.
The two have pre-agreed that when they have a dispute, in order to avoid the immense crippling and business-ending costs associated with violent warfare, they bring the matter before a third-party arbitrator. In all likelihood, they've long since pre-agreed to what arbitrator they will bring such like cases with before the crime ever even happens. And so let's say they take the matter before Amazing Adjudication, right? It's a company that sells the service of dispute resolution. So Amazing Adjudication has a policy concerning fraud, saying that fraud is illegal, and here's how it's dealt with. The reason Amazing Adjudication has a policy that says fraud is illegal is because I want, and customers in general want to be protected against fraud, so we prefer to patronize insurance companies that advertise they will protect against fraud and they'll cover fraud. And that means it's incumbent on insurance companies to utilize arbitrators, therefore to bring their business before arbitrators who have policies against fraud. So it's in the mutual self-interest of everybody involved, strictly from a profit-seeking standpoint. Right. Mutual self-interest of everybody involved to you have a law against fraud.
Right.
Has there ever been an ANCAP or a really seriously right-wing libertarian who was any good at like nonlinear dynamics?
At what?
Or just math?
Good at what?
How about
good at math? No, there's never been an ANCAP good at math.
Murray Rothbard is pretty good at math. Pretty sure.
Oh my god!
Here's what's interesting. So the person in his photo gizmo is David Friedman, given he is a physicist. He is a PhD physicist. In regards to his writings on anarcho-capitalism, he does no fucking math. No equations were harmed in the making of any of his literature, which is hilarious.
Yeah, math would be. I think math is mostly irrelevant to anarcho-capitalism unless you want to devise a specific scenario and then dissect the economics of that scenario using numbers.
Quick announcement for everybody in the room. I just want to say that I am live streaming on YouTube at KingSithis, so just letting everybody know. Go ahead.
Thank you for that.
Taxation.
All three people who are watching, hello.
Taxation is stuff really quick. Do you enjoy math in your economics or no? Or do you like?
No, not a math guy, and I'm not a math guy, and I think econometrics has a lot of use for math, but economics has little use for math.
Oh yeah, those two are definitely not closely related at all. That's stupid.
Is math related to science? Is math related to science?
Yes,
Math is often used within science, but
No,
Not
if
that's a
somebody
meme.
is,
That's a
science,
meme.
yeah.
I would hope you guys know where that came from, but no, I guess not.
if, for example, somebody is not a research psychologist, but is a practicing psychologist, and they don't use math in their practice, you would not say that this person is not engaged in scientific activity.
Well,
And
so like,
there's a lot of fields of science where
It-
the only math that you're doing is quantifying data. And by the way,
Yeah,
those are
so-
those are sciences that are based in empiricism. And I believe
Okay,
economics done
but you-
right is not based in empiricism.
But you're confused, right? Because in clinical psychology, they do use math, just in different like ways. So even when you're evaluating things like treatment effectiveness, one, you have to be able to understand, like interpret clinical trials. You have to be able to understand like
Notice,
the risk factors
I-
associated, diagnosing
you're talking about
reliability,
research psychologists.
validity. What?
You're talking about research psychologists.
No, I'm talking about clinical psychologists. You understand that when they are applying different methods for treatment, it is an evidence-based field, so they have to analyze the evidence, right? Even when they're like evaluating treatment effectiveness, if they're going to see, hey,
Sure,
my
and
patient is
I did stipulate that there is, you quantify data and so forth, because as I said, or as I conceded, it is an empiricism driven field.
right, but they have to understand the experimental design. They have to understand the bias and the confounds. They have to understand statistical inference, like because they are applying the research that is being done to treatment for their patients. You get that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in the same way, why is it that the entire school of economics that you're analyzing isn't you're not able to analyze the like any mathematical conception of how these things apply? It's just based on like feels or vibes. Doesn't that feel off? Like that seems not
The
correct,
only
right?
the only circumstance in which math would be relevant to, like, say, the Austrian School of Economics would be if you're illustrating an example of a concept in general, of a praxeological concept. For example, Rothbard, when he was explaining his price theory, was giving charts and so forth, giving hypothetical value scales where, person A values this over that, and then this over that, and so on, and person B and C and D and so forth.
Do you mind if I
Yeah.
jump in?
So like Rothbard has no price theory equations. Isn't that crazy?
Well, do you mind if I jump in here?
No, that's
so
Yeah, go ahead.
that's not
sorry, taxation.
that's not
Just
crazy because value.
go ahead.
Sure, go ahead.
No, you finish.
Every
You
other
finish.
school of economics has price theory equations. I just want to throw that out there. Kind of crazy.
You finish your thought, taxation. I'll go after you. Okay, so then I'll just go ahead then.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the thing about us Austrians is we go by a bit of a different methodology. We deduce our
Praxeology.
can we not say
our
Deductive
Austrian?
study of human action.
based on praxeology, and
I get it.
our price theory is based on the subjective theory of value, which is essentially each individual has a highest price that they're willing to pay for something and a lowest price that they're willing to give up for something, and then somewhere in between that highest price and that lowest price, between two people, they have those two value scales. Somewhere in between those value scales, they will find they will agree to some sort of
Wait, KingSithis,
some price on the good.
do you agree with diminishing marginal returns? Or the ideas of marginalism, right? You agree with that, correct? Please say yes,
Marginal
or you're not
utility, marginal utility.
Yes,
Yeah, of
the
course.
ideas of marginalism.
Yeah, and the notion of diminishing marginal returns.
So like
That's what he was asking about.
that entire thing, right, is just like logarithmic, right? So like they making like the neoclassical price theory took the STV, said what you're saying, put it in a math model so it can be solidified and basically harder to falsify. Because math is a
Correct.
better way to map logic than prose. Because math is a lot harder. Like if you can prove something mathematically, right, it becomes a lot stronger than if you just use prose. So the neoclassicals, right, they use the ideas of marginal cost, they use the ideas of marginal revenue, right, and then they had that this is a tendency that prices will tend towards, right? And then they derive the marginal cost curve, they derive the marginal revenue curve, right? They did some derivatives and bada bing, bada boom, you get like a general idea of price theory under like certain conditions.
Yeah, like neoclassical price theory is literally based on calculus, like they are doing equations. So and they believe in subjective theory of value. The notion that you're going to arrive at a theory of price or anything economically without math is kind of just absurd,
And
Well, I'll be honest,
this
much.
like,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
The Austrians, right, are not the Rothbardians, right? The Rothbardian school is like fucking Mises Institute hoopla, right? Like the people at Auburn University and like Texas Tech, like they use math, right? Or and George Mason, like they use math, not just the Rothbardian. Prax.
Yeah, but I don't think there's anything. Well, I'll be honest with you. What you guys are bringing up is a bit beyond me. But personally, I don't think there's anything really wrong with praxeology. It seems to be pretty solid.
Well, yeah, because
just in the way that it reflects reality. Are you guys familiar with Karl Popper?
Not personally. Taxation, are you?
Okay, so
No, I don't know.
Okay.
So Karl Popper was a philosopher of science, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, one thing that he posited in order for some like a theory to be scientific is it needs to be falsifiable. In the notion of, can we prove that this thing is not true? Is there a conceivable way? Now, the action axiom, does it fall into this realm of falsifiability, do you think?
No.
If it were falsifiable, then it wouldn't need to be an axiom.
Sure. and here's if your entire philosophy is based on one axiomatic thing that is not falsifiable, right? Because a theory is scientific.
Are you suggesting that you disagree
by observation or experiment? Right?
Are you suggesting that you disagree with the premise that people are able to act with intent?
Right. So this is the whole point, though, because it's not falsifiable, it's not scientific.
I just haven't personally. I haven't really heard a good argument against praxeology to make me disagree with it. So I would like to hear that.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. The way that you even define action entails that all humans act, right? This is not a basis for it's actually circular. It's not a basis for any scientific analysis. If I were to make a statement like, let's say,
logical analysis. I'm not married to my allegiance is to truth.
Like
I'm not married to the word
if I said love is the ultimate purpose of life, right? That's not something that's falsifiable. It's the same way that when you say like humans act, okay? It's a very vague, not empirically testable kind of thing, and then once you inquire further, the notion of act gets more and more vague, right? This action axiom.
Wait, do you disagree with the action axiom? No, does that?
I don't think it is vague. I think that
irrelevant.
The action axiom,
it's not scientific. Listen, even if I thought that love is the ultimate,
it doesn't have to be scientific. There's no need for it to be scientific.
If I thought that love was the ultimate purpose of life, that doesn't make it a scientific claim.
No one says it is, and that would be a subjective value judgment. By the way, somebody saying that love is the ultimate purpose of their life on grounds that it is unscientific.
No, the ultimate purpose of life, right? But here's what I'm detailing, okay?
Well, that's a nebulous...
That's the point. Humans act as a nebulous claim. Praxeology is...
No, it isn't.
It is.
No, it isn't.
I'm not sure. What does nebulous mean?
I'm making a very specific and concrete claim when I say that humans are able to act with intent. That is, we are able to have goals and then take action that we have determined to be in pursuit of those goals. That is the action axiom. And you're welcome to disagree with that and go into the La La Land fantasy of saying that humans are not able to do that. But you're very active doing that.
The action axiom.
I don't know how you can come to that. How you can come to the opposite.
Humans have the capability of doing this. The action axiom is that humans do this, not that they have the capability of doing this. These are two separate things.
No, it's that we are able to do it. There are certainly people that can't do it. There are people who are born fully paralyzed and can't do a damn thing. Of course, there are people that do not act. Okay. And the action axiom doesn't hold that everybody
acts. I couldn't imagine it not being true. Like, how could it not be true?
What does Mises say? He says economics is the science of human action, where action is conscious, purposeful behavior, or something like that, right? And then the Axon axiom is humans act, meaning that they use means to achieve ends. This is not something that is being claimed as sometimes. This is a thing that is. This is what humans do.
Well, not all the time.
It is true that humans act. You can look around and see evidence of humans acting everywhere you look.
Cool.
Isn't that just consistent
the
with basically
notion
everything?
is that
Any
Sorry,
theory?
go ahead.
Isn't that consistent with like any theory of like economics, basically?
That humans act, yeah.
Humans act. Yeah.
I'm not sure
Unless
how
you
you
have
can
some kind of
like. I'm not
No,
sure how
because
you
what they
can
mean
disagree
by
with
acts
this.
is they don't mean do things. They quite literally mean like this notion of hyper rational actors. Okay.
No,
That
nobody
there is-
means that.
No, that's not true. I'll step in.
I mean,
is not
no,
what
that
Mises
is true,
saying.
right?
Well,
This is part of
when
the.
Mises hold up. When Mises says humans act, that's all he's depositing, right? Rational action to Mises, he does use the word rational action, but rational action to
He's
Mises
talking about
is literally-
telos, right? This is what he's talking about, teleology. This is why the neo-Aristotelians are Austrians too, because what he's talking about is the
Aristotelian.
notion that, yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I'm talking to
hum-
myself. Continue.
No, just the notion that humans are choose among alternatives to achieve ends. Okay, this is like how they go about this particular thing, and these ends suffice some like personal goal that they might have or something like that. This is, and this is to say that humans are doing things, doing economic activity with some sort of rational intention is what this entails, which is not
when
even
Mises-
true. I mean, you can give all
Isn't
kinds of examples.
Well, Mises,
Well, wait a minute.
when Mises
Hold on,
says
hold on, hold on.
rational,
Nobody ever implied, no Austrian economist in the history of Austrian economics has ever implied that humans are incapable of irrationality or irrational behavior. For
Yeah,
example,
I could very-
if my goal is to boil the flesh of penguins, and so what I do in order to pursue that goal is I go to my uncle and I ask to suck his dick, then I would be behaving irrationally because the thing that I did, unless he paid me or offered me penguin flesh to do it or something, the action that I'm taking, I have no reason to predict that action would lead to the outcome that I want. And rational action.
That was crazy, dude.
no, but
How
what
would you use that?
to summarize what taxation, he's 100%. He used a funny example, but Carl, but
Dude,
what he's
insane.
trying to say is that when Mises said rational action, he didn't mean good or bad action. He merely meant purposeful behavior, which means that you chose between two. Let's say like there's an apple and a pear in front of you, and you choose the apple, right? He's not saying you're making a good or bad choice. Man, in fact, he actually says that man can err in their choices. When he says rational action, he doesn't mean it in the normal sense that people means when they say rational. They mean like a good, smart decision.
Right, which
he
is
means
all fine. What he's not doing is economics, right? He's saying if the claim here is that economics is this, that it's some verbal and deductive study, it's not, right? It's something that is quantitative.
That would be a form of economics, which, by the way, people from every school of economics, knowingly or not, will sometimes use praxeology in their field of study. Even if they don't know that's what they're doing. You find praxeological claims being made by people across every school of economics.
If you're
Even
going to
Marx
say a
made
praxeological claim is just stating that people are doing things, right? Then fine.
No,
Okay.
no, that wouldn't be a praxeological claim.
well, people
Okay,
act.
okay.
That's a praxeological claim.
Rational
For
action is
example,
you define
redundant by
for
Marx's
act in this
definition
very
of
specific
rational.
way, but people
He
act.
claimed that action,
But in the context of
purposeful
production,
behavior,
right,
is
and,
necessarily
like
rational.
class exploitation, for example, the like exploitation conditions those actions. So it's not in a vacuum that people quote unquote act.
nobody
so-
implied any vacuum.
Sure. The point is though that Austrian praxeology being like ahistorical, not having any material analysis, not being grounded in any like empirics or math or anything like that.
That's why it's better.
Okay.
That's
cool.
why it's dead, bro. Like I'm
Jesus Christ.
kind of an Austrian, right? Like and the biggest fucking murder. Like Rothbard took a shotgun to the Austrian school's skull, right, and killed it. Right, Hayek almost did good, like to make it like somewhat respected.
I mean, this started with Mises, but yeah.
Well, no, but Mises had an excuse. It was fucking
I mean, you guys are talking all this
right,
shit, but as far as I can tell, none of you guys have really disproven praxeology. As far as I can
it's
tell,
infalsifiable. You can't disprove.
Right. There's nothing to disprove.
then I'm not sure what
Like,
the disagreement is here. Then, do you not?
Basically, in order to refute praxeology, you have to deny the premise that people are capable of acting with intent to achieve a goal.
Yeah, I can't imagine how you would be able to refute that.
We
Okay,
you
but
don't understand.
you
Like, we understand you
understand
can't. That's the
it's
whole
not
problem we have with
scientific,
it. Like, what is it? What is it aiming to do? Like, why can't we use empirical data? Like, let's go to
No one says don't.
Nobody said
No
you
one
can't
says
use
don't
it.
do that.
No,
No one
you're
says
able
don't do
to.
that.
You can
we're
test
doing a
things all
different
you
thing.
want.
Have you read Theory and History? The Mises is claiming this.
Nobody
No.
says
I guess
don't
the question, right?
don't.
The
Nobody
question
says
is,
don't
like-
perform econometrics. Don't use empiricism. Nobody says that. We're in the Austrian school. We're just doing a different thing.
We merely have
Both
a
can
different
be done.
What
methodology.
kind of thing could even plausibly
Empirical studies merely give you a
definition,
historical data
as a person,
right?
you
They
cannot
give you
disprove the
information
central
as
axiom of
to
praxeology.
what happened at this certain time with these certain people at their specific thing, right? But that doesn't change the praxeology. I mean, you could do empirical studies all day. We're not against that. The issue is that we don't believe what an empirical
Because
study
you are acting
says
if you are thinking about
is not
it.
going to change our fundamental view on praxeology. That's the only
Or,
difference.
no,
What-
it's not going to
what
change
Somebody
your fundamental
has-
view on
kind of thing
economics.
could even
right?
plausibly
So I can
deny
explain
or
this very
otherwise
easily.
refute
Like, so
praxeology?
if you don't
And
mind,
then
I
if
could
you
give
don't
another
have an
example.
improved praxeology.
It's definitionally unfalsifiable.
Yeah, just let me give
Well,
another example real
in
quick.
order-
So
Well,
in
there
order
isn't
to
really, like, an
falsify-
example. It's just
So
like a
In
question.
order to falsify praxeology, you would have to refute the premise or disprove the premise that people are able to act with intent to achieve goals.
But that's
Yeah.
not even
Oh, is
what
it-
that's not
is-
even
is
what
that
the
a
axiom
priori?
is. The action axiom isn't even that though.
well,
That is the action axiom.
the action is
Dark
action
Market
axioms is that
I-
people
I'll
act.
tell you.
So I mean, I'm not
It's
sure
that
how you would
simple. It
disapprove
literally
of
is
that.
that simple.
It really is.
Okay,
Hold on, really quick. Really quick.
Literally, the claim is that humans engage. Like this is something that they do. I mean, where does it say sometimes they do that? Where is that in the axiom? Because maybe I missed that part.
Well, it doesn't say okay. It says man acts. It doesn't say man always acts. It says man acts. That means that it means that we're not always acting. Mises didn't say when we're sleeping we're acting, or when we're dead we're acting, or when we're knocked out we're acting. It's just man acts. It's just
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
How?
You
So
could
either
say-
this is okay. So either
You
the
could
claim
say
is
it can be
because-
interpreted. It could be interpreted as either an a priori claim or as an a posteriori claim, and in either
Well, no,
case, it would still be true.
Well, it wouldn't be a posteriori because that would just mean it's empirical, and you're explicitly rejecting that this is an empirical claim. So it's just
It's
a
not an
priori,
empirical
but-
claim.
Well, I know it's not an empirical
Well, it
claim.
could
which
be-
is
wait
why
a
I'm
minute,
saying
it could
that's
be-
the thing,
But it
it's
can
not
be proven
empirical claim. How
empirically.
would it be
It can be proven empirically.
I was
So
going to
the
say
point
it
I'm bringing-
could
That's
be
what you're
interpreted.
rejecting.
The point I'm bringing to your attention is not that it can't be proven empirically. The point I'm bringing to your attention is that the claim, as at a fundamental level, is a priori. So, for example, right, I can a priori know that all swans are white, just in virtue of the fact that in order to be a swan, you have to be white. And it may be the case that I can empirically prove that by counting every single swan, but it's not the case that the claim is reliant upon the fact that I empirically proved it. You understand the distinction?
If swans are by definition white, then it would be a priori true that all swans are white. I don't think the definition of swan
Or all
includes
No,
the
but
color.
bachelors
here's the
are not
thing.
married.
In
It's just an
order,
example,
in order to falsify that swans are white, you just have to find a black swan. What can you do to falsify the action axiom?
You would
by
have to
proving-
demonstrate the impossibility or
Would
categorical
this be an
absence.
action? Would this be an action?
It would be a performative contradiction, yes, unless somebody were to invoke some
this
sort of
literally
weird
makes it not
deterministic-
falsifiable.
some
If
sort
there's
of
no
deterministic
possible empirical
mysticism.
observation that could prove it false, it's not falsifiable. It's not scientific. You're not doing science.
I'm fine with not doing science.
We're
I'm not
doing
mere. I don't
economics.
go to
We're
the
doing
church,
economics.
The Church of Science.
We're being philosophical as fuck right now, to be honest with you.
Well, yeah, that's the point. But I don't mind personally. I like economics.
Unscientific doesn't mean incorrect.
No, so here's the thing. Economics is a science. You guys aren't doing economics. You're doing something else.
It's a soft science. It is a. I mean, it can completely be
No set of soft science.
A logical discipline.
Okay,
It's a dismal
that's
science.
Not how science works.
Right, so like,
Thank
I'll
you.
be honest with you. Like the whole purpose of economics, right, is they're trying to become scientific, right?
Nobody's trying. What do you mean? The whole purpose of economics is trying to become scientific. What do you mean?
I'm not
like,
trying to be. I hate science.
In the modern like field of economics, right, they're trying to become more scientific, right? But there's an ethical issue with like their testing ability, so they can't test like modern like hard sciences, right? And it somewhat deals with
Yeah, but economics isn't a empirical science.
Well, there are. Hold on.
Okay.
There are empiricist forms of it.
No,
there are empiricist forms of economics. Then it's not. Then calling it a science, it doesn't have to be a science. Then
it's not a
science.
It
is a science.
How
is the point, though?
How is it not empirical?
Dude,
we don't use empirical studies to prove whether or not. So, for instance, like the minimum wage, we don't use when you use the minimum wage, right? Us Austrians, we deduce a priori that man acts, there's scarcity, and if you force an increase on the cost of a good or service, people generally buy less of that good or service, thus creating a artificial shortage, right? Or artificial unemployment.
That's not how you do
therefore,
science, though, right?
I understand this, but what I'm saying is, can you let
There's
me finish?
this
Wait, let me finish.
obsession
Let
with
me
science.
finish. Let me finish. So what I was going to say is, that's how we deduce our our economic lessons, right? And basically, even if there was a scientific study that showed, oh well, here's this study that shows that the minimum wage actually the unemployment went down after the minimum wage raised. Well, then we could just say, hey, well, how could you test? You can't test for how it would have been had you not put it in place. I mean, I could have just easily have said that the minimum wage, that the unemployment would have been even lower had you not put it in place, because there's what we call the unseen cost. So it's not that,
which of course is that's literally why you have the field of econometrics. I don't know if you know this, right? But literally the reason
do you disagree with the unseen cost? The idea of the unseen cost?
Dude, I'm explaining to you the alternative thing. The best way that you could demonstrate some kind of relationship is through econometrics. It's funny you even brought up this study, Jerkman. You were there when this guy brought up the study regarding synthetic differences in minimum wage and their effects on homelessness and unemployment.
I was not, but
was that me?
I
don't think that was me.
Somebody who is looking at data across societies to try to determine the effects of minimum wage, while there is somebody else explaining logically the relationship between a ban on all labor worth less than a certain amount and unemployment. The former person is doing the equivalent of asking for what percentage of instances did 2 + 2 = 4?
No, that's not what's being done.
I think you're confused. I think you think that there's something in your brain. No, I think
you mean under
confused.
praxeology or under normal economic.
Well, but
practice?
The problem with these economic studies is that all they can do, right, is compare maybe one city, one group of people with another city or a group of people, right?
Yeah.
But the issue with that is that you have completely different groups of people with completely different motives, ideologies, time preferences, and you're comparing them and then saying, oh, look, in this city it went down, in this city it went this way. It's just like, well,
so what?
Yeah, obviously it's two different cities. You're comparing two different people.
You cannot account for literally every single
whoa,
variable.
Whoa. Wait, let me finish. Okay. You're comparing you're comparing many groups of people, different groups of people with many different time preferences, and all other types of preferences, and then comparing them with each other, and then saying, oh, look, your economic theory is wrong, because these groups of people with completely different preferences they have something that misaligns with your ideology. But the issue is like, how can you test for? You can't test for how it was.
Dude, I
when
just
it
had a
wasn't there.
revelation.
But you don't think we can't like, control for different variables in economic studies? Like, you don't think
You
that
can control for it all you want, but it's not going to make
I
you a clear
legitimately
picture.
just had a revelation.
It's not going to give you a clear picture
think that
because fundamentally, one last point.
Look, hold on.
Fundamentally,
hold on.
you can't
Let him
see.
make his point.
You can't wait. Good. You can't see how it would have been had you not put it in place. This is why twin studies in medication is so. Hold on. This is why twin studies in medication is so important, because you're comparing two people with the same body. But the issue, that's why it's so. That's why twin studies are like super important and super relevant. But when you talk about economics, when you wait a minute, when you're talking,
I understand the point.
You talk about economics, you can't get anywhere near something like that. You can't.
You're wrong. You're wrong on so many levels. But let me. Yeah. So I just had a revelation. Okay. Now I typically talk about the notion of like some of these attitudes being antithetical to progress, usually like social progress. But you are actually being antithetical to scientific progress. This is true for literally every single field of science throughout history.
Doesn't mean
it is the case that even with things in like quantum mechanics, for example, that previously weren't understood and were assumed to be at random, they still did experimentation. They still had, causal inferences that they built from it. And then there were just some areas that they were uncertain about. Now, since we've continued to further our understanding of things like quantum mechanics, we've had more understanding of the causal relationships that we didn't previously. That's not to say, there's too many variables, we'll never be able to understand it. That is actually a notion that's completely antithetical to all scientific progress. If people believed this, no science would ever be done, nothing would ever be accomplished.
So correlation equals causation. Got you, no problem.
Who said correlation equals causation? Who said that? Who said that?
Bad faith.
You're arguing with a straw man that nobody is making, though. Nobody said.
He quite literally said there's too many variables. He said there's too many variables to account for any scientific notion regarding this.
You didn't let me finish. Pointing out a flaw in methods of empirical observation is not the same thing as saying nobody should do any empirical observation. And what we are saying is not that empirical observation is bad. That would be ridiculous. What we are saying is that empirical observation is not the sole or even necessarily best means by which to discover truth.
It is the only way. Yeah, there's not another way.
I haven't really heard. I haven't so far. I have not heard one argument against anything that I've said. All I've heard is you're not being scientific. That's not disproving anything that I'm saying.
Right. So here's the actual disproving. Okay. Any way to engage in reality, we only have our sensory experience, not some other thing. So in order to learn things about in order to learn things about reality, we need to use our sensory experience. Therefore, we inquire and observe empirical data. That is it. Yeah, that is a scientific thing to do. There's not some other way to learn about reality.
Yes, there is.
And this
correlation.
Wait, all right. Let's let taxation. Let's let taxation go. Okay, go ahead, tax.
Yes, there is another means by which we can discover reality, which is not directly dependent on our sensory experience, and that's logic. If somebody
even David Friedman agrees.
Wait. Let's let tax finish. Yeah, and then I'll let you go after. I promise. Dark Marks.
To simplify something I said earlier, and mind you, this is not some anti-empirical observation argument, but if somebody says, show me empirical evidence for 2 + 2 = 4, show me what percentage of instances did 2 + 2 = 4 when it was actually tested, we would know that that person is confused, that they don't understand the math.
Are you finished, tax?
Somebody can purely through logic arrive at the premise that 2 + 2 = 4. They can work it out logically. That is something extrasensory that we have, that we are able to use, is our means of reason, our minds.
But logical deduction isn't purely a reason to think that what you're saying applies, or that it would be predictive of human behavior or economics or economic theory or whatever.
So these things triangles having 180 degrees, stuff like this, they're just going to be a collection of entailment relations and such, right? It just is the case once you understand conceptually what a triangle is, you'll just understand that it's 180 degrees. Now, you don't necessarily need like empirical data to prove that. It's not really clear at all. It's just not obvious at all how it could be the case that like these a priori things are at all equivalent to if you put in a particular minimum wage law, it'll have a particular effect on the world. They're just not like equivalent, like at all. And it's just kind of silly to compare them, but
Dark Karl Marx, did you want to jump in at all, or no? Okay. Tax response.
No, yeah, I'll let
never mind.
Go ahead.
Okay, then Tax, go ahead.
If you effectively bar people from buying and selling labor when the labor is worth less than a certain amount, i.e., for instance, if there is a restriction on any labor where the wage is lower than $100 an hour, then necessarily there will be fewer jobs being done. That is to say, trades that could have happened, trades that would have happened, are being inhibited from happening. And the only case where that's not true would be instances in which the artificial ban is lower than it would have ever been offered and accepted anyway. For instance, if you have a minimum wage of 1 cent per day, that won't affect anything. It won't cause any unemployment because nobody was going to accept that anyway. But the higher that number gets, the greater is the likelihood that you arrive at a contradiction with a trade that somebody would have been willing to make. If the minimum wage is having any effect, therefore, it is job elimination.
I mean, so
that's something you can arrive at.
You just have like two fundamental. Go ahead,
The neoclassicals got that claim through empirical understanding, right? Like, this isn't an Austrian claim.
Sure, there's more than one way to skin a cat.
No, but then too, like, so you can. What happens?
The thing we're trying to investigate, right, is Austrian methods. So to be like, listen, right, if we have this like calculus, that's only provable via empirical claims, it's just not going to be relevant to the argument.
Do you mind if I jump in here, guys? So when it comes to them, I actually made a whole like 20-minute YouTube video on this, the minimum wage. So fundamentally, I mean, I'm sure we can all agree that we all live in a world of scarcity, right? Okay, I'm assuming that's a yes. Yeah. So because we live in because we live in a world of scarcity, there isn't enough goods to meet everyone's demand. You know, that's just the basics of economics. So when you make it so that you make it illegal for someone to hire someone below a certain rate, if someone's productivity falls below that rate, you're no longer pays that person to hire that person, because fundamentally business owners are in the business of making more than what it costs to run the business, more often than not. You know, obviously there are exceptions. Sometimes businesses lose money, but the general goal of businesses is to make more money than what it costs to run it because of scarcity. So in order to, if they are hiring employees that cost more than what it costs, than what they produce, they're going to make a loss. Enough of those losses will lead to that business shutting down. So if there's a person or a group of people who have a lower productivity that justifies their wages, and the state bars you from paying them lower or a rate that matches that productivity, that they are no longer going to hire people within that bracket. And that's, you know, generally people who fall into that bracket are newcomers into the industry, old people, people who generally are likely to have a lower productivity.
That's a really good hypothesis. So, I think you have a really good hypothesis on your hands. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, like, none of what you said is actually that's actually disprovable via empirics, right?
No, but like, I'm not making a empirical claim.
You are. You actually are. So what you're saying is, listen, right? There is a certain amount of money by which it would take, by which a law would reduce the amount of labor within the market because it costs higher than it otherwise would. That's like an empirical claim that we can actually investigate. You're just. And I'm not even. Listen. I want to get to the argument.
You could
just
go
really
in
quickly. Like, it's gonna take 2 more seconds.
Sorry, sure.
Like 2 more seconds, right?
Sure.
I want to get to your actual argument, but the problem is you guys keep on doing this Mott and Bailey, where we're getting stuck in the weeds of these empirical observations. I want to get to your actual argument. So you have a really good hypothesis. That's great. Can we get to your actual argument about a priori claims, please?
Well, my argument was the fact that we live in a world of scarcity. We don't need to go into a priori anything. And I mean, unless you want to go into the humans act axiom, which is also what my argument is based off of, which is the fact that humans act.
You're missing philosophy. Hold up, really. You're missing the philosophy of science, right? Let's take this into a different thing, right? If I have this really cool fucking hypothesis that on every Thursday gravity ceases to fucking exist, and I like do all of like the mental gymnastics to make it true, right? And then every Thursday comes and fucking gravity still exists, but I can say it's an a priori axiom, right? Doesn't mean fucking shit, right? You need to prove things.
Is it not true that we live in a world of scarcity? Just want to know that real quick.
That would mean there was an error.
Matters, though. That's actually.
It would mean there was an error in your. It would mean there was either an error in your reasoning.
Okay, but let's investigate though. So basically, what you had said regarding minimum wage is that there's going to be this effect a priori. Now, of course, you are not including any other variables or factors that would be included here, right? So, like, if increase in minimum wage led to, for example, less endogenous money creation through loans and banks because people had sufficient income to just purchase things outright, then we'd be looking at like a lower M2 money supply, right? And that lower M2 money supply could actually have like some deflationary effect in the economy, right? And then your whole notion of what the effects of minimum wage would be, it's like, oh, this is going to be inflationary. This is going to lead to
but you're
people being
adding
out of
in
jobs.
another variable to the equation.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
It's literally just that
you're
this
no longer saying
thing,
hold on.
Listen,
you're no
buddy,
longer
listen,
saying, oh, the minimum wage causes unemployment. You're saying the minimum wage plus this other thing doesn't cause unemployment.
No,
what I'm saying is the minimum
doing.
wage causes unemployment.
That's not what I'm doing.
Yes, you are.
If minimum wage, listen, if minimum wage has all of these other effects that you have not accounted for, okay, then we can look at the aggregate and then make some claim about what will occur when minimum wage increases. This is just a
I don't
claim
see how
about
this disproves what I just said. Do we not live in a
Wait
world
a
of
minute.
scarcity?
Nobody is making the claim that reason is inherently done correctly, that it can never be, that you can never make errors in your reasoning. Of course you can make errors in your reasoning. If somebody says that 2 + 2 is 5, that wouldn't mean that math as a concept is bullshit and should be thrown out, or that logic is useless. It would mean that they were mistaken.
Listen, it's not what I'm saying is you need to actually look at what happens in the world. Okay? So economics being a social science.
We're not saying not to do that though. But like respectfully, we're not saying not to do that.
Listen, this is the only way you can learn about the world is from looking at
That's not the only way.
It's one
I'm
way.
literally telling
So
you.
Euclidean geometry is fake? Is that what you're basically saying?
Did you say Euclidean geometry?
Yeah.
No. First of all, Euclidean geometry is directly observable. I can literally draw a fucking
I could observe people acting.
Right, and that's what you would need to do in order to.
Okay, so then we both do we not both agree that man acts?
Okay, buddy, listen. You would have to see.
I just want a quick yes or no to that question. I just quick.
Sure, it's fine.
Okay, so then what's the issue? What praxeology stands?
Listen, the issue is that is not actually a theory. This tells you nothing about anything.
It's an axiom.
It's not a falsifiable
that
claim.
You and me agree on.
It's not a falsifiable claim, so it has nothing to do with
and
reality.
yet you agree with it.
Okay, cool. That's fine. Okay.
But he doesn't agree that the deductions apply to the real world in any economic sense.
What do you mean?
Yeah. Hey, man
act doesn't apply to the real world? What?
No, the deductions that you guys are proposing about, like, say, for example, minimum wage, right? The conclusions that you come to about minimum wage, if we have some a posteriori reason to think that what you're saying is not true, well, that's a reason to think that praxeology
I could go over my hypothesis again, and then you could tell me at what point I was incorrect at my hypothesis, okay? First off, scarcity exists.
Well, are you going to...
Do you disagree with that?
Hold on. Are you going to...
First off, scarcity exists. Do you disagree with that?
It doesn't. I could agree with all the deductions you make.
Okay, so
but it doesn't.
Okay, so
mean
then
that it doesn't mean that I'm going to agree that the hypothesis that you propose about what the effects of minimum.
Okay, you guys ever seen like? I hate to be like. I'm not trying to be mean when I say this, right? But you guys ever seen the meme where like Patrick, where he's like, "Oh, is this your wallet?" No, this isn't my wallet. Yeah, but it has your name. Yeah. So and it has your name on the ID. Yeah. So this must be your wallet. No, it's not my wallet.
I know the meme.
Well, it's just like, dude,
I understand the meme.
You
But
agree with every part. You
contention-
agree with all of
what
my
do you think my
premises.
contention is?
You agree with all of the premises.
So what?
But then you disagree with the end conclusion. It does not make any sense.
Look, I could agree. I could think all men are mortal, right? Socrates is a man. Socrates is mortal. It only takes one immortal man for me to be wrong. One person that actually turns out to be not mortal.
Correct.
Right, for me to be wrong. And that's something that obtains in reality, right? Based off of observation or posteriori reasoning, right? So if I think that based on a posteriori reasoning that praxeology doesn't obtain, right, as a valid economic theory or a, realistic
I don't know,
economic
guys.
theory,
I feel like all this is.
And I have reason to think that you're wrong.
Yeah, I think all this is just a bunch of cope, honestly.
How is that? What? Wait, how is that cope?
I don't see how
because
this is
none of
cope.
you guys aren't. None of you guys are saying you guys disagree with anything I'm saying. All you guys are just saying is, it's unscientific, or it's or this or this. Like it just sounds like cope.
If you did this with anything else,
I didn't.
If you did this with anything else,
did I ever
respectfully like? And I'm not even trying to be mean or anything. I promise.
Did I ever say unscientific? Did I say that?
No, you did, but he did.
Well, he did. Okay, so what? Like, what's my contention with what you're saying?
You're saying that if there was even one person that didn't act, that would mean that individuals not in that.
No, I didn't say anything about acting.
Or if there was, you were making the argument that if you made the argument that all men are mortal and there was one person that was immortal, that would make your argument valid.
Okay, and then you stopped listening after that, didn't you?
Yes.
You stopped listening.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have
okay.
ADHD.
So what was the reason? What was the reason I brought up the?
What? Why are you testing me? Just tell me the argument. Just give the argument.
I just did, and you didn't fucking listen. All right.
I didn't catch it either.
Wait,
I didn't hear the argument.
Hold on.
We'll tell you one more time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, am I roboting? Can y'all hear me?
No,
yes.
I can't hear. Well, now we can hear you. Or I can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I may have gone through a bad spot.
Okay, that's no
problem. But the point of me bringing that up, right? You and I will both agree that based off of the premises of the argument, all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, Socrates is mortal, right?
Mm-hmm.
That follows deductively, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And you and I both agree on that, okay? But all it takes for us to be wrong in that scenario is to meet one immortal man, right? And that is not based off of deduction. That's based off of the recalcitrance of reality, right? The fact that, reality is going to show you whether you're right or wrong, even if you have a valid deduction.
Right. All men are mortal could only be an a priori true statement if immortality is part of how you define man.
Yeah. Well, no, regardless of how you do it, the point is that the deduction follows.
I think we're getting a little too deep for my understanding.
And the point about humans acting, and you have these conclusions that deductively follow from that based off of these praxeological axioms or whatever. It doesn't matter if you and I both agree on those deductions. If I have a posteriori reason to think that those conclusions are incorrect based off of empirics, right? If I accept empirics and I accept that economics can be empirically studied to some degree, then finding conclusion or finding studies that disprove or go against those hypotheses are going to make me think that it's less likely to be true.
Oh, but you could just say this, right? When it comes to here's the argument, right? So when it comes to economic studies, I could just easily say, well, if you were to show me, like I said this earlier, if you were to show me a scientific study that said, hey, they increased the minimum wage in this area, and it did the minimum wage, the unemployment went down. So what do you have to say about that? well, then I could just be like, well, how do you know how it would have been had you not put the minimum wage in place? I could just argue that it would have been lower had you not put it in place. And the issue with there is wait. Last statement. The issue. Wait. Last statement. The issue with that is, again, you can't test for that because it's already been put in place. And then there's what we call the unseen cost, which is always needs to be taken into account.
Yeah, this is fake, right? So they already do this in econometrics. They do things like synthetic difference in differences in order to account for things like this. You know,
but
what would the effect otherwise be, so that
they
you
don't.
could
It doesn't
draw
disprove.
a causal inference.
Sorry.
If hypothetical,
it's not about disproving. It's about what is more likely to be the case. Like which hypothesis, on evaluation of evidence that is available, right? Whatever posteriori reasons you have available to think that one hypothesis is outcompeting the other, you go with that one, or at least you think that it's more likely to be reasonable.
Like, Sithis, do you think like economists like in the real world are just like, oh, like these things just happen, that's it, like we're not even gonna try to rationalize it at all, like they just fucking no, they have theory, right? Like just,
I
like,
understand
really
that they have theory. I'm just saying that fundamentally, these studies don't disprove praxeology. All they do is give you history, essentially. They show you what happened.
Praxeology is not a real field of study,
give you
though. That's what I'm pointing out. There's no thing that is praxeology. That's not a real thing. All that you're describing.
Then why are you using it?
Like, no one is. All you've done is assign some truism to be some like study of human action. None of these people have ever studied what any human has ever done. Okay, like it's fucking crazy. Like literally Mises and his notion on human action, his book on human action, and he describes praxeology as this deductive study of human action. What empirical analysis?
Yeah, but can't you say that about math? Like, if there's one instance in which 2 + 2 = 5, wouldn't that disprove all of math, or that 2 + 2 = 4?
Praxeology.
So should we just throw out math now?
Praxeology just math.
If 2 + 2 conceptually equaled 5, then that would disprove any notion of 2 + 2.
So we shouldn't believe 2 + 2 = 4 until we tested all situations.
Again, the difference is like 2 + 2 = 4 is a result of like entailment relations and such, right? Figuring out whether or not minimum wage
entailment relations
increases or decreases, employment.
Yeah, it's essentially.
It's not like an entailment relation.
Just, I'm sorry. Talk to me like I'm an idiot because I'm kind of layman onto all this.
You can't get through a series of entailment relations.
Yeah, it's literally like a law of identity, right? If you agree A = A, you agree 2 = 2, then you agree that 2 + 2 = 4. It's not some like other thing, you know?
But can't you say that about man-ax?
Dude, okay, but you understand how 2 + 2 = 4 isn't even some empirical claim about material reality, you know?
Right. Not.
How is it?
Nobody says it is.
But wait, doesn't 2 + 2 = 4 apply in the real world? Like, if I count, like 2 + 2.
Sure. If I like, for example, if I had 2 objects, right, and I put them in that same way, then it would be 4 objects. But this could be represented with anything, whether they're objects or not. What you are making a claim about with regarding human action is humans, which only exist in the real world. They don't exist in some like conceptual other world, right? There's not
somebody could do it with a theoretical species, a theoretical type of entity. For example, the Shmooman, right? Shmooman. We come up with this.
No one cares, though. No one cares. All we would do.
Have a whole different set of.
We don't care.
We could have an entirely different set of praxeology adjacent findings, just derived through logic about the Shmooman.
Right, but you realize why this doesn't matter, right? Because in the same way that if we were to derive like a constructed language like Elvish or something that they speak in Lord of the Rings, this does not tell us anything about like linguistic genealogy of like Proto-Indo-European or the construction of Proto-Indo-European. Like it's completely unrelated. One has to deal in the real world, and then we use tools in social sciences to inform us about actually existing phenomena. It wouldn't matter if we had some deductive thought on how languages should evolve. That literally doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is empirically how they do evolve. You get it?
Matter is always subjective. As it happens, praxeology is about humans, not some theoretical species that doesn't exist.
Right. But that's the thing. Linguistics.
Yeah, but you could see people acting in the real world, right? Like,
too. Yeah.
So what did that prove that praxeology is true? Like, clearly
That's
you're
kind of the
acting right now. I'm acting, right?
That's the extent of empiricism that is part of praxeology. Is you look around and you see that people act, and based on the principle that people act, you can derive
here's
a lot
my
of
question. Does praxeology lead you to Austrian business cycle theory?
Yes.
Okay, well then it's wrong, right? Because that's the thing. Austrian business cycle theory is empirically demonstrated to be incorrect. Nothing else matters.
Yeah, but
right?
you said that about the minimum wage, so.
Sure. The point is, Austrian business cycle theory being empirically proven to be incorrect, not taken seriously, shows the clear flaw. Right?
I'm extraordinarily skeptical of that claim. By the way, even if that were true, it would not dismiss praxeology or Austrian economics in its entirety. It would simply mean that somebody made an error in their reasoning somewhere along the way. Just as mathematicians can make incorrect mathematical claims, that doesn't mean math in its entirety is fakakta. But what is the proof that Austrian business cycle theory is not correct? I have to hear
obviously, Mises and Hayek make several claims. One claim would be that banks artificially lower interest rates via credit expansion, right? Which isn't how that works. That's not real. That's not how. That's not even how interest rates operate in monetary policy, right?
I'm not even talking that much. Are you talking about me?
The purchasing and selling financial assets on the market, such as treasury securities, not via credit expansion, and in fact, lower rates don't cause credit expansion either.
Are you saying that the Fed does not expand credit?
All right, so for the guys who just joined, I am on the anniversary realm, the 20th anniversary PvE realm, and I'm just listening to my friends debate.
Wait, don't give me taxation and stuff, right? I prescribe to the ABCT. How do you think the Fed funds rate works?
Say it again.
How do you think the Fed funds rate works?
This is beyond me.
Ask it differently.
How do you think the federal funds rate works?
Dude, we cannot ask AnCaps about economics 101. They will not get this. Okay. But
but this is important because as a fucking ABCT person, right? Like
I feel like I've demonstrated I have a good understanding of economics. I don't think you could.
No, you don't. I'm just gonna be objective.
This is like basic monetary policy. Like this is the Fed funds rate is monetary policy 101 or something. Like you learn in 8th grade or something, or maybe high school. I don't know.
So I'll throw you a bone, right? So like they do some cool shit overnight. Does that help you out?
They print money. Is that what you're talking about?
Oh my!
This is fucking dude. Okay, all good.
I told you, bro. This is beyond me. So you're gonna have to talk to taxation about this one. So
this is all good. We don't even have to. We don't have to go down this route.
Taxation. Where you at, bro? I need your help.
What's up?
Bro.
I don't know what they're talking about.
I'm a little distracted, but what's up?
I don't know what they're talking about. Tell him.
Oh, that reminds me. I was actually supposed to send you those papers, Shirkman, regarding because we were talking about this. But the notion that
and one was like low key, not super.
That wasn't even the paper. That was just data. That was the Fed data.
Because the Fed data didn't support you the same way you think it did. I think, but I don't know.
Yeah, what it showed was net interest margins being higher when rates were lower.
Yeah, that's pretty
is what I was saying.
Intuitive to like the ABCT as well, but whatever. Like that's the whole fucking point.
It indicate again the reason I brought that up was moving of money from people with like relatively high propensity to consume, of course being consumers in markets, to financial institutions that have relatively lower propensity to consume, and this being connected to like lower prices. Sorry.
I'm sorry. It's just obvious to like anyone, even like halfway thinking, that you cannot get from man acts to like understanding like federal interest rate. You just can't do that. And if you think you can, that's great.
Well,
interest
but
rates
here's my issue, like,
interest rates come from time preferences.
KingSithis, right? You came from to say like, hey, humans act, right? I give me some authority, like I understand I can talk about the ABCT. You can't. Like humans can act all they want, but like if you don't even know how like the Fed funds rate works, like it's gonna be hard for anyone to take you seriously, man. Like you have to learn about econ.
Okay.
Well, wouldn't be economics.
That's not economics as far as I could tell.
How the Fed funds rate works is not economics. Got it.
That would be an incidental. That is to say, that would be how a specific institution operates.
Holy, I'm a neoclassical now. I don't even want to be associated with Austrianism.
Dude, I don't even know why you would try and associate yourself as an Austrian. That seems like the most embarrassing thing to do. So I'm sending you the J.P. Morgan paper. There's actually two Morgan papers, but this one's the best one. And then the other one talks specifically about hurdle rates. But this one, and then and this one's the Bank of Australia. For some reason, the Federal Reserve one is not downloading. But here.
Aren't interest rates determined by time preference?
Yeah, but like they can be influenced. Like
are interest rates determined by time preference? No.
Influenced, yeah. Like full determined. Okay, like I'll just be honest with you. Like full out interest theory. I can give you like the basic Keynesian rundown of interest theory, but like full new Keynesian interest theory is a little bit too much calculus for me. But I try my best.
So it isn't determined by time preference?
There's so many fucking factors.
So here's the thing. One,
so I guess
the U.S. government has a public monopoly on the U.S. dollar, right? So then naturally the interest rate fluctuates around the Fed funds rate. You know this, right? So the rate that is set in open market operations from the Federal Reserve through purchasing and selling of treasury securities, right, determines the lending rate from like interbank lending rate from one bank to another. They have to pay, let's say 0.25% interest on, reserves that are lent overnight to meet their reserve requirements. Whatever that rate is, historically, I think it's like 3.75% or somewhere around there right now, right? But this is where interest rates, the first source is regarding interest rates on the market. Markets, I think did you say opportunity cost or time preference? That's what
time preference.
Yeah. So things like market competition does play a role, because like anything, interest rates are a price. So it does play a role, but it's largely fluctuating around what the Fed funds rate is determined. And that's just through open market operations and monetary policy of the Federal Reserve.
But under a free banking system, it would be based on time preference, wouldn't it?
There's no such thing as an actually free banking system. Even if we talk about the free banking era in the United States, there's no.
Even then, it wasn't really a free banking system because there was still some regulation. But yeah,
I know that, but that's the thing. There's no such thing as like a free banking system. It's like.
Well, you could get to as close to a free banking system as you can get to. Ideally.
Canada.
Huh?
Canada.
What about Canada?
I think you brought up this thing before, Jerkman. I don't know if I've looked into it, but of course the question I would still have is where did the dollars come from?
Banks.
The government printed them. Duh. No, I'm just kidding.
No, like the banks gave out like loan or like they didn't have a sovereign currency. Like they would have like the bank of like fucking I don't know the Canadian cities. Toronto.
So was it just all endogenous money creation, or would they do like competing currencies? Or...
Competing.
Okay.
Somewhat competing, I believe.
Ideally, I would like to have competing currencies and competing banks. I wouldn't want there to be a monopoly on a bank system.
Sure. I mean, competing currencies has just never been proven to like work out either. So I don't.
We have competing currencies today.
Well,
we don't.
Yeah, we do. We have Bitcoin.
There are many competing currencies.
We got Bitcoin, bro.
We do not.
What about Bitcoin? What about Bitcoin?
Guys, okay, Bitcoin's only value is as denominated in a sovereign state's currency.
That's not true. You can express Bitcoin's value in carats if you want.
You cannot.
Sure you can.
Okay, do it then. Do it. Tell me how many carats is a Bitcoin worth?
I could just look that up here. How
Can't
many?
you just look at how many? Can't you just look at how many? Can't you just look at how much dollars it costs and then see how much dollars carats cost and then do?
That would be a faster way to do it.
But that's the thing. All you're doing then.
That's not. It's not deriving from the dollar. It's not deriving from the dollar. It's got nothing to do with the dollar. We're just accustomed to measuring value. We're just accustomed to measuring value in dollars. It's kind of like saying that your height comes from inches. No, your height does not come from inches.
Guys, we're talking all at once.
To say that the value of a Bitcoin comes from dollars because we express it in dollars is akin to saying that your height is produced by inches. No, we just measure it in inches.
Completely incorrect. So the only reason I'm telling you, if it was not possible to convert Bitcoin to US dollars, nobody in America would give a fuck about Bitcoin. I'm telling you. Legitimately. Like, there's no other reason.
Well, that's because the state forces us to pay.
I don't want dollars. Personally, I'm not personally interested in dollars.
No one cares what you want. The point is, you have to pay
taxes.
I'm
a market actor. I'm a market actor just like anyone else. I much prefer to be paid in Bitcoin, and I prefer to do business with those that I can pay in Bitcoin. I don't want dollars in my life.
Here's what you have to do. You have to pay U.S. taxes in U.S. dollars. There's not some other choice that you have.
I believe in be the change you want to see in society. I would like to see everybody stop paying taxes.
That doesn't even really make sense, right? Like when you say like, hey, I would prefer to be paid in Bitcoin, I genuinely don't even know how you would do that without being derivative of a dollar. Like that doesn't even mean
derivative. We tend to measure it in dollars. You could equally measure it in gold or
tomorrow. I give you one Bitcoin.
But a dollar's merely a measuring. Something
when I first got into crypto,
it's not like what it actually is.
I can say this now because of statutes of limitations that I'm now well past. When I first got into crypto, it had nothing to do with a speculative investment. I wasn't thinking of it as this is something I'm going to buy and then later sell for a greater amount of money. I got into it because it was a medium of exchange for use of drugs on the darknet.
Which is fine. Now, people on the dark web, what they did with that money, the reason they cared about it being Bitcoin is they could go ahead, convert that to US dollars.
Well, that's one use of it.
That is the use, because you still have to
one
pay
use of it. That's one of many use of it. No, weirdly, darknet drug dealers do not tend to pay income tax on the darknet drug dealing. Believe it or not.
Sure, not on that. On anything, you have to pay sales tax, or businesses that you purchase resources from have to pay sales tax, or the person who you get whatever things to do your drug agriculture with, right? They have to pay sales tax. It doesn't matter. Income tax, sales tax, some kind of taxes, it's all denominated in US dollars. Therefore, people are actively looking for work that pays in US dollars. That's why Bitcoin could never take
most people have at least some transactions that they do regularly where they're going through the government currency and paying the government taxes. I hope to change that, but that is currently the case.
Yes.
And if somebody makes $1 million in Bitcoin, they may choose to cash out, $10,000 for those kinds of transactions. They may be a successful agorist who has, networks themselves sort of a microeconomy where they're not involving those kinds of those kinds of businesses that do things compliant with the states.
Which is fine. So here's the thing. Even if you wanted to do some like red market transactions, in the sense of like, you mentioned agorism, what SEK the third wanted to do, okay? Now
Love that guy.
you would not be able to bypass the basic notion that the state denominates taxes in their currency that they have a public monopoly on. Okay, there's no way to negate that outside of something like revolution, which isn't what you guys advocate for, right? Because something NAP. Well,
yeah, I just want I want everybody to stop using dollars, stop paying taxes, stop complying.
It's just impossible. It's just impossible.
Monero.
Yeah, Monero makes it increasingly possible.
Okay, guys.
Yeah, I didn't want half the country to vote
I would
for Trump,
bet everything that I. Here's the thing. I would bet everything that I own. Okay, that this will never ever happen. Okay, like it
Prospera in Honduras is kind of ANCAP.
Honestly, the anarchist spontaneous global revolution is more likely than this, dude.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, no, like that's the thing. We've seen revolution
because that worked every time it was tried.
All you need, I think, for this to happen is to get past the bottleneck of businesses. So businesses usually don't equip themselves to accept Monero largely because the customers are not interested in paying in Monero. And a way around this, I think, which could promote a more Monero-based economy and help get us away from dollars, is if you have basically a bridge where the customer pays in whatever currency they're accustomed to, but that money is not going to the business they're patronizing. The money is going to a third-party financier, which in turn sends the business some amount of Monero or whatever is the crypto of their choosing.
Announcement real quick.
Businesses that do this.
Businesses
that do this could save tremendously. All right, go ahead.
Announcement real quick. Sorry, don't mean to interrupt. Just want to let everybody know who has joined that I'm live streaming on my YouTube channel, KingSithis. Click my profile to watch. All right, go ahead.
If I have a liquor store and whenever a customer comes in and swipes their card, at least or 80% of the time when a customer comes in and swipes their card or something, that money is instead of going to me, going to some third party that then sends me approximately that value in Monero, then I as a business might save like fucking 30% of my income or something that would otherwise go through transparent financial institutions, get reported to Uncle Sam, and that I would be taxed on. So it's in my interest as a liquor store owner to utilize a system like this, even if the customers are not themselves equipped for Monero. It starts at the level of small businesses. Maybe you have some kick-ass referral system for a platform like this. Starts at the level of small businesses. I see it spreading like wildfire. And eventually you have a scenario where in order to compensate for the loss of tax revenue due to businesses using this, they make the burden higher for the remaining payers. That pushes more and more from the payer camp into the non-payer camp, which reinforces the same effect I just described, and until you have no payers left and the government goes kaput.
Right.
That's what I hope happens anyway.
Right. This could never happen.
Yeah, well,
okay.
Not with that attitude.
It's impossible. No, this is literally impossible.
You're damn right.
Not with that attitude. Why are you trying to blackpill us, bro?
It's hypothetically, I'm not running for office or anything, but hypothetically, if I was a president, I wouldn't have to do any executive orders or promote any legislation. All I would have to do, day one, or maybe not day one, it's too obvious if I do it day one, but very early on in office, I would hold a press conference in which I lie to everybody. I would tell the world that I have knowledge that the United States dollar is about to collapse and that Monero is going to take its place. It would be a self-fulfilling prophecy. People would, even if they know what I'm actually up to, people would rush. It would be like the bank run but with the currency itself. People would rush to
And then
cash out
Donald
of their
Trump would
dollars.
bail you out. Thank you, Javier Milei.
Yeah.
But
Bro's literally
legitimately,
talking
this
about
is
Trump coin right now. He's
Wait,
literally
It
Rat-
wasn't a
Rat-
but he wants to
bailout,
rug pull.
bro.
He wants to rug pull the whole country. Is what
It
he's
wasn't a
saying.
bailout,
No,
bro.
I want to rug pull the government, not the country.
okay. But let me inform you on something, right?
Rug pull Social Security.
There's literally no incentive for me to use Monero if I don't have to. Like, I literally have to legally
The
use US
incentive is that
dollars
now you don't have to pay
taxes.
taxes. The incentive
dude.
is that now you don't have to pay taxes. Now they
Listen,
can't see your income.
they throw you in a
Bro.
fucking cage if you don't pay. Like, I don't think
They
you
won't be
understand
able to
this.
find
But
out.
yeah, they have to prove
Yes.
it. They have to prove that you had this income in the first place and then weren't reporting it. With Monero, they can't do that. That's the whole point.
Buddy, no. You don't understand. If a business is purchasing and selling goods, they have to have accountants. Okay, they get audited by people who are trained in the public accounting laws. And if
Right, so
it
they
is the
purchase-
case, listen, if it is
they
the case
purchase-
that yes, if they're purchasing and selling goods on the market and all of these groups require US dollars in order to continue to run their company, right? How on earth are they going to continue to run their company if they have no US dollars?
They don't go entirely through US dollars. That is to say, they do their purchasing, or at least say 80% of their purchasing, they're doing it in Monero. Their input provider. If I'm a liquor store, then the distributor that I buy my liquor from, I'm only on paper dollars.
They're just gonna say you're frauding. Like somehow they're gonna be like, "How are you getting this income?" Right?
Also,
like,
where do you even get the
who's they?
Monero from, dude? Do I get a loan from
Who's
a
they?
bank?
The internet.
Literally,
Okay,
the
how
internet.
do I
Yes.
get it though? How do I get it? I get a loan from a bank?
The Wi-Fi.
There's no financial institutions involved.
Okay, how do I get it?
How do you get it? Gets sent to your wallet. It gets sent to your
You just
Monero wallet.
What?
really
just
quickly,
dig in your butt
it-
cheeks and you'll find
Wait,
it.
wait, guys. How do I get it though? What do I have to do for it? What do I have to exchange for it?
How do you get
obtain it?
Monero?
Right.
You can get Monero. Somebody sends Monero to your Monero wallet. That's how that works. And how do you get
Why would
somebody
they send it to me?
Of course.
They send it
Okay.
to you because usually,
print
unless
it in your
you get somebody,
Am I like
unless-
mining for Monero like you mine for Bitcoin? Like how
You
is this working?
you don't have to be. I was assuming not. No, I mean that is how Monero is produced. It is mined from a limited pool, but are not limited like deflationary,
Okay, so
like
it's
Bitcoin
inherently
limited. Like,
deflationary. Okay, so
No,
inherently
I
Give
just-
me a
I was-
Monero loan.
you keep
You
interrupting me.
guys are
I was
asking
just
him
saying-
way too many questions at once. Just try to go one
I
at a
was-
time.
I was
Okay.
just starting to say that no, it's not deflationary in the way of Bitcoin. Bitcoin has a max supply cap of 21 million, whereas Monero, it's a diminishing inflation rate where it's a set number of units that can be mined every year. So as a percentage of the total volume in circulation, it's a lower and lower percentage being added to the supply.
that's still
Which makes it
deflationary.
sure deflationary in a sense, just not hard deflationary like Bitcoin, and nothing against hard deflationary per se. It's just it's a different function. Monero works better as a checking account.
wait, did
Bitcoin
you
works
say
better as a
working
savings
against hard
account.
deflationary?
What did you say?
Wait, you're saying like you have nothing against deflation?
Deflation's good, isn't it?
Depends on your. It depends on your
What?
purpose. Well, hold on. It depends on your purpose. Different skins for different cats or whatever. If you're trying to say facilitate loans, if you're trying to facilitate a 30-year mortgage or something, it doesn't make sense to do it in a deflationary commodity. But if you're trying to say just have a savings account, then it does make sense to have it in a deflationary commodity. If you're trying to have an
No,
everyday
dude.
medium of If you're trying to have an everyday medium of exchange, it's perfectly fine that it have some degree of deflation to that everyday
Dude,
medium
it
of
hurts
exchange.
aggregate demand. It's like really bad for the economy. And
I
so
think
many
aggregate demand is a Keynesian spook, honestly.
Okay, cool. Keynesian spook. So you should actually, dude. This is crazy.
I feel like it's like every time
I hear
you're
a lot of
talking about
laughing
the
and not enough
economy-
explaining.
Every
Dude,
time-
he
hold
said
on. Every
aggregate
time you talk
demand.
about the
Like we're talking
economy-
about. Hold on. We can empirically analyze like the economy of Japan, and the massive deflation that they experienced and how this sent them into a recession. Or even what, Jerkman, we were
Long
talking about
depression.
like the
So wait, hold on.
the long
Because
depression.
you guys are Rothbardians, right? You would probably be somewhat, skeptical of like fiat currency or like having some sort of reserve rate, like having some sort of required reserve ratio because like a fraud, right? Let me know if you guys agree with that.
No, I do not take Rothbard's stance. I take the
I'm not
banking
sure.
stance.
I don't agree with that.
Sithis, if you're not familiar, this is a schism that has been widespread amongst libertarians since like the
I'm
80s.
not sure I agree with Rothbard on that one neither.
Okay, whatever it is.
Rothbard's position was that it is inherently fraud for a bank, a private bank, mind you, for a bank to essentially lend out money from what people are holding in there, having only a fraction in its reserves to be able to give people who want to cash out. And my stance is that this is not inherently fraud as long as the customers understand that this is a possibility, that if there's a bank run, they might not get their money.
Yeah, I agree.
No, in a free market of banking, you're likely to find both models being practiced. You'll have fractional reserve banks and full reserve banks. Obviously, to have an account at a full reserve bank,
a little tangential. Could we let Jerkman? And this is interesting. I'm not trying to cut you off too
you'll
much.
you'll have to pay a subscription
Could we
fee.
get to Jerkman's point real quick?
I was just trying to because I assumed you guys, because I've been big Rothbardian meat riders, right? I thought you'd be like some full reservers, right? Sorry, I didn't mean to create a tangent there.
Rothbard is never wrong about a single thing in his life.
I think he was wrong. I think he was wrong about that.
Okay, cool. Okay. Anyways, right, we can look at America's like most free banking period of time, right? And we can see, right, that there was massive amounts of deflation.
That's good.
No, actually, it caused a 20-year-long recession, right? Because what happens, right, when you have bad like deflationary things on debtors, right? So if you are in debt and the deflationary thing and the currency is deflationary, right, you have a problem. Now, to your point, taxation, that you're gonna have multiple
Notice
commodities.
I covered that.
No, you. But this is just not how reality works. Like, medians of exchange typically want to be uniform, right? So, like in actual free banking society, empirically, right?
Mediums of exchange do not have to be uniform. You can have 100 different monies in an economy. You can have 1,000. It doesn't have to all be one money.
Okay,
yeah,
so
this is real, guys.
Let's look at like
remember that
Canadian
place that had 1,000
let's look at our
different
actual
currencies?
model of
America,
like, how this works. Like Canada used typically like quasi gold and silver reserves, but most of it was all just fiat money. Like it was all basically credited money. Like for like they didn't actually have reserve ratios that they gave a shit about. Right, this is how free banking actually worked. Right, so they basically misstepped the deflation problem that the U.S. had. But to say that they're going to have like multiple different currencies, like that's just like, oh, so like the bank of what's the best one? The bank of
Wells Fargo.
No, I'm trying to think. The bank that you want to use for your mortgage, right? They're gonna not use the same currencies as like the bank I'm going to use for like my savings loans, like or like the thing I'm going to use.
Your mortgage. You do your mortgage in mortgage coin. You have your savings in savings coin. You do your everyday spending in everyday spending coin.
Think about this from a banking standpoint, right? Like, what are you incentivized to do if you are a mortgage giving bank? You're not incentivized to keep that thing like fucking inflationary, right? You're the one controlling how much reserve ratios you're lending out, right? To some extent, you can just max the reserve ratios, not buy anything. To like increase your reserve ratio, and then bada bing, bada boom, you just deflated your currency, and now like as a bank, you're happy as fuck, right? Now you can say that might hurt you long term. That's just not really how like businesses act. Like banks, for the example, like especially in like loan bearing institutions, right? They want the fucker to deflate, right? You have to make a way for that thing not to deflate, and your ideas of having like a bunch of currencies, right, isn't exactly what you're talking about. You want some form of monopolization when you're looking at a banking system.
What monopolization?
What?
I don't want you said I want monopolization. I don't want any monopolization.
Yeah, fuck that, bro. Fuck that.
For like the entire purpose I was just talking about, whereas like you can have like these banks, right? They're what in reality what's going to happen, right? When we can look at empirical data of free banking societies, right? They all just go to like maybe one or two commodities backed inside the entire bank, right? and then they just compete via that, right? You don't have the fucking 100. Like, how could you even conceive of 100 different means of exchange based off different reserves?
Right now, we already have thousands of currencies being used in the United States.
Dude,
Granted, the dollar has a huge market share.
You're so confused, dude.
What?
Okay. Here's what's actually happening. People are saving in US dollars in the US because they need US dollars to pay taxes. You can exchange in fucking paper clips. Doesn't matter. What matters is what those paper clips are worth regarding US dollars, because that's what you save in and that's what you pay taxes in. This is a fundamental difference.
Paying taxes represents a minority of most economic usage of money.
No, but it's the basis for why people are looking for the currencies they are, right? We have like a floating exchange rate.
No, you do not. I do not think that you. I do not think that you make most of your economic decisions based on the payment of taxes.
Yeah, I agree. You don't.
That's not even what I'm saying. I'm saying the reason you need US dollars is because taxes is denominated in US dollars.
Right, so I might cash out. You know, I might cash out to dollars. 5% of what I make or something like that to deal with the tax shit.
No one fucking
or to make transactions.
That doesn't even. You realize that doesn't even fucking matter, right? Because like the government, any new creation of US dollars that gets introduced into the economy comes from the US government. Do you agree with this?
Well, of course.
The creation, are you saying the creation of US dollars is done by the US government? Yes.
Correct. Okay. So at any given moment, think of any corporations receiving government subsidies that are producing goods and services because the government tells them to. Okay, those workers are then getting paid in US dollars, and then they have to pay taxes denominated in US dollars because the government says so. Like, how do you get around FICA taxes when you're employing people? Like, how do you, I don't know, what do you do? Like, you just say,
pay them under the.
We could just abolish taxes, right?
Pay them in crypto under the table and don't tell the government about it. I've done exactly this.
Yeah.
Okay. Which is why you were driving for DoorDash, right? Because you didn't have like a successful corporation. But Lockheed Martin has no interest in doing this because one, they will just make free money from.
It's fallacious to assume that was the problem, though.
No, I think this is the key. This is definitely a key problem. If you don't understand how, I guess the basic monetary operations of circulation of U.S. currency or any fiat currency for that matter.
I understand that the government and its currency and taxes are, at this point in time, heavily integrated throughout the entire economy. I by no means see that as some immovable, invariable factor that cannot be changed.
There's not actually an example of a long-term stable society that operated off of money where money was not denominated by a central polity such as the state.
Well,
right?
before slavery was abolished, there wasn't many countries that abolished slavery.
Okay, but wait, Sithis.
I would say Canada was a lot more stable than the U.S.
Sithis.
I even looked at the Canada example.
Wait, guys. Whoa. One at a time. Tax. Go ahead.
His factual claim was objectively false just now. What the claim that he made, and correct me if I'm wrong, the claim that he made was that there has never been a society that had money in common usage that did not have money delineated by a central polity, i.e., a state. That's not true. Right. There have been a lot of societies there have been a lot of stateless societies that used money. In fact, stateless societies, at least in the last 1,000 years or so.
Tell me about the stateless societies that used money.
Specifically, the money that they have tended to use, unless you're going to do some linguistic trickery by defining a money based on its issuance by a government, the monies that stateless societies have used have been primarily things like precious metals, finite commodities, silver.
All I need is one. All I need is one society.
Banknotes in the 1800s in the United States. Greenbacks.
Zomia used silver. Zomia used silver.
Wait, guys, PA and
No,
tax, PA
stop.
guys.
We
I know you
failed.
guys are
We
I know you
failed.
guys. Wait. Just let me say this real quick. I know you guys are on the same side, but try to let each other answer one at a time. Okay. Go ahead, tax, and then after PA, go.
Go ahead. And
PA, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just saying in the 1800s, the greenback, they were private banks issued notes, paper notes for gold reserves held in private banks. So that was not government controlled. It was totally private. Yeah, it collapsed. It did collapse because there was fraud, but it still is an example of it can be done.
Right.
And it was done in the United States.
Right.
200
Isn't that a
years
bad example
less.
though?
Wait,
It's a
hold on.
terrible
Not really.
example.
Let me
It
detail
is-
something really quick.
It is
because
not
Zomia-
failed.
only because
Wait,
it happens.
Zomia was mentioned. Hold on, Zomia was mentioned. One, Zomia refers to a general region, not a particular society. Two, I guess this was coined by James C. Scott in his book, The Art of Being Ungoverned. This is my first hearing of this term.
The art of not
Zomia.
being governed. Yeah.
Right. So, and in The Art of Not Being Governed, he does not detail that silver was used as a currency. I don't know what information you have about which societies in Zomia, because you have Hmong people, you have all kinds of different groups in that region. They were migratory, they were stateless societies, they operated off of like gift economies. They did not have market systems even, and did not have
They did have market
mediums of
systems.
exchange. They did not.
Yes, they did. They had elaborate market systems. They had loans and interest and so on. They had a robust agricultural economy. They had a robust agricultural economy, and they did constant trade with people in the lowland city states, as well as people in
where are you
totally foreign
informed about?
societies.
You said they have debt and interest and all. Where are you informed by this? What literature? Because James C. Scott does not talk about any of this in his book. So I'm just curious, what literature informs you that any societies in Zomia had things like interest?
I could sit and look it up. I mean, I don't care to play a game of digging. I looked into this a while ago.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with the anthropological literature, right? Regarding David Graeber, regarding people like James C. Scott, regarding anybody who's looked at the history of stateless societies and the kinds of exchanges that they engage in. And it just isn't the case that we find evidence of, money being used amongst people outside of being declared or issued by a polity, such as a state.
Okay, so here I just looked it up for you.
Okay,
so according to the Hmong Studies Journal, the Hmong used silver bars, French coins, and Chinese silver as money. According to
okay, sure.
Go ahead.
When you say the Hmong used these things like French coinage, you're saying they did this in transactions not in the Southeast Highlands, but in people that lived around particular states, because there's Hmong people that live in stateless societies. Did you particularly look at people that lived outside of states? Because why would they be using French coinage? I mean, it doesn't even make sense. So it's
it has been very commonplace for people in stateless societies to use foreign government currencies that were in the form of precious metals. For example, they used the Irish, independent of any English control. People in South Ireland and so on, where the English had no control whatsoever, were utilizing coins that came from the English crown.
Right.
It's just because it's very convenient. They're using it, but the value of the money has nothing to do with the state. I'm sure you would agree that when the state creates a gold coin, the value of that coin has nothing to do with the state. It's that gold is valuable in its own right.
Why? Okay, tell me, why would the Hmong find gold to be valuable? Tell me that.
For the same reason anybody else would find gold to be valuable. It's scarcity.
Okay, tell me why they would find gold to be valuable. I'm genuinely curious.
Because it is scarce and it is useful as a medium of exchange. Same reason Bitcoin is valuable.
So the most, I guess we could look at the most scarce metals, okay? Like
the most scarce metals are too scarce. They're too scarce to be useful.
So
what
lithium,
are the properties
okay?
of
Lithium,
money? Do you know?
lithium.
You don't want
cobalt.
either too much abundance for a money. You don't want either too much abundance or not enough abundance. There is kind of a tightrope to be walked. Where if you have too much abundance, well, then for example, if you were transacting in aluminum or something, it would be very inconvenient to have to bring that much aluminum, or even note representative of that much aluminum to say go buy a house. Whereas if we're talking about some kind of unobtainium, some absurdly scarce, I don't know, fucking plutonium or some shit. I don't know how rare that actually is. I assume it's very rare. So that's something that's totally
it's also like radioactive, right? But I guess my question is regarding the notion of
is that true?
Things being used as a medium of exchange simply because they are scarce. Why?
That's not the only reason. What are the other reasons?
It's not just because they're scarce. It's not like the more scarcity you have, then in linear fashion, the better it is as a medium of exchange. That's absolutely not true. It's just
multiple properties.
Yeah, it has a
this is
gold and silver.
The largest issue I have with this is it's ahistorical. Murray Rothbard said this in his book one time, and people believed it, but it's not really true. If you look at human societies, this notion that gold is this like universal system of exchange amongst different groups and societies.
It's common, not universal. Common, not universal.
It's a very okay. Here's what occurs. Okay. The only time, and it's interesting, you even mentioned things like coinage, you mentioned things like bars, things that people in these societies were not developing and issuing on their own. So it still details that polities such as states issued these currencies in order for them to be established. Okay, which goes back
and yet in other societies that didn't have as convenient access to foreign monies created by states or otherwise, or by private banks, whatever, because there's been tons of private coinage as well, by the way. But in the American Old West, it was very common to find gold dust, little nuggets of gold being used. It was commonplace in many areas where a guy running a store would have a scale next to the till, or instead of the till in some cases, where he's got a scale and he's measuring.
And banks were still holding gold reserves, right? In the 1800s, during the Wild West, banks were still holding gold reserves, correct? They had a fixed exchange rate regime where they were holding gold reserves, and the amount of money they issued was in proportion to the amount of reserve. This is just a policy decision, right?
That's what I was referring to, the private banknotes. But
you realize that's just like something they came up with because it's an old tradition in European society. You don't need to do that. Like, we don't do that anymore in the United States. But yeah, they used to do that. They used to hold gold reserves.
I've never said there's something magical about gold. I think what's nice about gold, the reason it has worked very well as a money in many societies, is that it's a good level of scarcity, in the same sense that silver is within the range of being a good level of scarcity to work as a money. There's nothing magical or sacrosanct about gold and silver. They just happen to be commodities that are fairly ubiquitous around the earth, that are within the range of a good level of scarcity to work as a money. But we could conceive of, I'm sure, innumerable other things that serve the same function. The problem with a lot of the other things that similar could be said of is that a lot of them are goods that have a much more fluctuating supply, because they are, say, consumable goods, or they're more readily producible. Things like salt, for instance. Salt has often been used as a money, but a problem with using money as a salt, which, again, it's been done quite a bit. That was done in medieval Somalia in parts, often when they didn't have a state, by the way. Salt was used as a money. And I believe in the collapse of Rome, they were using salt as a money. The problem with salt,
we even use digital currency. That's not even a physical object as money.
Right.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing about Bitcoin is very convenient to divide. You don't. If you had to transact Bitcoin and I can send you no less than one Bitcoin, then it wouldn't work. It would be far too
Not only
scarce.
divide, but
It's
also
divisible.
transport.
If you had a quadrillion of
Here's
them,
what's really interesting, right? Is that when we look at these like large scale stateless societies, for example, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, right? You know, we however
wait, the what?
they're
Nope.
the
Say it again?
Iroquois, right? The Haudenosaunee Confederacy. You can look them up, right?
Iroquois.
didn't have-
How
They didn't
stateless
have
that was
systems of
is.
money.
Go on.
How stateless that was? I mean, they were very stateless. No state in sight.
I guess this depends how exactly you're defining stateless. I'm not positing to be some expert on the Iroquois Confederacy. I'm far from it. But I was under the impression that within the Iroquois Confederacy, they had essentially primitive states. That is to say that they had tribal chiefdoms in which you had a clear and involuntary territorial monopoly on force within a tribal structure.
Decisions were made through consensus decision making amongst 5 different nations of groups, right? So you had originally 5 nations, now it's 6 nations across the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, but there was no particular person that had more decision making power regarding, governance affairs than another person, just based on consensus.
What is to distinguish this from political democracy?
Sorry, what was that?
What is to distinguish this system from political democracy?
Political democracy in the sense
I
of
should
liberal
say, like,
democracy in the United States.
No, I mean like direct democracy, just conceptually.
You could consider it a form of direct democracy. It was just based on consensus. But yeah, consensus decision making is a form of democracy.
Direct democracy is different from anarchy. Direct democracy is a very different thing from anarchy.
Well, I think the point is just that it's not a strong central government, even if it is like more democratic than what you're probably advocating for.
Here's one thing, right? Is when you say it's not the same as anarchy, I don't know what that means, because any historical understanding of anarchism has always been based around consensus, and there's never been anything else until maybe Rothbard in the 70s came about. I don't know, but consensus has always been directly connected with anarchist political movements.
So that must make it true.
Well, he said it has nothing to do with anarchy. I didn't know, that was confusing. The entire political philosophy is regarding this. I don't know. One of those. You mean the person who coined the name and established the political philosophy, who spoke about consensus, Pierre Joseph Proudhon, and all the subsequent traditions after, until maybe the 70s, where some dude calls himself an ANCAP. I mean, it's yes, anarchy meaning without rulers. There was not a society with rulers. That's what it was. It was a rejection of these unjustified hierarchical
But it was also
institutions.
Yes, but does this extend to rule by majority? That is to say, it wasn't just rule by majority instead of rule by a king or a chief.
No, it was based on
rule by nobody.
Are you familiar with what consensus is?
I know the word consensus. You may have some other thing, but I'm thinking of consensus as, the consensus of the jury was that the guy was guilty, and so they all voted guilty.
Okay. I mean, sure. So consensus is regarding consent, that's where it comes from, etymologically. And if we were to apply this, right, and if we were to apply this to the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, the way they made decisions in order to maintain peace and coordinate defense and their collective affairs, whatever, it's not some majority vote. Consensus means that all voices are heard, right? And nobody is adamantly opposed to what's being proposed. That's what consensus means. Everyone consents. Not even necessarily that everyone has the same exact proposition that's being proposed, that's ideal, but that everyone consents to the decision being made. And if someone doesn't consent, they are able to speak upon it. All voices being heard, and then the decisions could be blocked. Or if they had a matrilineal kind of system, so they had different clans and then clan members, and all of these people operated based on consensus. They couldn't act against the consensus, or else they could be removed, right, through consensus. It's the same thing, So that's the way that their system operated. Consent is the key word. That's all.
Okay. Was the individual Iroquois man in a relationship with? Is there a body? Is there an institution, an organization? To my understanding, you said there are 5 nations, and
Right,
within those nations, what there are? Do they have a clan system? Do they? Which, by the way, I'm not saying clan systems are inherently incompatible with anarchy. Most stateless societies have had clan systems, but I'm assuming they had something along the lines of a clan system within their tribes.
So they have clans. That's correct. So
Okay.
The way that the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, like it used to be 6, it used to be 5 nations. Now it's 6 nations. The amount of clans is typically 3 between each nation. They're parallel clans. So you have like a turtle clan, a wolf clan, a bear clan, and all of these clans exist amongst the 5 nations. Now what is 6? So it'd be like 18 or whatever. And then the clans are matrilineal, where your membership in the clan is inherited from the clan mother. So whoever you're born to in a matrilineal sense, that's the clan that you belong to.
Okay. So you have matrilineal clans. And then what is one's relationship with their clan? Is it a chosen relationship? Or I understand it's matrilineal.
No, it's matrilineal.
But
so it's like you
I don't
are.
Mean is it, I don't mean is it opt-in. I understand it's matrilineal. Is it mandatory?
I mean, it's socially obligatory. So like in the sense that you have social obligations, just like you would have social obligations to your family, you have social obligations to your clan. That's like, considered more so your family than even your immediate family.
So you're forced.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
You're not forced.
I know, I'm just kidding.
That doesn't sound like force. That sounds like not force.
I know, I'm just kidding.
In the notions of like social reciprocity and social obligations, this is actually how like most human societies and economies have operated, right? They're ones that where the theory of value isn't based on some like one hyper rational acting of sorts. It's also not based on some notion of like profit, but there's all kinds of social institutions such as just like general norm of reciprocity and social obligations that you have to members in your society, which ensures your ability to like survive in the future,
Okay. So I forgot how we got onto the Iroquois thing in the first place.
Well, I was detailing stateless societies not using money, this being like a really large example. Now, a lot of this has been interpreted as them using money because they did have systems of like gift economies where wampum, you've probably heard of wampum.
That rings a bell.
Wumbo?
It's like little I wumbo, you wumbo, he, she wumbo. But no, wampum, which is these little like shell beads. Sometimes they make like necklaces out of them, right? But they were used for like treaties. It was a symbolic declaration of like, amongst the Haudenosaunee. Even when they created the Great Law of Peace, they exchanged wampum between the nations as like symbolic of treaties, right? Or different social obligations. It was not something like, I'm going to give you this wampum for a piece of bread. Like they would never do anything like that. However, it was later made legal tender in one of the 13 colonies because the European settlers interpreted it this way, right? They viewed any like kind of social obligation to be one of immediate exchange. They then declared it as legal tender. So this could be the closest thing to like free banking that you could point to, but still, even within the colony,
so it could work.
It becoming legal tender made it be mandated in taxes as payment, right? So you could pay your taxes in wampum, which is what made it legal tender.
But taxes? What? It's not stateless if there's taxes.
No, I'm talking about the U.S. colony. Obviously, the British colonies were not stateless. I'm talking about how the British colonies adopted the wampum.
I misunderstood.
Yeah, but here's the real question. Here's the real question, right? Was prostitution legal?
Okay, I just looked it up out of curiosity.
Was prostitution legal?
I asked.
I don't know.
ChatGPT
We probably wouldn't have prostitution.
what if any
if any
mediums of exchange were used. I asked ChatGPT what if any mediums of exchange the Iroquois would have used, and one of the answers it gave was silver. It says it was at least once Europeans had arrived. It says introduced through contact with Europeans and lowland traders. Functioned as a portable store of wealth and trade good.
Sure.
So then that would be some usage of money.
Yes. So, like, state issued British sterlings, right, were like then used for exchanges amongst Europeans and these people, right? And that's true. The notion of things like market economies not ever, like, I'm not saying nobody ever engaged in some form of immediate exchange in these societies. That's just not how they engage with one another. But yeah, it's the case that people who are typically used to using money when they want to engage with people from stateless societies, they typically, tend to find ways of what things they can trade for other things. Like, yeah, that happens. I'm just saying on the scale of their society, they didn't even have anything like money. They, like, if the Mohawk and the Seneca wanted to exchange goods, they would just give whatever they like. If someone needed bread, they would just give them bread. There was no thing of, I'm going to give you this for bread, these 5 silver pieces of tokens or whatever for bread. They would just get bread. It was based on production.
So were they essentially AnComs?
So in the origin of
sounds gay.
On the origin of family, private property in the state, written by Marx and Engels, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy is referenced, and they refer to some of these societies as primitive communism. They do. So you could call it AnCom, but it's important to note even the notions of individual rights that a lot of European thinkers took into the Enlightenment were taken from observation of these groups of people, how they exercised things like individual liberty in their societies, right? They only there's all these writings from Jesuit missionaries in French colonies talking about, these people only listen to their captains. They view these people as you would have a spokesperson in the society. They're like, oh, they only listen to their captains as much as it pleases them. And if the captain says something they don't like, they just don't listen. This was the analysis of Jesuit missionaries in their writings talking about the Huron Confederacy or the Haudenosaunee Confederacy or a bunch of these different groups that operated in similar fashions.
Okay, so similar to AnComs.
Yeah, I mean, you could call it. It's adjacent in the sense that production is for need, not for exchange. There's no state, there's no money, there's no class systems, as we understand class. So yeah, they're Marx called them.
That's interesting.
Communistic.
So this, would you say that this might be the longest standing and largest well-recorded instance of something approximating anarcho-communism?
There's a lot of societies, honestly. But the Haudenosaunee, we do have a lot of information about, just because they were one of the few groups that weren't completely destroyed, and later actually ended up being bigger towards the end than they were at the beginning. and it was across like several different nations in a relatively large territory spanning from like Illinois all the way to the East Coast. So kind of large in that way, right? Like over 100,000 people, all kind of organized in a similar fashion. That's something though that you see. I mean, the Huron Confederacy, we have a little bit less information about. But this is also kind of an example. There were a lot of like plays written about these groups of people. There were various like Mayan civilization. There's honestly a bunch of examples. I would say regarding in the Americas, and anthropologists such as like Marcel Mauss have collected series of writings that talk about like Polynesian societies that operate in similar ways. So I'd say there's probably a number of them just like throughout human history.
What would you say is the most prosperous?
I guess that would depend on how you're defining prosperity.
Prospera?
Material ends of people being satisfied.
Yeah, I mean, they all record being satisfied. That's an interesting thing. So Marshall Solins, who's another anthropologist, in his book Stone Age Economics, which isn't really a book, it's a collection of various essays. The first essay in this book is The Original Affluent Society, where he analyzes several hunter-gatherer societies, finds that in terms of labor that they perform during the week, they work far less on average than like industrial societies do, even contemporarily existing ones, right? Between 15 to 20 hours a week versus 40 hours a week is what they end up working, and they're able to produce more than enough food than they need, have sufficient shelter, etc. in their societies, and they spend far more time doing leisurely activities, right? Like dancing and music and talking and these kinds of things.
Sounds nice.
Yeah, there's
I mean, you could similarly say that look, I've been homeless before, and when I was homeless, I had a lot of free time. I certainly, and there's been other times where I had a decent amount of money and much less free time. I wouldn't call myself having been more prosperous in any recognizable sense of the term in the time.
Well, that's why I said it depends what you mean. Like, these people report being very happy. It's not like they're struggling.
I didn't mean
for food.
happiness. I didn't mean like having a wealth of love and stuff. I meant like material wealth.
Yeah, material, like how many iPhones? Which society produced the most iPhones?
No, of course not. Of course, I don't mean iPhones. I don't know.
What is material wealth to a stateless society that doesn't have money? Like, what does that mean? I don't know.
Material wealth could pertain to what kind of shelter you have. For instance, if you have Society A where they live in houses and Society B where they live in teepees, then we would probably say that Society A is wealthier than B. I would assume.
Which is probably a bad analysis, I would say. But the Haudenosaunee had longhouses, very big wooden longhouses where they stored food, where they slept, where they organized council meetings. They, did a bunch of stuff. And
might it be them?
Could be, but you don't want a big wooden house in the heat of Southern Africa if you are the Kung people, so it really, obviously the needs are different. Like, they have,
sure,
they're building shelter out of, or if you're,
this raises an interesting question about. This raises an interesting question about how exactly, having nothing to do with currency, how you quantify material wealth in order to characterize Society A as wealthy. I mean, I guess in modern conditions, this would become much easier. If we were contrasting such like societies in the modern world where we have the technological capacity for, things, okay, a house is best in the modern world, because, for instance, like, regardless of where in the world you live, because now we can accomplish things like air conditioning and central heating and so on. So regardless of the
Maybe, but
climate, you're best off with a house.
if a slave society is more technologically advanced, is that a more prosperous society than a society that adamantly rejects slavery but doesn't have the same level of technology?
I don't use the word prosperous to mean morally superior, so yes, it very well could be.
Okay,
Now, you
'cause, like,
could,
in that
in
notion,
theory,
yeah.
I'm not saying inherently yes, though, because, for instance, okay, the Soviet Union had better, in certain respects, the Soviet Union had better technology than the United States did in, say, the 1950s. They were very good with technology, but would we say that the Soviet Union was more prosperous than the United States? I don't think so.
Depends.
So
I
you
mean,
might,
that depends who you ask, right? This is a subjective measure. That's what I'm kind of pointing out,
Yeah, like
if
the
you
value
have
of a carrot.
society A where they know how to, say, for instance, build an iPhone, but like 1% of that society has iPhones, and then you have society B where they don't know nothing about phones, but you know everybody's got a nice house, then I would probably say that society B is more prosperous.
Hmm. So it's interesting though. If you were to look at, groups in, like, let's say the Pacific Northwest, indigenous societies, like the Chetco that knew about slavery had like myths and stories that, you know, like informed that they knew about slavery, disliked slavery, and prioritized hard work. Um, and then, to the north of them, you have like the Coos who had slaves in their society, did enslave people, right? And even had different diets that reflected kind of the kinds of work that is required in order to produce food. So like the Chetco largely had a diet heavy in things like nuts that are pretty labor intensive to produce, right? They prioritized being you were considered of a higher status in this society if you were like skinnier, hardworking. And then you contrast that with like, the potlatches that were practiced by other indigenous societies where your status was based on how much food you could hoard and your slaves could gather for you, and then you shared with, a bunch of your constituents. This was like a status symbol, and it's not that these groups didn't know about each other or they were, just doing things based on, in many instances, they were directly neighbors and could have eaten even like the same foods, but, chose not to for different moral and political reasons. So like, even when we're talking about prosperity, if that's measured by how well off people are, regarding like, I mean, you could look at life expectancy, right? You could look at happiness. You could look at how large their societies were able to be built, their knowledge of technology or metallurgy or whatever, right? But none of those things would give you, I guess, an entire answer because it just depends on your subjective notion of what you think. I mean, we would have to look at our own cultural biases, and we would probably think like, this society is better because we value things like technology. So if they were more advanced in metallurgy, we would consider them superior, right?
I guess the closest it gets to being able to quantify prosperity, I mean, maybe there's some answer I don't know that's better, but the closest I can immediately think of is how many ends are being satisfied, or how many of each person's ends are being satisfied. Actually producing data on that would seem quite difficult. Maybe you could narrow it down to how many ends which require material resources are being satisfied.
Material resources?
Things from the natural world, such as an air conditioner, requires material resources. So your end for being, cool on a hot day without getting wet. That would be an end requiring material resources. That would be one of many. One could also reasonably make the case that simply asking how many ends requiring material resources are being satisfied is a bit of a problematic question because it posits no ordinal ranking of those preferences. For example, if I have a preference for heart medication and you have two preferences for a Twix bar and a pack of Twizzlers, it would seem problematic. It would seem problematic to say that. Here. What'd you say?
Sorry, I just noticed Pantheos was in here. What's up? I'm supposed to be debating him on what we're talking about right now. In fact, I guess in some ways.
How you quantify prosperity?
Well, actually, I guess stability in an economic sense is actually part of the debate. But yeah, Pantheos, have we talked before?
I think we did. I think it was a couple of weeks back, if I'm not mistaken. But I mean, I don't know. Your guess is better than mine, Doc.
Gotcha. I couldn't remember. Yeah. But anyways, we're putting up 50 pounds. That was pounds or was that euros? I don't know the difference of the symbols, but we're debating. What's the proposition?
Well, hang on, you don't know the difference between pounds and euros. Oh man, this guy.
The
symbol,
dude. It's a squiggly thing, and one's a squiggly thing, the other's a squiggly thing.
Squiggly thing.
Pounds. I know that the euro is like some European bullshit, and pounds are some British bullshit.
Exactly, which are also European. It's all European. Yeah. It's all Anglo. But anyways, he wanted to bet money.
It's all part of the fiat currency, and I don't know what you think about that, Doug. You probably want to abolish it. I mean, let's see. I mean, it's going to be a fun debate. I can't wait. Let's see what's going to happen.
Maybe it'll be a fun debate. Did anybody give you any background onto what they think I'll be debating and arguments they think I'll make and things like that?
I mean, no. There were some people mentioning, but I was like, surprise me. I mean, I don't want too much information on what you're going to give. I mean, let it be a little surprise. Let's see.
We can make it a surprise. I feel like I already know what you're going to say.
What do you think I'm gonna say?
Are you gonna bring up like ACP stuff or?
I mean, I was thinking a little bit of history to put in there, but we'll see. We'll see.
Okay.
You're going.
If we do
you're
purely
going
history. Are you familiar with like economic calculation problem, econometrics, or anything like that, or not really?
Those would seem to be unrelated things.
Yeah, bits and pieces. I mean, I run a business down here in Cyprus, so I mean, I know how it works. I mean, I'm not a professor or anything, but I mean, I know how it works.
Yeah, I got you. So, like, honestly, if we do focus on like a historical discussion, that'll be fun. It'll be a learning thing, and I mean.
I've read the Communist Manifesto. I mean, I don't agree with it or anything. I mean, I think it's complete bullshit.
It's fucking
sure, but like regarding economic theory, are you pretty read in economic theory at all, or not really?
What can I do for you? I mean, bits and pieces of it. It depends what we're going to talk about, I guess, right, Doc? I mean, I know enough to know the difference between theory, incentives, and like real world constraints as a business owner. So, like, what framework are you using?
It'll be so. I'll be straightforward with you. Kind of some of the. I'll largely lean into just anthropological examples in human societies and. There's going to be a lot of science references. So social sciences is where I will draw a lot of understanding of these
All right,
notions.
so you're going to be talking about like the hunter-gatherers, the small tribes, the kinship societies, I don't know, gift economies, sharing norms, all that stuff you're going to be talking about?
I will be talking about gift economies. I will. So if you prepare for that, you'll be in good shape.
All right, I got you, man. I got you. Yeah.
If you
What is
prepare
the
for gift
actual-
economies, if you prepare
What
for
is the
gift
actual-
economies, that you'll actually be in like probably the most easy. The reason I'm even warning you is just because I think it's the only way you'll have like a fair chance at maybe keeping up with me.
What is the actual
But-
proposition? I understand you two are going to be debating. What is the proposition being debated? Do you know that?
A communist society is more stable and humane than market-based systems, right?
Yeah, I'll put it on the side chat. I mean, hang on a minute. I'll put it on the side chat, and if anyone wants to like come and watch that day, you guys can come. Yeah, I'll put it on the side chat. Yeah,
Is Pantheos an objectivist?
Negative. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Dark's going for Dark's gonna go for the positive on that. Yeah, he's going first.
So he was asking. She was asking. Are you like a libertarian or what are you?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know the exact position of it, but I mean, I'm center right. I am like, I guess you could say libertarian. I guess, yeah. Like right libertarian. I'm like center. I'm not like far right. Don't worry. I know that you're far left, right? Dark. I know that you're far left.
All right, guys.
Yeah,
What does this conversation have to do with AnCaps?
It's all good.
Yeah,
I just
I mean,
noticed
we
he
went a
was
little bit
here.
off topic. Yeah, my
sorry,
bad,
we're ruining his stream.
Yeah, you guys are ruining everything.
The three
my
people
bad,
that tuned
King, my
into his
bad,
stream
my
are
bad.
fucking pissed right now.
Yes.
They were ready to hear about Austrian business cycle theory, and instead we're talking about our upcoming debate on the 17th, right?
Yeah, you guys are debating before the debate. What kind of nonsense is that? That's like a
Yeah, my bad.
It's
I'm
like
gonna start
drinking
setting off
before
the
you get
debate
to
now.
the
We're not even
bar.
debating right now. That's the thing. We're just discussing.
They're just
whatever.
utilizing the free promo on your YouTube channel, bro.
Yeah,
Which is basically it. Yeah. I heard from somebody that Pantheos was like, "Oh, this is gonna be an easy one" or something, which makes me even more confident that he has no chance of winning. But that's okay.
I mean, if you're
We'll
a
see.
lefty, bro, it's gonna be easy. If you're like a lefty, for me, it's gonna be easy to knock you down, bro. I'm just saying you from now. I mean,
If you don't get like fucked in
Very
the ass,
easy, man.
Pantheos, that's great. But I mean, we have to think about what's likely to happen.
I know. But here's the crazy thing. I mean, you even saying that you're not versed in economic theory is kind of unfortunate because I thought at
Bro, why you
least
acting black though? You ain't black, nigga. Shut your bitch ass up.
Hey, don't say that,
Who
please.
is that, bro? Who the fuck? Anyway, man, look, Dark, I gotta start setting off, man. Maybe I'll pop down tonight on your channel. We'll have a future conversation, all right? My G, I gotta start setting off.
Yeah, sure. Peace out.
But yeah, King can continue his.
Pantheos, what is that accent?
Yeah.
What?
He's British.
What do you mean? What is this accent? It's Cockney. It's a Cockney accent. I'm European, bro. I mean, I'm British
It's
born,
crazy.
but I'm European.
That's also the thing. I've never lost a debate to a British person, and it will never happen. So that's why this is also a dub.
Yeah, what about it?
There's no way.
Bro, like this Pantheos, nigga, he sound more black than you. nigga.
Anyway, man, Dark, I'll pop down later on your channel, all right, bro? Take care. Have a good one.
All right,
He sound more black than you, dog. Like, shut your bitch ass up, man.
Anyways, here I want to.
Sithis, are you gonna
taxation
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
and KingSithis. Here's what I want. Okay, if I could convince you, probably the hardest thing to convince you of is like the valuableness of science, and then once you are convinced of that, it would push you to be.
I don't think science is invaluable.
Of course science is valuable. Science delivers us amazing things every day.
Did you say
Right,
salience
so-
or science?
Science, I assume. I thought he said science. We're very.
science.
I mean, I can't speak for Sithis. I'm very pro science. I don't think
I'm not
any discipline.
anti-science personally.
I don't think any discipline that isn't science is automatically garbage and worthless. But science is in itself is a great thing.
So I have a question. If things could be produced simply for the purpose of use, based on, who wants to use the thing, is this better than things being produced for the purpose of just exchange?
Are you talking about a scenario where what I feel like this isn't what you mean, but what the actual wording that you just used, it sounds like you're describing self-sufficiency versus division of labor, where
No.
produce.
So I guess I'll be more specific. We would talk about this thing of like use value, an item's utility, and then we would talk about exchange value, an item's worth when it's exchanged for another thing. Okay. So things being
sometimes the only use is exchange.
Right. So things being produced for the purpose of, it's their physical characteristics and qualities, utility. Is that preferable? Like, let's say a society was considering, production around food based on how much, food people need, rather than, okay, how much can I sell the food for? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you think that would be like preferable?
Well, if I only will make sandwiches in the event that I'm hungry for a sandwich, and assuming this is applicable to everybody else, then what? I feel like far fewer sandwiches are going to get produced.
Well, my question is, how do you determine whether or not, like, the amount of need people have without prices?
Right, which is a pretty easy one, and we could just go into the historical analysis of this. But granted, assuming that you could do that, I'm just trying to understand where your value system is. Would you value that? Would you, like, assuming we could do this thing? I know we get into economic calculation problem, ECP, all this stuff. Assuming you can do this thing where you know how many sandwiches people want, which sandwiches, whatever, food in general, whatever.
I mean, are you asking, like, if we were able to allocate every scarce resource to its most value productive route without prices?
I don't know
would we do it?
Productive route. I'm saying people that want particular things, they're able to have those things, right? And
so basically, what you're saying is that, like, you would prefer a system that coordinates scarce resources to its most value productive route without prices.
I don't know what valuable productive route. I don't know.
As in, it's as in value productive would mean like it is producing something that people want, and then route would mean where it's going. So it's like things like things like what you said earlier, like we're producing the exact amount of meat that people are for sandwiches that people actually want. That would be the most value productive route.
We're producing sufficient meat for people, right? I don't know about what exact amount, but sufficient meat. Nobody who wants meat is unable to have meat, for example, right?
I mean, ideally, I would love to live in a world of abundance, right? I think we all would, right?
Mm-hmm. So, but all I want though is if we had a way to organize production, organize allocation of resources outside of money, where this was sufficient to meet, people's needs in this way, would you be in support of that?
I wouldn't be ethically opposed to it. No.
I'll say this. I can answer the question, I think, for myself too. If we take as a given the moral framework of non-aggression and consent and so on, then beyond that, my central value, I regard the maximization of the satisfaction of human ends as an absolute value in itself. And it matters not to me if the producer of the sandwich is producing it because he wanted to eat it himself, or because he wanted to sell it, or because he wanted to gift it to somebody, or whatever.
Right. So I understand that you're married to this like NAP thing. I just want you to think about like humans.
Assuming if it could happen. Like I said, I wouldn't be ethically opposed to it as long as you're not violating the NAP. Like, I don't care how you trade. Right? I don't care how you trade as long as you're doing it without harming another person. Personally, I don't care.
Right. Yeah. So I get this notion where you're saying you wouldn't be like opposed to it. I guess what I'm asking is, do you think it would be preferable to
I don't know.
market-based systems
I don't
where
know.
things are produced for exchange?
I
Because
think
this is
generally
the biggest
speaking,
thing.
I've never seen it
I
work.
think generally speaking, markets maximize the satisfaction of human ends.
Right. Now, I know you said you've never seen it work. I would challenge you to look into, and maybe I'll just delve deep into this in the debate that we have on the 17th, because it sounds like he
Me?
wants to engage in history. I'll just no. Pantheos. I'll have
Okay.
the debate
I
with
was like,
Pantheos.
what?
But if you guys do tune in, I'll just engage. Sounds like he wants to engage in history. So I'll just talk about history, anthropology, that kind of thing. I was going to bring up.
Is there
some
any
economic
theoretical
theory.
way you can give that would disprove the ECP or get around the ECP? Because as far as I could tell, I don't know of any.
Yeah, there's so many answers to the ECP, right? It's kind of like a non-issue. Depends on how you want to approach it, honestly. Are you familiar with like Paul Cockshot's analysis?
Not particularly, no.
His name is what? Paul what?
Yeah, Paul Cockshot. But
Paul Cockshot.
So there's
sorry.
There's a
Porn
few
star?
things,
What
right?
is-
There's a few things.
Sorry, I'm
if
a
you
child.
Look, so most of the critiques of the ECP from like a Marxist standpoint are pretty general. But specific like Marxists, like Paul Cockshot have had answers to this, and this is regarding like computational models that directly address this. He advocates in his book Towards a New Socialism.
Yeah, but how does he propose like doing it? Like what do they do?
Yeah, so he gets very specific in his literature, right? He, like the math is there, it's all there. So use of computers to calculate labor time value and material balances. So you would do like large input output tables, tracking of resources, planning production quantitatively. Labor time is treated as like a unit of calculation. So be like socially necessary labor time used to determine production quotas and resource allocation. And then these production quotas are adjusted based on observed demand and consumption pattern. Then surplus.
Wait a minute. Wait, I don't want to gloss over that part. Because it makes sense that, you can compute roughly how to do these things, or at least we'll just take that as a given. But how are you quantifying the demand? What in the case of a market, people buy things. That's
tables, right?
That's the real world interface. Is people's
observed
purchase
demand and consumption. So you could look at consumption pattern in the same way that you would, take inventory in stores, right? You're looking on observed demand and consumption patterns, and then you can analyze like.
So they're not abolishing. Are they not abolishing private property in the means of like? Are they not abolishing trade?
Oh, wait, hold on. Sithis, I feel like you're injecting morals here.
No. This has nothing to do with moral. I was just wondering, like, where are they? What are they observing? Are they observing trades in the economy?
I think I've heard a version.
So
I've heard a version of this before from syndicalists.
Wait, I do want to hear it. I do want to hear his response to it real quick.
Yeah.
What are they observing?
People are getting things. If I'm getting things for free, then I just as easily I can take the Lamborghini as I can the Honda Civic.
Right.
Is that correct?
Sure,
okay. Sure. So then my incentive as an individual is I'm going to take the nicest of everything. I'm going straight for I'm not a seafood guy, but if I was, I'm going straight for the lobster and caviar and Lamborghini and mansion and so on. If my consumption is unrestrained by prices, then the allocation of resources to me is, I take the nicest.
Why would you have a Lamborghini if you have a family of 5, for example?
Okay, then I get 5 Lamborghinis. I'll take 5 Lamborghinis then. Or I'll take
that your 2-year-old children can drive, for example.
I'll take the Rezvani vengeance.
Wait, Karl
then.
Marx,
That's-
Karl Marx, are you
it makes no sense.
seriously suggesting that people wouldn't make decisions like that? Like if people
Of course they wouldn't. Of course not.
You
There's
think
no-
people
there's no
wouldn't choose a
incentive to it.
Lamborghini if they had the option to? Like,
I personally, this is
Okay,
not
no,
even
hold
theoretical.
on. Just tell me if you can tell me why. I'll entertain it. Just tell me why they would choose.
I would take the Rezvani vengeance for a very good reason. A Rezvani vengeance, by the way, is about double the price of a Lamborghini. A Rezvani,
just tell me
why.
Well, I would wager the main reason
because
why
I want my family to have the interior entertainment systems and
interior
TVs
crocodile
and stuff
alligator.
well, just entertainment and stuff. And then B, I want my family protected on all sides by level 6 rifle armor and under vehicle IED protection, or I should say explosive protection and so on. Like the Rezvani Vengeance is the ultimate vehicle for a family man.
Sure. So if there's a truck that people did want because it was like safe for their family, good for their fun for their family, right? All these things, and you would have more production of that thing. That's not a hard thing to do. Regarding the Lamborghini, obviously people just won't.
But by how much more production? How do you determine by how much more production you like? If you see something get sold out, wait, hold on, wait. Like, so for instance, like if you don't have private property trades, right? What you just have people sort of making things, and then you have people choosing based on their needs, right? I would wager that the main reason why people aren't choosing to buy Lamborghinis as of right now is because, I assume a lot of people really want Lamborghinis or really nice cars or fancy cars with all of these nice gadgets in them. But the main reason is there's a large scarcity, and because of that, the price is higher than it would be otherwise because there's not as much to go around. Now, if you take away that pricing mechanism, obviously people are going to choose the highest quality thing. Like, I'm not sure why there's two things in front of somebody.
Quality thing. Do you think? Okay, do you believe that value?
Well, I was on my last. It's like if you put two things in front of somebody and one's higher quality than the other, they're going to choose the higher quality over the other.
Hold on. But do you believe value is subjective?
Yeah.
And there's no such thing as something that's objectively high quality. You would agree?
Yeah, but there are things that most people consider to be more higher quality than other things.
Based on what?
And then there are things that require a tremendous degree.
Most people would. Wait. I do want to answer that
Lamborghinis.
question. So, for instance, most people find cars that are like smart cars with all of these new expensive gadgets in it to be more valuable than cars without that stuff. So, because of that, people tend to buy more of that thing than they would otherwise.
Right. So people, for example, most cars have GPSs now and stuff, right? It's like a given. So you would probably just have, in the same way that cars have GPSs, people would be like caring about having GPSs because it's something that's useful. A family of 5, most people with families they don't really care about Lamborghinis. Outside of status.
Well, the dad might
serve a functional purpose.
The dad might, the father might think it's cool. The son might think it's cool to have a Lamborghini,
For what?
A Mustang or something. I
For
know.
What, though?
If you were to give me the option to get like a new Mustang or something like, I'm like, you think I'm gonna say no? I'm gonna say fuck yeah, they're fucking cool.
For what?
Or if you had to choose, or another example, right? If you had to choose between a gaming PC that is able to run all the coolest games and you can live stream on it, or a PS2, obviously most people are going to choose the gaming PC or the PlayStation 5 or the PS3.
For example, okay, I have a question because this came up yesterday. I was having a discussion with someone. Do you think women are like biologically or genetically predispositioned to not want to be doctors and instead want to be nurses?
I don't know. That's a biology question.
Well, we're discussing biology now. You would have to have the.
No, I was not talking about. I wasn't making a biological claim. I'm just saying that
you
people
have to be. You have to be.
No, wait. Listen. I'm just saying. Wait. Listen. Only claim that I'm making is that there are certain things that are high quality that people tend to prefer over other things. That
biologically, right?
It's not about biology. It's just in fact.
what
This is
influences
true.
it then?
This
I
is
keep
true.
asking you why.
Wait. This is true
What
across
influences
men
it?
and women. So, for instance,
Hold
if you have expensive
What?
makeup and you have non-expensive makeup or something that generally women like, right? Women are generally also going to choose the highest quality thing over the non-high quality. This is true across both. This is true across both genders.
Do you believe that there is some biological component that makes people prefer more expensive items or things that say Gucci on them?
I don't know.
I think there are biological explanations for the having more tendency of men being doctors and women being nurses, but I do not believe there is a biological reason behind Gucci other than
which if you
all I
believe
do
that,
know is that
makes
in the
sense. It
market,
makes sense
people
that you
tend to
believe that.
buy,
That's
and
the
all I
only
know is that
way.
in the market, when you observe the market, people tend to pay more for Gucci stuff than they would otherwise. I don't know. I can't tell you biologically why that is the case. I'm not a biologist.
Basically, a man, but usually it's men buying Gucci things, I think. And a man buys a Gucci thing primarily because it signals to women that he can be a good provider, because it's an indicator of wealth in the society we live in, especially in black society.
Yeah, a lot of the reason why a lot of people buy a lot of this stuff isn't merely because, like, if I buy Nike shoes, you don't buy Nike shoes merely for the shoe. Like, anyone, you could buy a shoe anywhere. They do it as a display of wealth. Like, I have more money than you, so I can afford this shoe.
Here's what we're doing. We're doing praxeology again. Okay. Now, here's what I want you guys to do.
Wait, this isn't praxeology. This wasn't. No one was doing praxeology.
Empirically, the case.
Empirically, the case than a
is
shoe
that
nerd, I guess.
Gucci like online sales, their customer base, it skews women, right? And then on top of that, beyond just their like more female audience, the reason people prefer things like Gucci is because of the status associated with it. That's true. But that has nothing to do with any function or utility of Gucci. If you remove the status, as in these things were to all cost the same, you would not see a preference for Gucci. It would be fucking impossible.
I don't disagree.
Right?
I don't disagree with that.
Right.
Maybe
so
a nominal. Maybe I assume that.
I think I do.
I assume that
analyze. Hold on, real quick.
Wait, let Marks go.
Yeah, if we analyze this in a moneyless society, right? And you were to say, well, of course, more people are going to purchase Gucci or prefer or want to obtain Gucci. Obviously, that's not true. No one gives a fuck about Gucci. And even if they did, Gucci costs like, the same to produce as all of these other cheap it's made out of the same fucking materials.
But there would still be different levels of quality to things. Even without money, there would still be different levels of quality to things. Like, for instance, like, even though Gucci is like wildly more expensive than like your net order shoe, they are sometimes higher quality than your average clothing, right? So for instance, Nike shoes are generally higher quality than your average shoe. So, even if there's no price tag, even if there's no price tag on it, I mean, people, if the object itself gives you a higher utility or there's a higher quality, people are going to choose the higher quality one over the lower quality one, right?
I'd rather have a bigger house than I have.
The brand also has a bunch of value in it too. Like with Gucci especially, it's like the brand
course,
is
yeah.
like a lot of what you're paying for.
The status is what's going on there, except I think that the comparison is not going to be... I think that Dark Karl Marx is making a decent argument. It's just that when it comes to like Gucci versus like your standard bags or something like that, it probably doesn't hold as much water because Gucci does use higher quality materials in order to kind of justify the price, as well as like there's a little bit more like handmade, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying.
Yeah, but I think that Dark Karl Marx's point might be better made in terms of bags by comparing Gucci to something like Coach. I just know this because my girlfriend is a bag nerd, all right? So, Coach.
I wasn't even talking about bags. I'll be honest. I don't know about purses. I was talking about like shirts, right? There's
I'm
literally
just
Gucci shirts
make your point,
that are
actually.
like 100% cotton, and they're just like, they say Gucci on them, and that's
right. No, I got you. But like what they're known for is like these quality bags and all that kind of shit, that if you tried to say, oh, well, everything's going to cost the same, well, yeah, they're going to gravitate towards Gucci because it's a higher quality thing. However, if you had like Gucci versus Coach, where the quality is similar enough, where like the price kind of prevents you from going to Gucci, because even though they're similar in price, you're paying a hell of a lot more for that quality than you would be paying for a similar quality with something like Coach. So, you know, the brand is obviously part of the price, and also I think that there's a price is spice element going on with some of these brands as well, especially with like expensive food and shit like that. Like there's places that sell, you know, $1,000 steaks or whatever the fuck that are marginally better or even worse than what you can get for like $20 at a store or something like, or at a more accessible restaurant or something like that. But
sure. But here's the thing, right? So this is actually interesting because leather, for example, the reason, you know, there's a bunch of explanations, but it is associated with things like status. Okay. That people would prefer like a Gucci leather bag or something. It is not more durable than synthetic leather. Okay. It's not more scratch resistant. It's not more water resistant. It's not easier to repair, any of these things. Synthetic leather is far more resistant and easier to repair.
But
the reason people are going after leather, though, is because of, you know, it is associated with a particular status thing.
But what did if you mind if I respond to this real quick? What did that add to like? What did that like? Give credence to the STV, because fundamentally, like, what is making these things that thing valuable over another, despite the fact that one is more higher quality than the other, is the fact that people's perception of it is different.
We don't actually have to get into STV because that's not what we're talking about right now.
No, I know, but I'm just, I mean, I feel like what I said is true.
Sure. Yeah, there's no Marxist that says market competition doesn't play a role or something in prices or anything like that. But what I am detailing though is just the notion of, in a moneyless society, none of these things matter. People, like, there's no purpose of preferring leather because it requires, you know, more maintenance, is more sensitive to water and scratches than something like you know, fake leather is. Like it wouldn't make sense. People don't.
It can be an aesthetic preference. It can be a care. Somebody wants something that they're that kind of dedicated to, in the care towards it. There's all kinds of reasons that are beyond just
money,
you know, status.
But money. I don't think just taking away money is going to take away people's preferences for certain objects. Like obviously quality is going to take into effect as well. Like, you know, if a Gucci Gabbana bag or glasses or whatever is more higher quality, even if it's, you know, at the same price, people are just going to want to buy that one.
On quality, that you can have something that is of higher quality and cheaper materials. It's just, I think that what's going on, that is, Karl Marx is making a better point than you on the quality thing. The thing that Karl Marx might have like a much better point than you on that.
How so?
But oh boy. All right. Well, he talked about the practicality element, that if you're going to talk about quality, then something that is a cheaper and higher quality material is going to be better than a more expensive and lower quality material.
Yeah, but again, I don't think that
less quality.
We don't base pricing based on quality. You base pricing based on whether or not people value.
Well, then stop using quality. So
no. But I was wait. You didn't understand my argument. He's saying that if we took away money from the economy, that individuals would. The whole idea of there being a difference between Dolce & Gabbana and New Balance shoes would vanish. And I'm like, well, that's not true, because there are different quality standards between those two that don't have to do with money. That was my argument.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, but not really though, right?
That point though.
That was what he was saying.
Yeah,
that was
he
what
already
he was
said
saying.
That. Yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing. Okay,
I don't think that Karl Marx thinks that things will be all of the same quality.
Is that not what you said, Karl Marx? Am I misrepresenting what you said, or?
What I was saying is that the kind of preference wouldn't exist in the same capacity, where you would have like without a system of money, what is the incentive for people to pick one thing up like over another? It would be simply utility. It wouldn't be based on status, right? It wouldn't be based on you mentioned like all of these notions of scarcity that are also based on status, right? Like brand names that are also based on status. All of these things are status-based notions of why people might put so much emphasis on these things in society. But and instead, we'd simply be looking at like, is this thing useful? Does it accomplish what I want it to? And we're not looking at, the exchange value portion.
I think that cultural and aesthetic preferences would also figure in.
Even if you take away status,
cultural preferences are not something that will go away, but cultural sure, but aesthetics are like, even when we talk about aesthetics, I mean, how many people do you think that actually purchase Gucci can tell the difference between like a good synthetic leather and like actual leather that's made from
a lot of them can.
Right, designer clothing is primarily status.
Maybe
designer clothing is primarily status based, but a lot of the expensive things. Designer clothing is obviously status based, but a lot of expensive things that people buy, including consumers' goods, have little are not inherently status based.
I mean, there is a reason why people like to watch people walk down the runway. I mean, it has to be aesthetically pleasing to a certain degree, right? That like
I would love to have a private jet and a super yacht having nothing to do with the status of saying I have those things. It would be super convenient to have a private jet, and it would be a blast to have a super yacht for myself.
Another example of that would be a graphics card. Like if you gave me the choice between a RTX 4060 and a 4070 or 80, I'm going to choose the 4080 because not because of the status, but merely because it's a better.
Yeah, but that plays into Karl Marx's utility argument.
It does. Yeah, it has more utility.
Yeah, so and this is fine, right? So like all that would happen is people would only be producing the best video cards that are capable, right? Like if that was the actual preference of everyone, then people wouldn't be producing shitty graphics cards, right? Like that's all.
Right,
yes,
but understand that the resources that go into producing, I'm assuming, I don't know shit about graphics cards, but I'm assuming that the resources that go into producing a really good graphics card for everybody, that's a tremendous amount of resources. And now this means that you can't give everybody a boat or a jet or, even a computer or maybe even food. I don't know.
Also,
I guess it depends
another thing is
there's
things that there are things that don't necessarily give people like utility in the sense of like functional, but are like aesthetically pleasing. Like so, for instance, like I could choose a really aesthetically pleasing gaming PC case.
Here's the thing. Obviously, some things are going to be fucking impossible. Obviously, not everyone can have a jet. It doesn't make environmental sense. It's like functionally not possible because there's a limited amount of pilots, right? Like,
well, then somebody's going to have to make a decision as to like who gets what, right?
No, you would just have. So here's what would actually happen.
Nobody gets a private jet.
I'm sorry. This is so disingenuous. There's a difference between making a house for everyone and feeding everyone, and everyone gets a jet, a private jet. Are you fucking real?
Or
people in your society don't.
There are things that a lot of people.
Stupid.
Are you disagreeing that there are things that in this world that a lot of people want that there's not enough to go around with?
This is fine, right?
Wait, no. I just want a quick answer to that question. Like, obviously, there are things in this world. Obviously, there are things in this. Wait! Stop it, please! Don't interrupt me, please. Okay. There are things in this world that people really, really want that aren't abundant, right? And that can't go be.
False.
Well, no. So, for instance,
we're talking about living standards.
So beachfront houses. So, for instance, like let's say beachfront houses. Could everyone be able to, like, if most people want, a lot of people really, really want to live in beachfront houses. Is there any way you could just make it so that everyone, if they wanted to, would be able to move to a beachfront house if they wanted to?
We could make islands like they do in Dubai.
Not everyone wants a beachfront house, so you're fucking.
Well, let's say everybody just decided that they no. Let's say everybody just decided.
This is about how to run a society, a livable society.
Wait, let me finish.
Stop.
You're saying, I'm just.
I'm not interested in your stupid straw man.
Okay, then why are you here?
How to run a society?
Then why are you here?
because I'm interested in running a society in good faith.
Okay, so then
not
if you're
making a
not here,
mockery
if you're
of the
not here to
entire
hear my
subject,
hypothetical,
talk about everyone having a private jet, which is fucking stupid.
Hold on,
But
just
here, let me actually posit this real quick. Just
well,
I'll
I
let you
would like to
respond,
hear what I would like to get out my actual argument, which is that fundamentally,
I'm
like,
not
there are
interested
things.
in your stupid.
Then get the
fucking
fuck
narrative.
out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of.
No.
Actually, I'll do you the favor.
Yeah, no,
So-
I did want to hear it. Like,
Fuck,
like,
man.
I get it, but okay. So I kind of feel like I know where this is going, though. The only thing that I'm going to posit is that
At
it's
least let
literally
him
not.
say it.
It's not literally possible, right? In the same way that and it's not even preferable. Like when we look at
No, obviously, it's not
actual
possible
society.
to give everybody everything that they want, right?
Yeah, but I just mean it's not even preferable in the notion that everyone would have like their own private jet. Like that would just be
Yeah, but
really
there would be
bad for the world.
you got to admit there would be a lot of people who would want that, right?
Want is not the same
Not-
thing. We're back to
I
the point
actually
that the other
don't-
guy was making that you muted.
But I don't even think it.
Well,
they
but he
would,
was.
actually.
I didn't mute you guys. I because you guys are being chill. I muted him because he was telling me he didn't want to. You know.
No, I get
I
you.
get-
It got meta real quick.
Yeah, I get
but-
it.
Yeah.
I get it. So here's the thing, right? I think it's another thing of status when people even think about owning a private jet. Because even regarding like owning of a private jet, what is the functional purpose? You know, are you
Well, people people think it's cool to have jets. Like people like to fly jets.
yeah, exactly. But, okay, if
People
you're a
think it's
pilot-
cool.
Living in luxury, though.
Like for
It's-
instance,
it's
like
really-
gaming PCs are really really cool, but not everybody's able to get a full on equipped gaming PC, right? So sometimes we
Everyone
have
can't-
to
okay,
limit.
Everyone can literally get.
You know,
everyone who wants
like
a gaming PC
during the
can literally get a
PlayStation
gaming
era,
PC.
like when PlayStation came, the first PlayStation 5 came out, a lot of people really wanted PlayStation 5s, but they didn't make enough for everybody to go around. So you kind of had to figure
Here's
out
the
like,
thing, everyone
okay,
who
who gets
wants
the
a gaming
PlayStation
PC
5?
Everyone who gets a gaming PC can literally get a gaming PC, right? This is part of the difference. Whereas
Yeah,
we're
but
talking about
yes,
there's an
you could
available
get
amount
a
of
gaming
pilots, there's an
PC, but
available
not a
amount of-
strong gaming PC.
You totally could. You could
But
literally
how
have
strong?
every gaming PC.
Not everyone could
with
get a
RTX
40. Not everyone,
4090s.
but not everyone will be able to get a 4080.
No, they literally like an RTX 4090. Everyone could get one. Why could they not? I mean,
Because there's not
it doesn't
enough.
make sense.
I don't think there's enough GPUs to go around for the amount of people that want them.
There would be if we didn't have like these AI factories buying up a shitload of them.
Yeah, I guess.
But
there's
that
too.
proves my point.
And-
That proves my. That doesn't that prove my point though?
Hold on. I think that the AI companies buying up a shitload of them shows that yeah, there is enough for everybody to get them if you don't have the giant AI.
That's actually that proves the opposite because people
Why?
really like
Why?
because people are using AI a lot, right? So that means
but
that
AI
they're
is bad.
direct. Wait, hold on. Let me finish.
We should
The
ban it
people-
and burn it.
No, I think AI is cool. But what I was going to
course you
say,
would.
I know, but wait. Let me make the point. Please. So I was going to say, fuck, I'm losing my thought. What I was going to say is,
I'm sorry.
the people are using the AI, right? Because they like what the AI does for them. So that means that they're moving GPUs away from people who like graphics cards and moving it towards that. That means that
Okay, but in
proves my
terms of
point.
materials-
That proves my point that there's not enough graphics cards to go around for everybody that wants one. So
Oh, clearly
that means
there's plenty.
So that means that
Like,
there has to be rationing.
But here's the thing: the most expensive thing that goes into building a graphics card is like fucking copper. You know, like they're relatively.
Well,
cheap
isn't
materials.
silicone really expensive or really hard to make? Those wafers.
Yeah.
I mean,
the
I'm
sil-
not
the
I'm not
silicone-
really well versed, but
Yeah, I mean, so
Hold on.
silicone is used for like the semiconductor chips, right?
yeah, aren't those like really
and-
rare or really hard to make or whatever?
I mean,
Apparently they use gold. That's also a big deal.
yeah, but
Uh,
the thing is, copper. So yes, it could be kind of the kind of silicone that's used is really what it depends on. But copper is more expensive, like per weight than silicone even is. But the kind of silicone.
the chip, after it's been the silicone after it's been turned into a chip, it becomes way more expensive because it's a chip
hold
now.
on. This is fine. I don't actually care about that because what we're talking about is
The
ability
silicone
to source
itself
these
may not
things.
be expensive, but the chip is expensive.
But we're talking about the ability to source these materials, in fact, right? Whether or not everyone could be provided with like RTX 4090 chip, and like they could.
I don't think they
is my
could.
point.
I don't think that would be possible because I don't
Anyone
even
who
know
wants one
how
could
you
have
would be
one.
able to do that. Maybe if you abolish intellectual property, that would be based.
Yes,
wait,
so obviously
Silicon
talking about is a
and
system
silicon.
based on use. So there's, there's no intellectual property in like, the kind of system that is doing production.
So then
simply for
can
the
we at
purpose
least
of
agree
use.
on abolishing the intellectual property?
Do you think that I support intellectual property law? Like, just
Well,
do you
I don't
think
know.
that?
That's why I'm asking you.
Why would I support intellectual property?
Well, I would hope not. I don't know.
Okay,
I
who do
don't
you
know.
think the
I'm
first
asking you.
critics of
Why
intellectual-
are you calling me? You're making me feel like I'm stupid for asking you that question. I don't really know. I'm
Well,
supposed to know.
okay. Well, no, I'm saying, what do you
property
think? Who? I'm questioning who you think I am or what my ideas are. That's what
It's in the
like.
it's in the name.
Karl Marx. I mean, there are a lot of
You think
socialist.
Karl Marx
there are a
supported-
lot of socialist guys that are super that do support IP. So,
But they're not Marxists.
Socialists
I
are Marxists.
genuinely don't know a socialist.
If you're talking
What
about like
socialist-
social democrats or something like that, then sure.
Oh my
but a
god!
Marxist is
Like I
gonna be
don't see
anti-IP.
that. I don't see why you guys are like quizzing me on this. I don't like. You
Okay,
could just
it's all
say
good,
no.
dude. It's
You
all
could
good.
just
I'm
say
just-
I know. I don't know.
I do not
know. I
support
don't support
intellectual
I3.
property. I do not support any capitalist private ownership of anything.
Okay.
So
Jeez.
that would include
You
intellectual
could have
property.
just said that, bro. I don't see why you're like
Cool.
breaking my balls over here.
He's a Marxist, though. Anyway, whatever.
It's all good, dude. It's all good.
No, I'm
Now-
a socialist, and I'm right
But
there.
wait.
with you.
How are you
I
gonna
think
make
that
it so that? How are you gonna make it so that everybody gets a 4080? How are you gonna do that?
A 4080.
Anybody that wants the thing.
The graphics card.
I was explaining.
Oh,
Yeah, I was
okay.
explaining the Paul Cockshot analysis, which we don't even have to abide by because there's been many answers to the ECP. This is just like probably the most modern one, and if people are actually interested in like calculation planning that is better than even like capitalist pricing mechanisms, this is like the one that I would point to.
Okay, so what do they
but,
do?
yeah, we use these
So how do
input
they
output
determine?
tables. So-
How do they determine the price of a GPU?
Right.
Can I
So
help?
it uses this thing called Leontief matrices, where they plan production and allocation and resources through a matrix of industries, where each entry is the quantity of input required
All
to
true.
produce 1 unit of
All
output.
true until
Wait, let him-
Okay, but there's a thing. But you go ahead.
No, it's just I just want
So
one at a
then-
time. I can't comprehend all of you all at once.
No, and I'll wait my time. I'm patient.
It's all so. I'll sum. We don't really have to like explain the math. The math, there's a lot of math in the book, right? And I can link you the Cockshot
Maybe I'll
book,
look it
but
up into it.
Basically, it computes the exact amounts of each commodity and resource that is being consumed, and this allows us to analyze demand.
How do
right?
they do that?
So through inventory, right? Because you have production through a free association of producers that's still being established, and then through this production, the producers just take inventory of goods that are being consumed.
So like it's based on like it's input based. So like if something is being bought out a lot, then they would raise the price.
No, this is not a price system. This is it's literally just based on production, based on use. Like it's not.
Sithis, this was tying back into the point of whenever y'all were talking about observation via the different types of diet.
Well, I'm just learning about this now, so I'm like I don't know what you want me to do, bro.
No, I was just
No, it's all good, dude.
I was just making understand. I mean, I'm learning about this too. Like as he's speaking, I was just talking about how it relates to what I was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, so there's.
I'll have to look into all this, but I'm sure there will probably be some explanation as to why it probably doesn't work. I mean, if they lose labor time, it's probably not going to work because labor time doesn't really make much sense.
You use labor time as a measure, because here's the thing: if you need to allocate labor efficiently, you're comparing trade-offs and planning production. You need to know how much, like the socially necessary labor time to produce a given product.
Yeah, but
right? Because
socially
you agree
necessary
with
just
things
means
like
the
opportunity
STV.
cost, right?
But the socially
Wait,
necessary
hold on.
time
You
just
agree
means
with
the STV.
opportunity cost, correct?
Of course.
Okay, so if you agree with opportunity cost, the method is assigning socially necessary labor time to each product, which allows us to compute the total labor required.
How do you
for a
determine
production plan.
socially necessary labor time?
based on the average amount of time with the average amount of skill and average amount of tools it takes to produce a commodity.
But that assumes that everybody has the same labor.
No, it doesn't. That's why it's average.
That's not, but people don't have average. That's not how that. But okay, let's say there's a group of people who are just not that good.
The word
Right.
commodity.
So, yes, this is fine.
Average.
Even if it took them, let's say it took a less skilled worker 8 hours to produce the same commodity, it takes the average skilled worker 4 hours to produce. What we're looking at is the socially necessary labor time. It's the average, so that 4 hours. Anything beyond that, we consider like surplus labor that's being used to produce a given commodity. But on an aggregate level, we would be able to allocate labor efficiently.
So basically what you do is you look at how much time every single person puts into something, and then you average it out, and then you see how much time it takes to put into each thing. And then if somebody's putting too much time, you know they're being wasteful or whatever.
No. So here's the thing.
It's important.
Wait,
total social
one at a
labor
time,
that's
one at a
valued
time,
in a
please.
commodity is equal to the quantity produced times the socially necessary labor time per unit. So we have like equations for this, and then you would be able, for an economy that's producing, X commodities, the total labor required,
Wait, how do you know how much people want it?
Yeah, that's really what I think.
How do you know how much people
You're
want
really
the thing?
interested? It's like
based
how
on
you find out the demand.
the amount of consumption. Consumption informs us on demand, right?
But you could also have people go out and find out what the demand was.
If the demand goes, you see that something has gotten sold out, how do you know by how much to raise the price?
Oh, there's no prices. You're looking at
the formula that everything that Carl is talking about right now is calculated exclusive of the price thing.
So then, it's basically
what we're talking about.
It's all based on use, essentially, like how much people use things or choose to use things, and then you determine how much people want things. Want people.
So,
but wait, how do you know? Exactly. Wait. Don't you have to create things ahead of time, and then people have to choose from those options, right? How do you know ahead of time people but how do you know ahead of time that what you're creating is the most value productive thing?
Do market research. There's a way to know.
I don't think so, because basically it's done through trial and error, essentially.
It's like markets. Trial and error is markets.
Well, no, because on the free market you have price signals.
Well, actual markets operate through trial and error, but that's not even what we're talking about.
Well, but they have price signals.
Optimize through the linear programming. You can optimize allocation of scarce resources, right? So what you can do is the total availability of resources. You can look at the quantity of the commodities that exist, and what Cockshot looks at like social utility as like a coefficient in his calculation through this input-output table in the matrices, and through the linear programming you can compute for millions of variables, right? Because computers allow us this ability. So you can look at whatever the constraints being like resource availability, production capacities. You can account for all of these variables in like linear programming.
Yeah, but how does the only way, as far as I could tell, don't mean to interrupt, but as far as I could tell, the only reason why AI could know what you want is by looking at your market transactions. But if you're not buying or selling anything, then how do they know what you want?
Dude. Okay, I feel like I said this a bunch, and I don't know if you're fucking with me or what, but you know how stores take inventory of what goods they have and what they don't?
Yes.
Okay. So you would look at what things people have taken and what they haven't taken.
By how much to raise the price? How do they know by how much to raise the price?
This is not about prices.
But you're talking about a store. You're talking about a store that takes inventory. And what do they do when they take inventory? They use that information to create prices.
You realize that taking inventory does not require prices?
Well, yeah, but Why are they doing it? So they could know what to sell.
So they can see what's being consumed. This is
Buddy,
how they
you're a
measure
store.
demand.
You're a store. You sell A product and B product, and it turns out that B product has one left, and A product has all of them left.
Yeah.
How many more are you gonna buy?
It's the empty shelves you look at as to what the demand is.
But how
If
by how
that
much
product-
do you know? But how
Oh my
by how much
goodness.
more of that thing do you know to get?
Look at the rate of what they take off the shelves.
Well, yeah, but if they
Right.
sell out, okay, so for instance, let's say
Here's
there's
the thing.
100 on your shelf, but the demand is 12,000. How do you know that it's 12,000 if they only bought 100, which was on your inventory?
What you're doing is you would look at like the observed consumption, shortages, and surpluses, and you would adjust the production plans accordingly.
Observed by, but you're only one store.
No, but my point.
There's no external
really,
factor
no,
prices, right?
Dark Horror Marks, my point to you would be that you would need also, in addition, observers that would go around and find out what the demand was as well.
Yeah, you would need people.
System
You would essentially.
doing
Sorry,
this in
I
a
was
market
just gonna say
system.
you would essentially need people to go to each business and figure out the demand for each product,
Your
and then give
downstream
each
partners
individual.
have these answers. You
Okay, but
already
you
have
guys are
project
thinking of
managers
things
in
in
charge
terms
of
of
this who
business.
are
What I'm
calling like
saying-
Best Buy, and they're calling Best Buy and being like, "Hey, person in charge of Best Buy, how many of these PlayStation 5s do you want?" "Oh, 100,000? Cool." I mean, these conversations happen, so they know how many Best
Yeah,
Buy
but
is
they
gonna-
look at prices. Prices, external factor prices
they look at
reveal
inventory.
like
The
people's
prices
preferences
reveals that.
without having. Wait,
Look
hold
at
on.
inventory.
Wait. I know you guys disagree with me, but I'm only one
But
guy
dude,
here.
external factor prices only are regarding initial pricing of goods and services. So the initial
but it gives you
production
information.
plan in a private economy
It allows
is
you,
based on
like,
external
if you're
factors.
putting out if you're a business,
Prices are
and you're
assigned by
putting
the
out
business, though.
if you're putting out a, well,
result
yeah,
of
but they,
information.
wait, one at a time, guys, please. You guys are overloading me. What if these businesses don't just, price the things from nothing? They price it based on what they think people want. And they make that information based off of external factor prices, and external factor prices allow them to get that information as to what is being fully bought out, not only in their store, but in many other stores. So if they see a sharp increase in the price of a good, they know by how much to increase their inventory. But if you're just only have your inventory, well, then you don't really know by how much to increase your inventory.
It's not that
The
quick.
inventory
That's
comes
not-
first, and then the price comes after the inventory to know what the inventory is. So if there's a central inventory computerized kind of monitoring process, you know what the inventory is at any given time. But when we're talking about prices, it's a result
How would
of
they
the
wait? Do they have like
analysis
these computers in every single business where they put their inventory in there, and then like they just connect it with each other to know how each business?
All companies do this.
Theoretically, you could.
Not
But,
well, yeah, but they use prices. They use
but
prices.
people did this stuff before
This is
we
not
had
what
that kind
you
of
can't say.
technology.
You respectfully.
I think that you
This isn't
think-
even
Wait,
true.
wait,
Yeah,
wait,
like
wait.
oh my
Wait,
god.
Are you saying wait? I'm trying to respond to what you've been saying
Yeah,
for a
but
while.
I'm responding to what he just said. He said something, and then you're saying something. I got it one at a time. So, the businesses today, yeah, they do something similar to what you're talking about, but they also use prices. I'm trying to figure out how you do it without the prices.
I think that you're
But-
thinking
but
that
they
prices are
analyze
way
the
more
inventory,
informative than
then
they
they-
are.
They
saying
analyze the inventory
consumer-
first, and then the prices come after. The prices is an effect, and the cause
When you
is
say
the inventory
prices-
analysis.
Yeah. When you say prices, you want to say consumer prices. Please just put consumer in front of your word
Okay, I'll
prices,
use
please.
consumer prices if it
So
doesn't upset you.
I hear what you're saying, right? What
would
you
that be
seem
the
to be
case?
confused about is you're positing the economic calculation problem because you believe that prices are what inform businesses on what goods that they need to produce more of or sell more of, etc. Okay? Now, what I'm informing you is when there are shortages of particular goods, how does a business know? Okay? They take inventory. It's not based on the price. The price is trying to communicate something. This is the notion of the pricing mechanism. In order to know what they do have and they don't have, they're taking inventory. Now what I'm positing is you don't actually need prices just to take inventory. and then the calculation is going to be based on these input-output matrices, and like linear programming, variable math that computers can do that I
But you're
can't
just saying
do,
computers
right?
you're just saying computers are going to do it, but I don't see that.
Well,
I've never
it's
seen that to be
because
demonstrated in the real world.
You
as
could
far
do
as
it
I
on
can
pen
tell.
and paper if you fucking wanted to. It doesn't matter.
You could do a matrix.
What
Like
people did in the 60s.
if it's just a matrix, I could theoretically do that by hand because
Yeah, I mean, I can do a
Yeah, but you're not
matrices.
telling
I can
me.
do
You're telling
matrices
me
by
we can
hand,
theoretically do
but
it,
I'm
but you're not telling me how the computer is able to do it. Like,
I'm saying people did do it.
if I told okay,
well, they tried.
if I told you the math,
Unsuccessfully.
would you be able to follow? Like if I told
People
you the math right
anticipated.
now.
Okay.
I'm just curious, if I told you the math, right? I gave you like an example.
I'll
Would you be able to
try.
follow? Like, okay, I feel like it's not a convincing point. I could.
I mean,
I
you
feel
don't
like
have
if you
to,
really want
if
to
you don't want
understand
to.
if you really want to understand, like, do you know sigma?
Sigma males.
I don't think that you need to go through all
No,
that. I
like
think you can just
okay,
point
like
to
in
history.
mathematics. Are you
Even
familiar
under-
with like
Not
sigma?
really.
So if you
I
don't
didn't
know
go to
what sigma
college.
represents in mathematics, there's no way I could explain the math to you right now. It would take way too long. But you can look at Paul Cockshot's book if you're genuinely interested in the math, right? Like you can. He's a Marxian economist that has done work on this in order to predict, and this is in response to the socialist calculation debate, right? So it just,
I don't know. I'm not really convinced.
which is fine. I don't know what would convince you, right? But all that I'm pointing out is this is one answer. The answer that does include prices is the Long model. Maybe you're familiar, right?
Mhm.
Maybe I even talked to you about it before. But Oscar R. Long directly respond to Mises and Hayek regarding what
He
is
said that he
called-
loved Mises, and he said that he believed that Mises should be put in every what do they call price coordinators as a statue to commemorate him to help them solving the AZP.
It just sounds like they're talking like yards and meters.
wait.
It's like both talking about supply systems.
Long
just-
said he loved Mises. Is that what you said?
He said that basically he was happy that people that he basically said something along the lines, now don't try not to quote me too hard, but that we should have that every central planning board should have a statue of Mises to commemorate for him for pointing out the flaws in socialism and how they can overcome it.
I don't know this quote. I don't think Long said
That's what I
this.
heard. That's what I heard. I could be wrong.
But I don't know.
So
I don't
I
know.
think that you've got the cart before the horse. We use demand in order to inform prices. We don't use prices to inform demand.
Right. And that is true as well. So Sithis, I guess here's the big thing. There are people doing science and math on one side, and then there are people rejecting both on the other side, which I feel like is very telling for one regarding the economics.
That's not true. I don't reject science or math.
Can you name an Austrian economist that's an anarcho-capitalist that uses math or science in any of their literature, writings, or theory?
No, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a little tough, doesn't it?
But that doesn't mean I don't believe in math myself.
I'm not saying you don't believe in math. Okay, when I even talk about anarcho-capitalists, I'm not even really talking about you. I think you're a person that's gotten into this. Like, I'm not really you're not a theorist, right? You're not like a person coming up with theories and stuff, right?
I'm not coming up with any theories myself personally. I just I read a lot of theory, but
what do you read?
Well, Austrian economics mostly.
Really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is like
I have a whole YouTube channel on it, and you guys are on it right now.
How did you get from there to?
Which is lovely.
What?
How'd you get from there to anarcho-capitalism?
Yeah, it says live in the
most
name.
of the contemporary Austrian economic proponents are anarcho-capitalists.
Oh, so first I was actually Chicago school, and then I moved to
which is the wrong way to move, dude. Yeah. That's the wrong way. That's the wrong direction.
I beg to differ.
That's fucking insane.
I beg to differ.
Dude,
I think Austrian is cool, and you have not disproved praxeology as far as I can tell. So until you disprove praxeology, I don't want to hear it.
But dude, okay, I understand some of you're pretty young too, right? If I remember correctly.
I'm 28.
So, you're 28? Fuck, we're fucked. Okay. Okay.
I mean, is
Dude,
that
I
young?
thought you were like, well, I thought you
I
were
know I have a
18 or
high-pitched
17 or
voice,
something.
but
No, I just remember you being really young. It's okay though. Okay.
I mean, I
so,
look young.
Austrian business cycle
Wink.
theory, right? We were positing this earlier, and then we were talking about like some basic monetary operation stuff. and
Listen,
monetary
bro, if you
policy.
want to get into business cycle theory, I'm the worst person to talk to about this. 'Cause
Which I
haven't
get it,
gotten
but I'm
that.
just saying, I understand. What I'm saying to you though is that it seems interesting that you feel very strongly about this thing. Like it seems like you feel really strongly about it. Right?
Praxeology makes sense to me. I don't see how you can say it doesn't. It's not true. It doesn't make sense how it doesn't. It doesn't make sense to say it's not true.
Can I say it's interesting that anyone feels strongly about anything at all?
Well, I feel
No.
strongly in legalizing prostitution because
Because okay, dude, these are not the things. These are not the things. I'll be honest with you.
not the things. I
These
don't
are
know.
not the things.
Not
bro.
what do you mean?
These are
Not the things. Not the things. What?
There are things to prioritize in life. That's not one of them. Dude, like okay, the person.
Well, somebody's got to advocate for it.
I don't want to be this guy, right? But your homie, taxation is theft, was like
Oh no.
driving DoorDash one day, okay? And he's defending lowering the age of consent while his child is in the back of the car as he's driving DoorDash to like,
Well,
you know, and
he's
but
he's a bit of a
average-
he's unashamed of his
hold on.
views.
The rest
but
of
he's
the,
a average Austrian like anarcho-capitalist moment. He's advocating for all of these, you know, like private ownership of the means of production and capitalism good while he's driving DoorDash to fucking survive. Obviously, he doesn't have anyone to like care for his child. He can't afford like a babysitter, so his child's in the back of the car, and he's simultaneously
He's a single
arguing
father,
about
bro. Why is it
the
okay for women to be single mothers, but when a guy does it,
No, dude, that's not the point, dude.
it's
What
a
I'm
chick, dude.
saying,
Okay,
I feel like
so
that's
now it's a
low-key
chick. It
sexism,
doesn't
bro.
matter. Now all of a
Dude
sudden
missed the whole.
it doesn't matter. Yeah,
missed
so
the
the
whole
mother, the kid in the back, it doesn't matter. It's a mother. and
Yeah,
the kid.
I feel like that's
Yeah, it
low-key
doesn't-
sexism.
No, dude, it doesn't actually matter who it is. The point is
I'm just kidding.
how are you going to advocate for a system that is putting you in these financial circumstances?
Because we
and
don't think
legitimately-
that's that's stupid. Because he would just argue that it's the state that's putting me in this situation. It's socialism that's putting me in this situation. You think so?
But dude,
from your perspective,
that's why
obviously
I
you're
encourage
gonna
you
think
to learn about
you're
history.
you're an anti-capitalist, so you're gonna think like all the woes in my society are due to capitalism. But we obviously as AnCaps don't agree with that.
I think you should. This is why I would encourage you to actually read anything regarding history or any like thinkers that are.
That's very
communist or
vague. Well,
socialist
you
at
want me to
all.
read the Roman Empire? Like what?
Sure, dude.
Listen-
Read start with the
You
Roman
might wanna
Empire.
Just stop interrupting and just listen. Yeah, he'll tell you what you want to listen to or read.
I'm
Yeah,
not,
so
I'm not
he'll
trying to be
give you-
rude and interrupt. I was just making a joke, bro.
I'm
But
just
you
saying, like
interrupt
any.
every other half sentence you interrupt.
Well, I'm allowed to because it's my room. So fuck you, bitch. Anyway,
Fuck
It's all
you,
good. I just think like any critique of capitalism. I think you aren't familiar with the writings regarding critique of capitalism. You think that there's some critique of capitalism that is, and in fact, you think there's something called capitalism that is ANCAP. That's like my position is that that's not even a thing, so I don't actually engage with it. Right? It's like not actually worth time engaging with because
private
not only is
ownership
it
of the means of production.
Cool. So not only is it ahistorical, but every instance, even when you talked about like the separation of intellectual property laws, you'll never find a communist that supports intellectual property laws. But what you will find are capitalists that support intellectual property laws, right? Historically, the critiques of capitalism have not been separated from these kinds of instances of private ownership, you know? So it's really strange to have.
Yeah, but
your
those
current-
capitalists are wrong.
Which is fine. What I'm detailing though is that do you think anybody has written some like critique of anarcho-capitalism?
Yeah, pretty sure. If I look hard enough.
you won't really find any political theorists. Maybe a guy has a blog, but there's no political theorists that engage with it because no one takes it seriously. Why? Because it's ahistorical. It doesn't deal with any of the criticisms that have been established about capitalism as given by like Marxian economists.
I feel like I've
Marxian...
heard you say this like 500 times already today.
This is the first time I'm saying it today. At least.
No, I feel like I've heard you say that. Oh, it's unscientific. It's unhistoric. It's on this. It's on this.
Well, praxeology is unfalsifiable, and I was informing you from the Karl Popper idea of like whether or not.
But you believe in
scientific.
praxeology, so I don't understand
Can
what the
we
issue
talk
is.
a little about Karl Popper, please? Can we do that, please?
Go ahead. I'm not going to stop.
We can talk Karl Popper. So I was pointing out that this like the action axiom is not falsifiable, therefore it's not scientific. So when you're doing this thing, you're not doing science, right? You call it Austrian economics.
So what?
It's not economics because it's not science.
It's Austrian economics.
Right, but it's not science because
it's economics.
The theory. Right, but economics is science. The reason it's not economics is because it's not science.
It's a social science.
But the theory, in order to be falsifiable, there has to be some kind of empirical observation that could prove it false.
Yeah, but you believe in it.
If there's no possible...
You don't. You're going to tell me you don't believe in praxeology?
This is so stupid. This is so stupid.
I mean, you're not... I would say don't waste your breath. I don't know.
I don't know what to do. Like that's the thing.
I can't. You guys are not making any sense. You guys are saying you don't believe in praxeology. That's literally. You gonna tell me that man doesn't act?
Okay,
that doesn't make any sense.
Here's what I want to know. What is your deepest interest, subject wise? I'm just curious. What are some?
I like economics.
You're deeply interested. Okay, but you don't. Okay, that's fucked. Okay,
right.
Can you name a couple non-Austrian economists? Just maybe two. Just name two.
Milton Friedman.
Okay.
David Friedman.
David Friedman isn't even an economist, dude. He's just Milton Friedman's
Yes,
son.
he is.
No, he's
what's
a
your name?
physicist.
What's his name? Thomas Sowell.
Okay, dude. Okay, we're trolling now.
Thomas Sowell's an economist.
No,
what do you mean?
Dude. Thomas Sowell's another dude that's never written a fucking equation in his life. That guy is incredible.
You can't tell me he's not an economist.
Dude, if you read his book, Basic
you
Economics,
can disagree
there's
with
literally
him.
no math.
You could disagree with him, but like he is an economist. Like,
no, dude. First of all, he lies about things in his book, Basic Economics, right? He just lies about historical claims. And then he provides no equations to back up any of his theories of like prices, inflation.
No equations.
I don't know why that, dude. Don't you think that if you're talking about like finances and money, that there should be some math involved somewhere? You don't think that?
If you want, I mean, maybe in certain situations, but I don't think it's the end all be all. I don't think you need it. You don't need math to explain economics.
Fun.
What?
Can I ask you, please? I mean, if I can take the floor for a second, please. Hey, my friend, can you paint a picture where you have economics without numbers or math? Can you do that?
Economics is based on, individuals' interactions within the market and scarcity. You don't need to. I don't need to sit here and give you a whole equation to explain to you.
We are
that we
asking
live in a
you
world
to
of
actually
scarce.
sit here and give me a
We live in the
whole
world.
painting
Wait,
of-
whoa!
Yes, paint your photo. Come on.
Yeah, we live in a world of scarcity. Man acts. People tend to prefer things sooner rather than later. Time preference. Yeah, I don't think you need math to explain those things.
Well, you don't need any math at all. Like, aren't you dealing with?
I mean, math
quantities
could be
in
useful
economics?
in explaining those things, but you don't need it.
Yeah, like you have quantities in economics. Like this is.
Okay, but
Yeah,
you don't need it. You don't. Do I need math to explain to you what time preference is, or what human action is.
Well, no,
or...
that's part of it.
Yeah,
That's
obviously. Okay,
other
so
quantities, are also part of the math.
I mean, maybe if you're gonna go into the super advanced stuff, maybe you'll need some math.
Okay, but dude, when I asked what you had an interest in, I mean like you have a deep interest in this thing. You really like it. You really like.
I have a deep interest in Austrian economics. Yes.
Dude. Okay, dude. Okay. Well then. Didn't you say you don't even know ABCT? I'm so confused, dude. Because like, how could you? Austrian business cycle theory.
I haven't read that far too deep into it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, which is all fine, dude. But okay, even regarding like.
Oh.
All right. Even regarding like.
Pardon. I'm sorry.
Why? Because I haven't read every section of the fucking economics textbook that's like fucking 50 hours long. I'm so sorry, bro.
I'm giving you an apology. I didn't mean to be rude.
I know, that's fine.
But Sithis, don't you think like there's certain things? Okay, do you have like a career that you're very interested in, or not really?
No, I mean I want to be a YouTuber.
Fuck, dude, we're actually screwed. I don't know. We're fucked, dude. I don't know.
Have you started?
What do you want me to? Why? Because I want to be a YouTuber. Welcome to my YouTube channel, sir.
We're the content, and who knows if he actually cares about
I'm literally like literally being
YouTuber.
gangbanged by a bunch of fucking communists.
But you say that you like Austrian economics. You don't know enough about Austrian economics.
Oh my god, gangbanged by communists is such a porn.
I think I know a good amount about Austrian economics.
So you're 28. When did you get into Austrian econ?
Maybe like last year.
Okay.
We can make a YouTube
Which
channel.
this is actually good. This is actually good. Now, it hasn't been that long for you. There's still time to turn back. But what
are you seriously gonna Big Brother me right now?
But okay, what were you interested in before Austrian econ?
I used to be a fucking red pill lover, fucking dumbass.
Oh.
Yeah,
So
which makes this all makes sense. This all makes sense.
Yeah,
no, it's not progression. It's not even progression. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Like,
Says the communist. Oh yeah. The communist doesn't like that I'm an ANCAP. No. Whoa. No way.
But dude,
the Karl Marx enjoyer doesn't like that I'm an ANCAP. No way.
I respect at least that you're willing to have like
you could be
engagements and discussions with people. I do respect that. That's a good thing. I would say keep doing it, and I think maybe there's hope for you. But it is just a little bit unfortunate in this regard.
No way. Like, oh my god. You find it unfortunate that I'm the communist finds it unfortunate that I'm a capitalist? No way. Oh my god. Well, you know what, bro? I find it unfortunate.
There's a whole bunch of people who are not here, you're here. Cool. I like to
I'm
talk
just saying.
Listen, at least I'll admit when I don't know something. So, I mean, I'm kind of on new.
Do you think you know economics?
I feel like I have a good understanding of economics.
Could I ask you a question? KingSithis. Could I ask a question?
You could ask me
quick?
whatever you want.
Oh yeah. How do you deal with the resources being limited on planet Earth? Like, how there's like a finite amount of resources, and
how do I deal with
capitalism? Under capitalism, how do you deal with it? Because it's sort of like admitted. But okay, you understand the finite part about the thing. That was what I was asking about.
You trade, and you buy and sell goods and services in the free market, and then
No, understand that now China has all of the lithium. Sorry. And they don't want you to have any of it, buddy. Now what do we do?
I don't know, bro. I'm not really sure how that's related to what we're talking about.
Because they own all of it. Well, I guess. Am I not getting the crux?
Wait, am I like retarded question? For not knowing what he's talking about, Marx?
Dude, I don't. Here's what fucks me up, dude. I don't want to insult you or anything, because I actually do think you have good intentions. I think you might be like, and I know this might sound like I'm belittling you or something. I think you're like emotionally troubled. Like I'm not bullshitting, but I think that's probably the source of it. And so it's probably going to be hard to get across to you. No,
Yeah,
I
Well, come
genuinely
on,
think
let's
it's hard
not.
to get
Well, come
across
on.
to
Okay,
you.
okay,
Okay.
okay. Let's not just like psychoanalyze.
Like you do
him on
realize
his
like
head.
how like
Come on.
from how like not like good this looks from my perspective that you're saying this to me.
Right,
Like,
Well,
right. But,
no,
like,
I understand, but just because you told me you were on a red pill journey and then you got here, that like feels like you were emotionally troubled. Like, you know what I mean? Like
oh,
that
I
doesn't feel
was
like
at that time, but I feel like I've gotten better a lot since then. I feel like
how old are you? How
moving
old
away from. Why are you gonna big brother me too? I'm 28.
No, I'm the only one who's asking a genuine question here.
No,
Like,
it's fine. I was just no. It's because everybody's been asking me that to do that.
I want to know, like,
No.
okay, you said trade. You said trade, right? You said trade, and what was the other thing you said? Trade and what?
And work, production,
And work.
the division
Trade
of
and
labor,
production.
trade, production, the division of labor.
That's how
there's a
you
lot.
deal
There's a
with-
lot that goes into dealing
how-
with scarcity.
Okay, and you think that having not to diminish anarchism or anything, but having no rules around what capitalists do will be an efficient way to not stifle all of the limited resources that we have on Earth?
Well, luckily, I don't believe in that. I believe in the non-aggression principle.
What is it? Okay, I don't know what that is.
The one does not have the right to initiate.
It's really bad.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that not violently, forcibly extracting wealth from people is like such an idiotic idea. Wow.
It's not, but it just doesn't apply here. It's not an idiotic.
So, guys,
idea.
I've done this thing for a long time, okay? And I'm going to ask it here, but I already know the answer. KingSithis, is it rape if you blackmail a woman into having sex with you?
No.
So this is all you need to know about the non-aggression principle, guys. That's all you need to know.
Yeah,
That's
actually,
it.
I mean, you're not
Good-
forcing her to do
That's
anything.
a good summation, actually. Usually people take fucking
You
hours.
are-
Oh my goodness.
You are forcing. Blackmail is forcing. That's not forcing, King.
Blackmail.
this is
I mean,
all you need to
blackmail is
know.
merely saying that I'm not going to tell somebody something if you do something for me. It's not. You're not forcing them to
it's
do
an
anything.
exertion. Yes, it
So
is.
if I have
you're
information,
coercing somebody
wait, can
into,
I?
like,
Whoa!
something else.
Coercion.
Let me make the explanation before you guys all jump in.
The butt,
So,
if you will.
okay, I will leave if
Everyone
you guys
heard this,
listen,
though,
guys.
right?
I'm
I
not
mean,
gonna
like-
do this if you
Yeah,
guys are
this
just
is
not gonna
content.
interrupt.
You're not going to
me.
leave. You're making money off YouTube. You're not going to leave.
No, please, that's fine. Let's respect him. Let's try it.
I'm not gonna do this if you guys don't let me at least answer the question.
This is you're making money off YouTube. What do you mean you're not going to do this?
I'm not making any money off of YouTube. What makes you think that?
He's got
Yeah, but
three.
thousands-
He's got three people looking at his live stream.
Yeah, bro.
Recording is for
Hold on.
YouTube. He has 200 videos up on there. Okay,
You have
and he has
the
1,000
floor,
subscribers.
go.
As I
Alright.
understand it, the question is coercion the same as like forcing somebody to do something?
Well, I would
Is that
I would
what I'm
define
thinking?
coercion as the initiation of force, and if you
It
say
violates the
I'm,
non-aggression principle, right? It's coercive.
if it's initiating force, yes.
Could
But
be
if
like
you
when
are,
you're changing
if
an environment. What
wait
if I change the
again, you
environment?
guys continue to interrupt me over and over and over. You're not letting. You guys
Go
don't
ahead,
want to
Sithis.
hear
Go
my
ahead,
question.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, so if I tell you, if I have information that is going to make you look bad, and I say I'm going to release this information, and if you don't do this for me, insert sexual activity, I'm going to release that information. I would not consider that to be an initiation of force because you haven't really done anything to them. You're just saying I'm going to release this information if you don't do this for me.
Can I give you an example?
Mhm.
Can I give him an example? It's on
yes.
the same line, but I think it's more concrete. Okay, look. So, imagine you're a rich guy and you take a beautiful, sexy woman on your boat into the middle of the ocean or something, right?
Go
And
on.
you say, "Hey, you're gonna have sex with me, or I will relinquish your right to be on my private property. That is the boat. So, she's trespassing.
Technically.
So you can,
Yeah.
Right. So you can throw her
Oh my
out.
goodness.
So you can throw her out over the board
No,
in
no.
like shark-infested waters.
So maybe you shouldn't be. Maybe you
Unless
shouldn't
she
be.
sucks her cock, man. Come on, there's
Well,
a problem with
okay.
that
Listen,
theory
obviously,
property.
obviously, it's silly, right? You know,
No,
the
but
idea.
wait.
Wait. Okay, so you guys are. You just want to hear yourself talk. You just want to hear yourself talk. Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
Go to your point.
Same,
it
my
does go to your
friend.
point though that like you were saying that like if you're just saying something to somebody and holding something over somebody else, like you're not really doing anything to them. I guess riding them out in a ship is kind of doing something to them, right?
I'm sorry. This was that was actually a tough one, Sithis. That actually was tough. But
that is kind of a bad analogy to the thing, though.
I'm gonna
let me know when you guys want to hear my
that
answer.
Was good. But let's hear it, Sithis. Let's hear it.
No, okay. Fundamentally, I mean, assuming that there isn't any of force and being initiated in the situation, then technically no.
How do you define force?
No, wait. So it's
What do you define
So
as
like
force?
you can tell. You're saying technically no. Like you can tell her get the fuck off my boat.
Yeah, you can tell her to get the fuck off your boat. Yes.
Unless she sucks your cock.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if she doesn't, you can throw out.
Well, she can swim. I mean, she could just swim to shore.
Swim to shore.
Listen, you guys listen. You asked me a question. I'm giving you the answer. You don't have to like my answer, but I'm giving you the answer. All right. You can't say I didn't answer. You don't have to like the answer.
No, but Sithis, we hear your answer. We recognize that you answered. We think it's a really fucking stupid answer. I think you'll think about it, though. I think you will, because I think
it's perfectly consistent with the non-aggression principle.
No. Consistency is not the problem, right? It's just rapey. But I think you'll reflect on that at some later point, right? That like,
wait. Let me ask a question. No, Dark. Okay, so you're saying that I'm rapey, and what? Because I say that. I mean, even though you could never. Even though
he said that. You said the specific thing that you said was.
Let me know when I could respond.
Oh no, my bad.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't think that's what he said.
Go ahead.
He did say he literally said the word rapey. He literally said that I was rapey. He literally said that I was rapey.
Ask me the question.
Okay. So if I'm rapey for saying, you shouldn't initiate force against another person, which would entail that you would never have the right to force. You would never have the right to force a woman to have sex with another man. Let's say, I'm gonna give you a hypothetical, right?
Go for
Let's say there is a guy with a bomb, and there's an alien with a bomb, right? And he has like a Death Star bomb, and he's gonna blow up the Earth, right? And he says, listen, if you don't go over there and pluck that person's hair in order to say, I'm going to blow up the Earth, are you going to pluck his hair?
What?
Like, you mean pull part of his hair out? Is that what you're saying? I would probably do that.
Okay. Would you smack him if they told you to?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Would you rape him?
We're looking at what is the trigger for saving? Got it.
Oh wait, hold on. This is
Would you shoot him in the forehead?
Hold on. This was a question of whether or not it was considered to be consensual. I would say that
obviously it's not. Obviously, it's not consensual. Obviously, I'm asking you: would you rape the person?
Well, obviously, it's one of those philosophy.
I personally wouldn't rape
Socrates,
anybody,
please
right?
don't interrupt, please.
Oh my god!
I would not
just
rape anybody,
if you
right?
want a turn, just say you want a turn, and I'll give you a turn. But
here's the thing: personally, I would not rape anybody. But here's what's just real interesting.
So you would let the world die to as opposed to raping the one person.
I wouldn't rape anybody, but here. So
you would let the world die.
Thing, so you wouldn't let.
Sure. I would let the world die. It's all good.
Okay, got you.
All right, now, regarding this, when the initial question that I asked was about whether or not you would consider this thing to be rape, like violating someone's consent, not whether or not would you rape. I actually
I don't
asked you
consider
your
that to be rape.
conception,
I don't. It's not rape.
which is all good, right?
If the
Okay.
person is
So I
consenting, I'm
understand.
not sure how it's rape.
They're not consenting, obviously, because anyways,
I mean,
it's all
they
good. Okay.
it quite literally is consenting. If they're not, if they say no, they could say no. Like they are able to say no.
But there's an imposition of their will, so there
No,
is
it's
a
not.
restriction of the
Are
choice
you
that they
saying
have.
I'm gonna do X to your body or person or property if you don't have
You
sex with me?
fucking dude, you're actually trolling. Okay.
I'm not trolling. It's a legitimate
No?
question.
I mean,
But that's even worse if you're not trolling. You understand
Okay,
that?
but Sithis, okay, here, I just want
that's
I just
not
want the
that's not
last
a
thing.
response to my question though.
I
You
actually
do
need
realize
to,
that,
okay,
right?
I need to go to sleep because I gotta work in the morning. But
I get it.
I'm just gonna ask you this last question. Sithis, I think what do you think about historically, like all of the civil rights activists, black liberation activists being socialists and communists? Do you think they were just like a little bit stupider than you, or just a little bit less informed, or why do you think they were like that, and none of them were ANCAPs?
Because ANCAP is a relatively new thing. Most people don't even know anything about it.
Okay, but
I wouldn't.
which is
I
fine.
wouldn't
Why do
say
you
that
think
they're
they were
stupid.
all
I don't think they're.
anti-capitalist?
I'm not gonna say that
But
they're
why do you think?
stupid.
Argentina.
Why do you think they were
is
communists?
Argentina.
Which is fine, but why do you think they're
Wait,
communists and
is
like
what I said just wrong? Why are you guys laughing at me? Is that not true?
No, dude, you're fine, But
Is
why
that
do you
not
think they
true?
were socialists? Dude, it's all good. But why do you think they were socialist, communists,
I don't
anti-capitalist,
fucking
like
know.
largely?
I don't fucking know.
Okay. Have you ever have you ever wondered or looked into that at all or anything like that?
I mean, they have the right to be wrong. That's like asking why are a lot of white people Christian? I don't know. They have the right to be wrong.
Well, no, I know why. Okay, we already know why white people are Christian because of like the
Well, I don't
history
fucking care.
Okay. Anyways, but you're black, right?
I'm Puerto Rican.
You're Puerto Rican.
Mhm.
Like a black Puerto Rican or like a white Puerto Rican?
I don't know.
He's a
White curly hair.
I'm Puerto Rican.
If you rub your fingers through your hair, do your fingers
My hair's
get
a little
trapped?
curly. Look at my live stream. You tell me.
Look at your live stream. Are
Yeah,
you
just
on
click
your
my
videos
profile.
there?
Yeah, my video's on. Click my live. Click my
Okay, let me see
profile,
it, let me
and
see
you
it.
tell me.
Dude, you look like Trex New York City as if he was like just.
I have lighter
more
skin. I
tanner.
would say I'm lighter skinned.
Oh yeah, no, he's a white Puerto Rican, but
Bro, you're an
dude, that's
ANCAP.
crazy, dude. You kind of
Puerto
look like you look like an adult. Like you look like a person who would be an adult.
I am an adult.
Bro, by the way, do you know how much fucking the US
But not
government?
actually. Like I'm saying, you look like a
sorry for
grown
that.
up.
No.
I am a grown up. Why do I not sound like a grown up?
Then you sound Twinkie.
I can't help it.
He is crazy.
I can't help it. I was born this way.
No, bro. Okay. So
What do you want from me, bro?
I just wish you were more curious than you are. Because I know you'll have conversations with people. I wish you would read some things. I really do.
I try my best to read as much as I can, but I can only read so much at a time.
Actually, dude, if I paid you $100, would you read some like
You don't have to pay me to read. I love
Really?
reading.
Like if I give you
No,
Okay, so
guaranteed. Like he's
okay.
Marx is
If you're gonna
absolutely
give
willing-
me like
this
something,
is a real thing.
Wait, okay. So if you're gonna have to give me something that's not like hard to understand, like
No, no, dude, I would not do that. I literally,
Okay.
that's why I even asked what your interests were, because I'm trying to like cater to your interests.
even
because
I have
think-
hard time of listening to Rothbard, right? Because it's
Okay,
but
which-
he's
yeah,
more
which-
modern. But if you give me something old, I'm gonna have a hard time reading it. Like Marx, I
I
couldn't
wouldn't
understand.
even-
I tried to read the Communist Manifesto, and I just could not understand what the fuck
You
they were
don't need the
saying.
Communist Manifesto. That's for like it's a pamphlet. It's a pamphlet.
I could not understand what I could. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I could not understand what the fuck was he saying.
Peterson debating like stuff.
Okay, bro, let me help you out. Read, because the Communist Manifesto was a
Mhm.
little bit tricky. Read Principles of Communism by Engels. Way shorter.
Hell yeah.
It's in
Okay.
Q&A format. It like literally the first thing is like, what is communism? And it's like communism is the liberation of the proletariat. And it's like, what is the proletariat? And then
I thought it was a
goes into an
monolithic
explanation.
society. Anyway.
Not,
so wait, what is
really,
it? Principles of. Let me see. Is it
Principles of
on? Is it
Communism
on
by
Audible?
Engels. Probably, but it's literally 15 pages.
What's
do
it
not
called?
do the auto. Just read it. Principles of
small.
Communism by Engels. Yeah, it's like literally like it. I think it's literally 15 pages. It's so short. It's shorter than the Communist Manifesto. It's a Q&A. I think it's like 27 questions and answers.
Okay,
There's a
gotcha.
YouTuber that goes by Socialism for All who like does a bunch of audiobooks. I wouldn't doubt that he's done that one either.
Yeah, you can find it, but just go on Marxist.org. Go on Marxist.org and read it. It's like not hard, I don't think. And you can spend a lot of, if there's a word that you don't understand, spend a lot of time with it, but it's very short. I would encourage you to read that. And then I would encourage you, let me actually think, what would be another good one for an ANCAP? Read Wage, Labor, and Capital.
Wage,
Actually, a good
Labor,
one
and
by
Capital.
Marx. So, and that's very short too. So if you read Principles of Communism and then go to Wage, Labor, and Capital,
okay.
yeah, that's on Marxist.org for free. You can just, it's
on
not
Audible
super
too.
long. Okay, yeah.
There's another.
I read tons of stuff from the 1800s and stuff, and I found Wage, Labor, and Capital intolerable. I tried reading it a few years ago. I'm not sure if I'd recommend it for Sithis had a hard time with the Communist Manifesto, which I read pretty much.
And William, he knows me. He knows me. So
I'm like a dum-dum. I started with more popularized works, and then like went down if I need to have some clarification. And I found like there's a book that talks about basically planned economy, and thus like even like the more structured versions of like communism, right? They support it there. They talk about the economic calculation problem.
I don't know, bro. I like the idea of capitalism, though. I like the idea of being allowed to do what the fuck I want. Say, drive, buy all my goods.
Buddy,
destroy the environment.
You will have more freedoms to do
you're fucking broke.
and more opportunity to.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you will.
I'm not broke.
Let me give you.
You are broke.
No, I'm not. What would
Doesn't
make you
matter,
think
bro.
that?
Why would you
I
waste
make
your
good money.
economic view on your
I
fucking
make good money,
capital,
bro.
Well, how much money do you make?
I make more than that. I make at least 60,000 on my own.
That's like me.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude! I could not right now. Dude.
Wait, is that bad? That's not bad. That's good.
That's like average wage.
It is good.
That's good.
It is good.
We are so fucked.
And I live in Florida. I live in Florida. I'm not in a rich neighborhood. I'm not in a rich area. I live in a.
I'm your biggest defender against the dark Karl Marx here.
Yeah, that's total nonsense. Like, you can't sit here and tell me that I don't make a good amount of money. That's a good money.
Yeah. What's the
bro? There are people that have college degrees that make less than me. My fucking brother, he has a college degree and he makes less than me.
Yeah. We get it.
Yeah,
I don't even have a college degree.
Rapidly,
capitalism works for you. We get it.
Dude, capitalism works.
I love
make
capitalism.
$60K a year, guys.
I love capitalism.
We're so
come on now.
Wow. Oh my God. Here's so much money.
No.
Yeah. How much money do you make?
Dude, here's what's fucking me up, right? Is as working class people.
You do realize I work. Listen, I don't
this
care.
Is all good.
I don't care what you say. I work and earn every penny that I have. So you could talk all the shit you want. I don't care. I'm happy with what I have.
Here's the thing. Okay. I think it's strange to say, hey, I'm happy with this system of capitalism. Like, you benefit from capitalism.
We're not under capitalism right now.
Okay. Jesus fucking Christ.
What particular system do you think that we're under right now?
We're under cronyism.
Cronyism, is it?
Yeah, statism.
Comrades, we did it, comrades.
No, he said. Yeah. He said cronyism. Wait, who's the foreign dude that Spartacus? You're a communist?
Oh, yeah. Born in Soviet Union.
Disgusting.
All right, bro. I'm gonna shoot you over an invite to my server, but
I love capitalism. I don't know what y'all talking about.
Oh no, I had other questions for you. Well, I'm the stupidest one in the room, but
you can ask whatever you want.
Okay, so if you have capitalism, right? But then there's no state to guide it. You just have people, private interests, like say like oil companies, manufacturers just dumping everything, dumping all their waste everywhere in all the rivers and all the air.
That's a rights violation. Under ANCAP, we believe in environmentalism too.
Who enforces that?
Huh?
What?
Private insurance.
Private insurance, and so
Mhm.
insurance
Private
companies
insurance?
have an enforcement.
Private
mechanism where
insurance.
they have wait, stop.
Fucking dictionary, you fucking idiot, bro.
No.
Have you never heard the? Have you ever never?
No.
Wait. I was still in the middle of my fucking question.
No, I know, but your communist friends decided to be mad rude.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I do apologize.
Okay, so if you had this insurance company, and then okay, so it's kind of like more than an insurance company at that point because it's pooling money to.
Well, it would be multiple.
address
It would be multiple competing private insurance firms.
And what is their enforcement? What like it's the reason I'm saying it's more than an insurance company is because like they would have to have some.
Well, they would
like,
they would have to have private security as well and militaries.
Private
Whoa,
security
Jesus.
militaries. Who decides what those militaries do and whose rights those militaries respect or not?
Market.
The
You wouldn't
market.
pay for militia
Right.
that kills children, would you?
Yeah.
Right, but if I don't have any money, I guess
No, would
the
you?
market-
Would you? Would you?
Well, if you don't
Answer
have
that
money,
question.
if you don't have money, there's
Would you?
there's
If I'm the poor,
if you have money, there's if you don't have money, there's claim subrogation too.
what? Was it? Sorry.
It's
Not
all
clear.
good, dude. It's
Yeah.
all good. Sithis, I love this, okay? I think you should
I like
read
this
those
too.
2 writings. And then, I mean, I guess, what are some things that you would most like to understand regarding communism? Is there something that is like, I really
Why
wonder,
are
like,
communists
is it
so
the
fucking retarded? No, I'm just kidding. I
Can
don't
I
know.
answer the
I don't
question?
really
I
care
don't know
about
if you were
communism.
kidding.
I don't really like communism. I like capitalism.
I do
think
have
it's
an
kind of
answer.
dumb, honestly.
So
I
you
love
just
a
like it
consistent
aesthetically,
communist
or
view.
I think we're just throwing it away, throwing out a system that I think works perfectly fine, and
who is it?
I think we
working
need to
perfectly
throw. I
fine
think
for,
we need. I
motherfucker?
think the issue is the
Jesus
state.
Christ.
I think the
What
issue is the
fuck?
state.
Like, come on, no.
The state needs to stop
Capitalism is
taking my
not
money,
working
man.
Fine for everybody.
He did. He's making.
Again,
He makes
you
60K
keep
a year,
you keep
dude. He's
attributing
fucking
our
balling.
current system to capitalism, and which is not what I support. So.
You are. This is it. Wait. What was
No, capitalism cannot not work. You guide your own
you just
future.
said that you're an anarcho.
Oh, finally, another ANCAP in here. I just realized Ethics Matthew is in here with me, and I'm not the only ANCAP in here. Thank goodness.
forgot
Finally,
to
fuck.
name
I
back.
feel like I was going to kill myself because I was like surrounded by a bunch of fucking socialist butt lickers.
We sense the disturbance in the
that's a
forest, so
slur. That's a slur against.
That's a slur, dude.
Not a
Yeah,
socialist,
that's a slur.
Sithis.
No, but legitimately,
You're also.
Oh, William, I forgot about you.
Okay.
Mom's a
What do you
socialist.
think when Marx was talking about capitalism? Do you think he was just confused,
Yeah.
Yes.
or did the term? When did the term capitalism stop meaning what we all understand it to mean and meant what you mean instead?
Because I
When
said
did that
so.
happen? No, I'm just
Yeah, that's
asking what
literally
time
also
I
period.
don't fucking know, bro.
Why,
I don't
why do you
fucking
guys
know.
not?
That's the Austrian
Why do you guys
definition.
not?
It's
Marx.
how we
Marx.
define. It's how
Marx,
Austrians
Marx.
define capitalism. Capitalism is the private ownership of the means of production. What I don't know how would the origins of the word. That's just how they define it.
It's the Austrian definition.
Yeah.
The
What do you want
Austrians
from me?
will use-
Right. So because you hold the idiosyncratic definition, let's say, hey, chair. What I mean by chair is I literally mean a fucking frog. So here, I'm a chair biologist, dude. And then everyone would be like, "What do you mean you're a chair? That doesn't even
Oh
make
my
sense."
god,
It's
that's a
not-
bunch of nonsense, bro. It's a bunch of cope.
And
It's
then
not
you're
an
like-
argument against what I said. It's not even an argument against what I said.
No, dude,
It makes
because I
sense,
think
but
you're
it's a bunch of
what
cope.
I'm confused about is
It's like people when they
when you
argue
say
against the
we're not
ECP. It's like a bunch of cope.
Oh, dude, I just gave you arguments against the ECP. It's all good. Bro.
Sound like
It's
a
all
bunch of
good, bro.
coke.
I'm listen, bro.
Like
if
your
you want to
arguments
debate
against
the
proxyology.
ECP, we can debate the ECP one day. Create a ticket, we'll debate it. We'll put up some money,
Dude,
even if you
we
want.
can debate it right
if
now.
you win, I'll give you. I have to go to sleep. We already did visit the ECP, and you were just like, "Huh, I'm not convinced because math isn't convincing," or something like that. I told you the
You
literature.
didn't even
that you
know what
could
I
check
said.
out. Dude, you didn't know. You asked me about how it's calculated. I'm like, are you familiar with the mathematical symbol sigma? You said no. We can't talk about matrices if you don't know like basic
The
calculus.
mathematical
I'm just
symbol.
saying.
Dark Marks,
So
can Sigma predict the market?
There's lots of different things that can predict. So we talked about input-output matrices. Okay.
The fuck is a sigma?
I'm not going to revisit the entire thing, but it's a Paul Cockshott
Like it's
model.
sort of like it looks like an E.
Yeah,
it does. Yeah.
Yeah, we
Sigma
do it
male?
in Cal too regarding series.
Oh, you said
and stuff
Paul
like that.
Cockshott? Oh, bro, yeah, I love him.
Well, I'm an alpha male, not a sigma male. All right, bitches.
Yeah, I mean, Paul Cockshott's kind of cringe sometimes, but this is one of his contributions. And
He's a computer science.
yeah, and it was regarding like the computation and how the linear programming and analysis could contribute to our understanding of calculation and planned economies. So towards a new
And it failed.
socialism is the writing.
Towards
And
I
it
was
failed.
gonna mention that, yeah. No, what failed?
You said it failed, which is fine. You didn't.
Wait,
You
what
don't.
failed?
You don't know any economics at this. You don't know any
Yeah.
economists.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Says the communist. Got you. No problem.
But no, okay,
Dude,
wait,
this guy didn't know his own business cycle
man,
theory of
you
the
used to go
economic
to
school that he's from.
Oh, because
He
I
was like,
didn't know
"Oh, I
the
can't engage in
acronym. Oh, because I didn't know the
we were discussing-
acronym. Wow.
we were
Oh
dis-
wow.
no, dude, we were
Wow.
discussing basic
wow.
monetary
Yeah. Says the
operations.
communist. Yes. Communist. Please lecture me about
We were
economics. Please,
discussing-
communist. Please. Thank you, communist. Thank you for so much for communist for lecturing me about
We were-
economics.
we were
Yes.
discuss-
Yes, communist.
we were
Please tell me
discuss-
more about economics, please.
Yeah.
We were
Please tell me
discussing
how adding
basic
numbers
monetary
to
operations. and
Tell
he
me more about
continually
Sigma,
said-
please.
He continually said, "Oh, I don't know enough about this to talk about it," and then referenced his friend each time.
Guys,
Okay,
you don't have
I referenced open market operations regarding someone asked him, does he know how the Fed funds rate is determined? This guy had no fucking clue.
So
what
because
the
I don't
Fed
know how the
funds rate
Fed
is.
funds rate, that means I don't know anything about economics. Wow,
Dude,
wow.
that's like the basics
wow.
of
because I don't know
monetary
that
policy.
one. Wow, because I don't know that one factoid.
Okay.
Wow, good for you, Karl Marx. Okay,
He didn't-
Thank you.
he
Thank
didn't
you,
know
Mr.
what
Communist.
open
Thank you,
market
Mr.
operations
Communist, for
were.
telling me I don't know about
Well,
economics.
guys, come on.
You
You
said
can
that
talk
you
about this
calculate,
after
you do
dark.
economic calculation with summation. That you solve
Dark.
the ECP with summation. That's what you said.
The
he
ECP
certainly
is a
did not.
non-problem, and we addressed it various ways. So
No, you
the
didn't.
first
Yeah.
addressing during the socialist calculation debate is, of course, Oscar R. Long that addresses it directly with pricing mechanisms. Okay,
And it failed.
It did not. Okay. Okay. Wait. Can you tell me about the Long model and then the contributions that Abel Lerner had towards the Long model?
Yeah, I'll tell you.
No,
All right, it failed.
Okay. So, anyways, legitimately, I would just encourage you to look into the socialist calculation debate because it doesn't even sound like you're familiar with what the economic calculation problem was.
Oh
positing
no, I didn't make
and
a
what the
whole like
refutations
20-minute
were.
YouTube video explaining the ECP or anything.
I'll
like
watch
that.
it. I'll watch it. What's the name of
Okay.
it? I'll watch it.
The economics, the impossibility of socialism, understanding the economic calculation problem.
Okay. I'll look at it and I'll respond. You didn't know Austrian business cycle theory. Do you know quantity theory of money?
I do know what Austrian business cycle theory is. The issue is when you gave it to me, you didn't say Austrian business cycle theory.
Okay,
you gave me
explain
the
Austrian business
acronym.
cycle
No,
theory to me
no.
then.
You gave me the
Explain it to
listen
me.
to me. You gave me the acronym, and then I said, "What's the?" I didn't understand what the acronym was.
Which is fine. Explain to me what Austrian business cycle theory is.
If I'm not mistaken, it's basically the idea that it explains the boom and bust cycle, which is essentially when the state artificially raises or lowers the interest rates in by the Federal Reserve, which causes there to be an overinvestment or underinvestment in certain industries, which causes booms and bust cycles.
Okay. What mechanisms?
Wait, I was right about that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all right, yeah, all right, thank you. I know a little bit
This
about
is-
economics, so Oh, okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
It seems I know
Sounds
a
like
little
you
bit.
needed-
Seems like I
sounds
know a
you
little
needed
bit about
definition.
economics, huh?
This is one version of ABCT, by the way.
So you
but-
wait. So at Carbox, you were just saying that I didn't know what the business cycle was, like bragging. Oh, you don't know what the business
Yeah,
cycle was.
really,
But
Karl
I actually
Marx
do know what it
acknowledged
was.
that.
So I
He
actually
did.
He
He
did.
did.
Yeah, so I actually did know
Dude, you beat
what it was.
me.
So
Actually,
how about you
wait,
take
I think
that?
I'm an ANCAP
How about you
now.
take your
I'm an
Communist
ANCAP now.
Manifesto and shove it in your dingaling?
No, dude, I'm an ANCAP now. Now that you said that.
Yeah.
But
Oh, good.
this is
I'm glad.
one version.
I'm glad you're with the team. I'm glad you're with us now.
One version of Austrian business cycle
This is
theory blames it on.
ridiculous.
One
Just go
version
to
of
sleep,
Austrian
Dark,
business
Dark,
cycle
no
theory
fun.
blames it on fractional reserve banking. Another version blames it on credit expansion due to the Federal Reserve.
I blame it on
increasing-
credit expansion.
Okay.
By the Federal Reserve.
Now, what does and how do interest rates contribute to credit expansion?
Because it could cause it's a misalignment of the signals, because if you put it high, it could cause an underinvestment or an overinvestment in certain things that would otherwise not be over or underinvested into.
What does it do? So if you in traditional ABCT,
Oh, now
what? Okay, dude, I'm gonna leave you to it. I'm gonna leave you to it. He's all good, bro. He's all good. Just leave you to it. I gotta go to sleep.
Seems like I know a little bit more about economics than you think, huh?
Oh no, don't bite. Good night, man. Don't let
You might be
Good
out
night.
confident,
Good
so
night.
peace out,
Good
y'all.
night. Good night. Good night.
Oh, come on, King. Come on. I have a couple of questions for you.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not going to bed. I was just saying that to him.
Yeah, I know.
You can ask me whatever you want.
Yeah, I want to hear these questions here.
Okay. So this. I was just wondering. It's not really a relevant question. It's a very brief one. Did you see that one video I put in your in the resources? I tagged you in it.
The dismal science video. I started watching like half of it, and then I stopped watching it, but I gotta watch the rest of it. Why do they call it the dismal science?
Okay.
Well, maybe I just gotta watch the video then, huh?
Well, the original reason. Well, yeah, but the original reason why they call it the dismal science. A guy named Thomas Carlyle. He wrote an essay basically that was like advocating. It was in the 1840s. He advocated basically bringing slavery back, and he complained of the fact that economists were basically saying it's a bad idea to bring it back, and he called it the dismal science as a result of that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the short version of it. But yeah.
I feel like I did a
That's,
pretty good job holding my own against all those communists.
Wait, I'm still here. You have defeated all of us.
Well, I think I did a pretty good job so far.
No, I'm joking. No, you're fine. You're fine. Actually, the guy was tired. I think maybe a little bit drunk.
You've improved.
Myself. Pardon. What?
See, I hate it when these guys be like, "Oh, you don't Sithis, you don't understand about economics. You don't understand economics."
Well,
I do understand economics. Fuck you. Been studying this shit for years,
Right,
calling out my credibility. Got a whole YouTube channel about it. Suck it.
Here's my thing. Have you heard of? Oh my God! Oh yeah, the third. Fuck, what is it called? When it's the
Third Reich?
party's not. No. Jesus.
Sorry.
No, I forgot what I forgot it's called when there's a third party effect between the interactions of like two parties on a market, right? Or externality. There we go.
Oh,
a
okay.
negative externality. Right?
Got you.
So how do you deal with that in AnCap?
Privatization.
How does what? How?
Well,
no.
I mean, like, so for instance, like a
Privatization
lot
is
of people give
literally
the
what causes this.
well, externalities. There's a lot of ways that you could deal with externalities, right? You can package that good with some other good. Generally, like you can. So, for instance, like with a lighthouse, right? Anyone is able to use a lighthouse, right? They'll use because a lot of people assume that lighthouses can't be privatized. Well, you can't because you can't charge somebody for using a lighthouse, right? You can't charge, which is true. You can't charge somebody for using a lighthouse, but you can charge somebody for using the harbor. So what they do is they have that good service, for free, but they charge you to use their harbor. And what they do is they package that non-excludable good with an excludable good. And yeah, that's a way you can deal with it. And there are other ways you can deal with it.
Pollution.
Oh, you just charge business owners for the pollution that they do to other business or other people, and that will make it so that they will be incentivized not to do as much, because then they will have to to pay.
There'll be more cars that in their exhaust, right? They're polluting the environment, right? The consumer of the car and the producer are making a voluntary decision in the trade. Sorry, I have indigestion. Give me a sec. Oh my god. Sorry. Right. So, the producer of the car, Volkswagen, let's say, has all the interest to produce as many cars as possible. Right. Regardless of the effect on like air quality. Right. How do you, for example,
you charge them for the pollution they produce, and you pay it
on like what?
But you have to prove it in court. You can't just say, okay, you have to pay $10 per car because it's polluting the air. You'd have to prove that there's any type of aggression, and the consumer, like the person that is aggressed upon, would have to agree that they will no further. They will no. They will not engage in further like legal action if you pay them. So like,
if I the other AnCap, by the way.
Yeah, he's an AnCap too.
Cool.
He's smarter than me, though.
Okay. Right, so you're saying, but how do you organize this systemically? Like, what would be the incentive for companies, right?
I'll be right back.
In company-owned towns, right? In company-owned police force, right? By company, I don't necessarily mean the same company. It's just that they would have the incentive to all maximize profits, right? Well, ultimately, if I'm the owner,
profits,
if I'm the owner of a factory, I'm gonna have like much more money, right? Than like service providers, like the security forces, right? They're gonna be subject to my wealth and power, right? Locally speaking, right? So I would have a leverage against them. I would just hire them to, like fuck over all the protests, etc., right? To make this happen politically, right? And even to be socially acceptable against the interest of the people there. Right? That seems to be the tendency of like private markets and like market negative externalities.
No,
like
so
how do you
destroy themselves?
Say that again, sir?
No, private markets don't destroy themselves. That is not in the self-interest of the companies. You can just pay a insurance company or like a private military to go and have a war with another private military company, or like not a private military company, but
to go to war.
Do an act of war against like civilians or other companies. You can just do that. The company would, most companies would immediately say no.
So wait, these are all companies. They're like all industries, pretty much too, right? They're all polluting the environment, the air. How do you like systemically like resolve this, right? Who's gonna be
you shoot them in the leg?
To...
No, I'm just kidding.
No, as I said, if you can prove the aggression, you can definitely
What's the is polluting the air and aggression?
Yeah, but no.
Well, if it affects you, it affects you negatively.
Yeah, it affects all of us. Right? Like,
well, you'd have to prove that the pollution directly affects you. The environment is not a legal basis.
But it does, right? So
no, yeah, but the environment is a legal basis.
But okay, wait. So we know it does, right? Now, so how do you manage, like, this system of like, what? How many entities are there even gonna be? You think, like, let's take America, right? If you move the federal government, the state governments, and all the regulations, right? How the heck will this all play out, right? Like there are factories that are polluting, who are privately owned. There's only privately owned police and any kind of use of force of violence, right? that is gonna be probably more so adherent to the interests of those very polluters.
Well,
Right?
no, they would be appealing to the wait, what's it called? To the interest of public the interest of the court of the
Yeah, I know
public.
it's stuck in your
the
throat
market.
because it's garbage.
Cat's got your tongue.
Garbage. Oh yeah, of course it's garbage. Explaining free markets.
But okay.
No, your
Why would
argument
this
is
split? Sure. Okay, wait. I'm sorry.
your
Okay, I'm sorry.
your entire
Take it back.
idea is
Take it
based
back.
on that the environment is a legal basis, but that's just not true. The
Is
environment
it
is
what,
not a
sorry?
legal basis.
Environment is not. Environment is not.
The environment, the state of the environment is not a legal basis. You do not get your laws.
What he's trying to say is that, like, the environment, you don't own the environment itself, right? The only time when
That's the problem.
Hold on. You don't. Well, nobody can own the environment, right? Because it's
Yes,
not
you
something
can.
that is ownable. It's not a physical
Yes,
object.
you can.
How?
Yes, you can. The states do that. They say,
No,
look,
it's state. Wait. Just wait. Spartacus. Wait. Let me finish my thing. All right. So, when you're talking about private property, right? If somebody's dumping something into a lake 200 miles away from you, that doesn't affect you in any way if it's their lake, right? It only damaging the environment is only a bad thing if it negatively affects another person. So if I'm in my own land and I decide to shit in my backyard, I'm destroying the environment a little bit by taking a poop in my backyard, right? But I'm not violating anyone's rights because I haven't done anything to anyone. So pollution isn't necessarily a bad thing. It just depends on whether or not you're violating a person's rights or not. Now, if you are violating a person's rights, then pollution is bad.
no, but what if it's like systemic, right? Like it's like creeping on systemic kind of thing. So one instance
There has to be
of,
some
like,
sort of measurable damage.
Well,
Yeah,
right.
you have to measure the damage on your body.
Exactly. Well, let me explain how. So you're saying that individually, if you're like one capitalist, one private business owner, like dumps chemical, whatever waste, right, in the river, but 200 miles away downwards that you are, the pollutants get like what? Not to be so bad, right? Right? Or they're like even like completely filtered out. But what if like everybody else is doing this around you, right? Every capitalist firm is doing this, right? To save on costs. Well, now it's not this small thing that.
Well, then each person's pollution, the damage of each person's pollution to each other will cancel each other out. And only the people who pollute the most will have to pay the others restitution. So, for instance, if I drive a car and you drive a car, and the air affects me and you, well, our restitution claims sort of cancel each other out because we're both doing the same thing, right? But if you're talking about a large business that's polluting a lot, and that is negatively affecting people, well, then that can be quantified, and that could be measured. And that could be in your restitution company or your rights enforcement agency can charge and sue that person for that money that they owe you.
Charge and sue in private courts, right? Who have no jurisdiction anywhere except where the people accept their jurisdiction. So, like I, as like a capitalist, right? Even within that region, right? I can just say, yeah, I just don't accept the legitimacy of the court. Right, so see ya. And then you're gonna do what? Oh, you're gonna hire your private military? Oh, with what money? Your land just been polluted.
Well,
Right?
I don't have to directly pay them. I can pay them later or promise them your property. If I can prove the aggression, you no longer have any property.
Oh yeah,
claims.
dude.
I can just tell my
how do I
security
prove it?
company to drop a
Prove it to
GBU on
who?
you and then take your property. Like,
But prove it to who?
The court or
prove
your
the
rights
aggression.
enforcement
If
agency.
I can prove the aggression, and you don't want to go in the court of arbitration, I can just tell my private security company to go over there and
Only if they win. Only if they succeed. in conquering
I don't
of
think
that land.
you have any chances of survival if a GBU directly lands on your house.
Wait, what's
GBU
I'm
pavement
sorry.
bomb. A bomb.
I know what the no, and what's the point here?
No, if I said if I can prove the aggression and you deny court of arbitration, the private security company could evaluate if the aggression is high enough for them to risk public, their public image and just drop a bomb on you. Like, let's say you.
And
just
why
listen
do
to me,
you
bro.
think?
What the fuck are you talking about? Stop interrupting.
But yeah, let's one at a time, yeah, guys.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, if you deny the court of arbitration that I wanted to solve this problem in, I can go to my private security company or find a private security company that is willing to risk their public image to fulfill my wish and solve this conflict.
Okay, first of all, you said if they deny the legal, what did you say? Court
of arbitration.
Court. There's not one court. There's as many courts as there are people who claim to be judges and lawyers who can say, "Oh yeah, I now have a court, right? I'm gonna do litigation, right? Right." So first of all, there's no the court, right? They can say, "Oh no, look,
a court."
This exactly." Right, and the company, the other company, right, who's violated your rights, are like, oh no, but that court, that company, that private court company, yeah, we don't agree to their legitimacy at all. We like this one that they hired, right? That voted in their favor, and also guess what?
You not know how court of arbitration works. You clearly don't know what a court of arbitration is.
There's not gonna be one.
No, you have to agree. Both parties have to agree to the court, to one court.
Cool. What if they and then they deny it? They say, okay, I now disagree with it.
And if you deny every single court, I can go to my security company and have them resolve the conflict. And if you deny,
no, what makes you think they don't have a bigger private security company?
Are you guys both from the same country?
I don't know. I'm from Czech Republic. I was born in Crimea.
I
was born under the Soviet
Union. Sorry. Go
we
ahead.
moved to Czech Republic. I don't know.
Okay, Spartacus. The public, or public opinion still exists on the AnCap.
No.
That's basically how
money
talks.
Money talks, money walks.
Yeah, but that's also true with the state. You do know that, right? Like,
and I'm against the state. Just a state. It has to have a character. It has to be a democratic state, run by the people themselves, not
even
money,
democratic
right?
states are prone to corruption.
Democrat? You mean in America?
Well, any states, any democratic state.
No, they're not democratic. No. Well, yeah. Well, you're right. Money is a means of disproportionate power, right? It's a reflection of a class society. Of course, as a Marxist, I'm against that. I wouldn't have this. That's the whole point of the moneyless part, right? By the way, in the stateless class is moneyless sort of notion, right? But anyway, guys, look, I love the discussion.
It was nice meeting you, man.
Yeah, you guys are good. You guys are both good. I love it. Happy New Year.
Hey, you were on my YouTube channel, so be sure to subscribe or whatever.
I don't think I was. I can't. But I will find. Wait. Where's
click my profile, you'll find it.
Oh yeah, sure. All right. Well, it's been a good discussion, guys.
Have a good one.
Talk to you later.
Yeah. Bye. Holy shit! I don't wanna gossip about him, but he didn't know what a court of arbitration is.
Most people don't. But man, did I hold my own against 12 communists? That was pretty based. But I think they ended up liking me at the end.
I certainly couldn't have done it.
Huh?
Yeah, well, I was saying I certainly couldn't have held my own against 12 communists because, well, I don't know enough about economics to do that. I don't actually know enough. I know a little bit, but I don't know enough. It's one of the many things I got to read up on more.
I think they all liked. I mean, I think they all liked me at the end. So.
Yeah, but this one guy.
They became a lot more friendly to you.
Yeah, I think it's Dark Marx Engels or something.
Dark Marx,
Karl
he
Marx.
seemed very friendly towards me towards the end, and like all the other kids, there was only one person that was like really mean, and then I had to mute them and kick them out. But all of the other ones were really nice. There was some of them that were like very snickery towards me, that were like making snickery comments, but mostly I just like ignored it.
But Dark Karl Marx said that you can solve the ECP with summation. Like
yeah, he tried to explain to me how he can solve the ECP, but so I ended up like explaining. I was like, dude, like I'm not convinced by this. This does not make any sense. Like,
I mean, yeah. I'm pretty sure the Libertarian fact sheet, which is a Google Doc, has rebuttals to that. Has a bunch of rebuttals to like various books. I haven't extensively studied them, but I'm aware that it exists, and I would recommend that as a potential like place to go study.
I don't think it's the best way to look into it. Like, it's not nearly finished. There's a bunch of things missing in the document.
I thought it was kind of funny that he was like, "You don't know anything about economics. You don't know what the business cycle theory is." And then I explained to him what it was, and he's like, "Oh, well, you do know what it is."
Yeah, he was so shocked. He went quiet from it.
No, because like these people think I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, bro. Like I don't fucking sit here and fucking spend all this fucking hours reading all this shit for my YouTube videos. Like,
I think he said it word for word, and he was like, okay.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, I had to fucking read all this shit. I had to read about the ECP like a lot for my ECP video, and then I had to read a lot about the LTV in my LTV video. I had to read a shit ton about the fucking drugs and land ownership and shit for my next two videos. So.
The LTV, the Libertarian Theory of Value.
The lesbian theory of value.
Lesbian theory of value.
The lame theory of value.
KingSithis, do you need any books on the ABCT? Like, I have an
business cycle theory, because he's okay. So he literally that's the reason why he said that I didn't know what ABCT was, because I didn't know the abbreviation. He said the he said that he said ACBT, and I was like, ABCT, what? No, I don't know what that is. Oh, so you don't know what the Austrian business cycle theory is? And I was like, oh, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, because like no one actually uses that.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, send me what you got. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I have the it's from, I can't pronounce his name. But I keep forgetting his name. It's
is that Robert Murphy?
No, Cwik, CWIK. Paul Cwik or something, and I think it's like 60 pages.
Mm-hmm.
I have it right here.
But yeah, I have a basic understanding of it. I just like, it's when people go super deep into it with like, oh, federal this, federal that, and I'm like, ugh. How about we just abolish it?
True. That's why I rarely talk about economics. It's a never-ending argument.
I thought it was kind of funny that he's like, you probably broke. You're broke. You're capital, so you're broke. I'm like, dude, I make a lot of money. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Even his friend communists were like, you know what? He actually does make a lot of money, because they asked me how much I made, and I told them.
Yeah. I think it explains Austrian business cycle theory very good for 60 pages.
What can I do for
Very good.
And it was free. It's like the first thing that comes up if you search Austrian business cycle theory on, I think, most libertarian websites. Yeah. Even if you search Austrian business. It comes up.
ABST. Oh,
No,
ABCT. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I meant the book.
Yeah.
It comes up on almost every not economic, libertarian website as the first result, even if you just search Austrian business.
Yeah, and they were trying to tell me, oh, that praxeology is wrong, and like they're trying to tell me that makes sense. But then they said they agree with all the premises.
That is crazy.
That doesn't. I was like, dude, that's like
I
such
think they were
cope.
saying it's unscientific.
That makes
That's even worse. They were saying it's
so
unscientific.
what?
Yeah, it's not an actual issue, but like they're not like the person isn't technically wrong. It doesn't actually prove anything. Because like it's not scientific, but like so what? It's better than scientific. Science isn't in the business of actually proving things. Scientists who know what they're talking about, and Karl Popper, who they love of all people, would tell them this: that science, you can't prove things scientifically. You can just have a decent amount of tentative evidence, but like that's the best you can. And you have to always be on the lookout for like things that might disprove your theory. Like that's
He said it was
how things are done.
unfalsifiable, so therefore it's not. And I was just like, so what? Like you do agree? Like do you not agree that man acts? And like he wouldn't really answer that. Like he's like, yeah, I agree that man acts. I was like, okay, so then what's wrong with practicality? Well, it's unscientific. I was like,
Yeah, and Sithis, we debated this in the past, where we used like these weird, I think it was bakers or like any restaurants as examples, and we said like, okay, if you increase the cost has to go somewhere, and the options that you have are just more likely to go to the consumer instead of the business eating them up because they want to make money, and not many businesses make that much excess money. Like they can't just tank the costs.
all right, so I got a question from my chat. How does capitalism work if anarchy is about stateless society? Any organization of capital leads to state/microstates. Well, capitalism is separate from a state. You don't need a state in order to have capitalism, and you don't need a capitalism to have a state. They're two separate things, right? Capitalism is just private ownership of the means of production, or private property ownership, trades between private property owners, right? So, I mean, you don't need a state to have those things. So, what we want is people to be allowed to own private property without the state coming in and forcing people to do what they want. Or, yeah.
And it's more, AnCap isn't an economic theory. It's a legal theory. We don't say, okay, this is allowed in the economy. Like we only make these judgments about legality.
The state is not just a organization of land/resources. It is a criminal organization that forces people to pay into its system. It is a legitimized criminal organization.
Yeah.
No matter what, you have no choice but to pay. The state will force you.
Yeah, and in AnCap, we would have means to prevent that from happening. Like a company couldn't just force you to pay certain things, like to give them money. We would have other companies for that. To resolve that conflict, not to rob you.
The Austrian school is #1, bro.
Sithis.
Yeah.
Can you start can you start activities in the call, in the Discord call? Because I can't. I kind of want to play something. And
I don't know how.
I can only play in DMs. Oh, directly in the call. Holy echo. Hello?
I don't have any I don't have permissions.
Oh.
Anyways, I'm probably gonna head up bed anyways because it's getting pretty late.
Oh
So-
shit! Oh my god! School starts. Holy shit, bro! I have school like right now. Okay, I can go too. Bye bye.
Have a
see
good
you.
night, man.
Yeah, you too.
It was good seeing you, William.
Yeah. All right, Sithis.
Yep.
Definitely great seeing you. Hopefully you can watch the rest of the video. Happy New Year, by the way.
Yeah, you too. Have a good night, man.
A little bit late. All right. Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a good night, everyone. Oh, so you don't want organization without organizing? How do you capital without microstates trading with each other? Well, again, how we define a state is a legitimized criminal organization. So, yeah. The reason why we do that is because they force us to pay. Anyways, have a good night.